Quack, quack, isn't it? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Well, I guess we just started at the top.
No, cat scan.
Calm.
No, cat scan.
My brain.
Wishful thinking.
Each week we break down another Better Call Saul episode in order. The script is available for this one, so I'll keep highlighting it as we cover 70 details you might not know in Season 2, Episode 10, Click. By the time this aired, people discovered a code hidden in Season 2's episode titles, kind of like Breaking Bad Season 2. If you take all the first letters and rearrange them, you can spell Brick Fangs, which means... No, that's not it. Frings back, which made everyone anticipate his return in this episode. Let's see if they're right. We're in a hospital, and as the nurse administers morphine according to the script, you might think this is Chuck.
Father Brady's in the chapel.
And talking about a priest means the end is near. However, two things are off about this. The bleach bypass effect and the nurse's Midwestern accent.
Just push the call button if you want to see him.
The actress is from Chicago and a former nurse. Aha, flashback confirmed. And Chuck's wearing a wedding ring. We're in 1999, 7 years after the Rebecca flashback. It's unclear if they're still married or if he's just still wearing the ring. And we're in Berwyn, Illinois, near Cicero.
When was the last time you ate?
I'm fine.
Come on, Chuck, let's go over to Novi's.
Novi's is a restaurant in Berwyn.
You want to get a sandwich now?
And this is when Chuck checked off gluttony for Jimmy in his Book of Sins. Their mom's name is Ruth, which is the same name as Michael McKeon's mom, although that was a coincidence.
You remember that time I accidentally invited Kathy and Cheryl to Mom's surprise party? It's kind of tricky out on the dance floor.
Here's a bit of dialogue they spliced out.
It was a fun night.
I just remember the whole family cleaning up after you.
Seriously, Chuck, we gotta eat.
Jimmy, you want to eat? Go eat.
Okay, be right back.
Originally, there was a heart monitor sound throughout this scene, but the medical advisor pointed out that they wouldn't do that in a hospice situation like this.
Mom?
Jimmy.
No, Mom, it's me, Chuck.
Jimmy.
No, Mom, it's me.
This is going to have a profound impact on Chuck. Could he have been thinking about his parents when he said,
Those old folks, they
love him.
They still do the flatlining noise to make her death clear to the audience.
So this is it then?
I'm sorry. She has that DNR.
No kill counter here as it's due to natural causes. It's only the second named character we've seen die from natural causes, and both happened in the season finale.
Is there anyone you want us to call?
The fact that Rebecca's not there and not someone to call makes me think they're divorced. And you'd think he'd say to call Jimmy, but he might not have a cell phone in 1999. They succeeded in making it look different, but this is the same real-life hospital they keep using throughout Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, even later in this episode. The mostly inactive Gibson Medical Center. They named the fake Berwyn Hospital Kinney Memorial Hospital after Chris Kinney from the show's art department.
So, where's Mom? What happened?
She's gone.
What? When?
This was the last shot they filmed in the episode, and therefore the last shot of season 2.
Did she wake up? Did she say anything?
No.
Now that is unforgivable, and it confirms that envy is a huge driver of Chuck's attitude toward Jimmy. First he felt betrayed by his dad, and now his mom. El Camino teaches us, and this feels similar. Okay, we're back to the moment of... And apparently nobody has called 911.
Call 911. Call 911!
Maybe Jimmy should have pulled a mic.
I'm a passerby. I don't want to get involved.
There's the cameraman.
What the hell are you doing?
Come back tomorrow, it'll be half price.
These two are meant to be UNM students.
Chuck.
615 gold.
That is the real address, and it's currently available for rent. This is much cheaper than buying the white residence, and you could still turn this into a Better Call Saul museum with a
Donnie!
photo op. This is the first of 3 episodes in a row.
What's up, buddy?
directed by Vince, and the first since Uno. However, he was so far behind, he had Peter Gould, shown here testing the Chuck head slam stunt, direct this scene. Peter directed the previous episode, so it was a natural extension of it.
We're gonna get you to the hospital.
Lance.
Okay? Everything will be all right.
Work here.
This is the same small Sony A7R II camera and wide-angle lens they strapped to Michael in the last episode. It was mounted right side up, and this shot was
Just give me a sec. Give me a sec for that toke there, Shawnee boy. I'm just trying to remember what I need here. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? I need a dig site pendant. All right, Shawnee boy. Tokes it is. Playing some Fortnite? Yo, that's what's up. She's still a beast at that, or what? Yo, what's up, Project? I just took Rocky down to see his girlfriend and shit like that. Oh man, couldn't be happier. All right, let's see. Grab this. Everybody needs an itty bitty teeny weeny banana. Getting ready to sell the old truck. Getting ready to sell the old truck. The old truck.
was supposed to end here once they arrived at the
Getting ready to sell the old
They kept filming
truck.
anyway since the camera was so small and light, and liked the footage so much that they decided to keep it as a oneer.
Getting ready to
Once
sell
they made
the
that
old
decision,
truck.
Flip it upside down in the editing room because he was worried the hospital scenes would be boring and wanted to do something different. As a bonus, it puts you more into Chuck's head. It's amazing how when you watch it right side up, you notice so much more of the background and less of Chuck.
You have to turn off the lights.
No, we can't do that right now, sweetie.
The ER room is the exact same room that Brock was in.
Do you have any allergies?
This would have been a good way to get their attention by saying yes, although he probably can't bring himself to describe it as an allergy given how he reacted to Jimmy saying it.
It's an oversimplification, but it's essentially correct.
Although the staff here are local actors, some of them have real experience in these jobs, and the actor who plays the doctor has the last name Goodman.
No EKG. No EKG.
Yes, Charles, we need to do an EKG.
Nurse Trisha is named after writer Marion's
Here's-
cousin, a real-life nurse who gave lots of technical advice for the episode.
No CAT scan.
Calm.
No CAT scan.
Get some respect. We got you. Just keep your head down.
In a move that echoes Ozymandias, they paused the on-screen credits during this tense scene and then resumed them immediately after. We can see from the Breaking Bad floor that this is indeed Gibson Medical Center, although here it's called Garfield Methodist Medical Center.
He doesn't want to be here.
What he wants and what he needs are two very different things, Jimmy.
Here's some more removed dialogue.
He likely has a concussion at least. Chuck is once again refusing these tests because they involve being bombarded by electricity. Look, I don't know how to explain this.
I'm not committing him. What about a temporary emergency guardianship?
I know a judge we can call right now.
Is it Papadoumian?
Let me be the one to tell him.
Jimmy, exit.
Chuck.
Well, if it isn't Johnny on the spot.
What does that mean?
Ernesto.
I got him.
She now goes by Marion Dare, but this is her first professional script. She was still a writer's assistant when she co-wrote this, but she became a staff writer starting in season 3, and she'll write 3 more Better Call Saul episodes after this. For Click, she wrote the first half and Vince wrote the second half.
How long was I lying on the floor before the ambulance arrived?
10 minutes, I think, but I didn't look at the clock.
And yet you were there.
Chuck, can we...
You never left. You bribed him. That kid behind the counter. Why?
Mr. McGill,
Just want to have a laugh at my
I
expense?
called him.
What?
I called Jimmy earlier before I picked you up. I was worried about you, and I called him.
Move over.
This dude. What's up, Jay?
Tony.
Get out. Both of you.
Chuck, there's something that I have to do.
You're trying to have me committed.
A temporary...
Temporary emergency guardianship. Tomato. You finally got me where you want me.
I'm fine to hang
Just
out.
get home. Hey, what you been doing? Earlier played some zombies with Zeno,
Anything, but he's
fucking
out to get you, Jimmy, and
just went and took my dog. It's my dog's birthday today. Actually, hang on.
Bernie.
I'll be right back. Hey, Mom. You know it's Rocky's birthday today? July 13th.
Did you shut off the water outside? Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Martha. Oh, my apologies. You're screaming at us. I figured you weren't. Holy. Fucking snooty bitch she is, man. Ugh!
I missed the mailroom.
That sounded like Chuck getting tested, but nope, it's the ice cream truck driver. And the second Chuck bait and switch in the episode. Nacho's really taking Red to the extreme with his outfit and van. Wow, that's cutting it pretty close, Mikey. According to the script, they do sedate Chuck for this, but it's not obvious.
Are you familiar with the Hippocratic Oath? Primum non nocere. First, do no harm.
The Hippocratic Oath doesn't actually say primum non nocere, but it does have a sentence that translates to, I will abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm.
This is not the way to treat my condition.
We'll have you in and out of radiology before you know it, all right?
You're gonna hear sounds that might seem loud to you, but it's nothing to worry about.
She's a real radiology technician. Chuck's getting a CT scan, or is it a...
PET CT.
Funny you should mention that, Marie, because Vince wanted the technician to be Marie, but the other writers talked him out of it because it would detract from Chuck's agony. Chuck's eyes are sometimes open and sometimes closed, but in some frames they show his open and closed eyes simultaneously. Vince did not get enough footage for this, so editor Skip McDonald used some hallway ceiling footage from earlier, mixed in with shots of the machine that Chuck would really be seeing right now.
Still no word? Jesus, how long is this gonna take? He should be home.
You're doing the right thing.
I'd feel better if you were doing something, you know, unhospitally.
Unhospitally. I'm on it.
On the TV up there is Diagnosis Murder. You know what that means.
You are the greatest generation.
You didn't start World War II, but you sure as heck finished it.
When exactly would they have gotten that shot, and this later shot? Even while Jimmy was on the phone with Ernie, they only got a more straight left to right shot.
And if that weren't enough, you sent a rocket 300 feet tall to the moon.
He's slightly misrepresenting the rocket there.
Now, in your golden years, you need someone looking out for you. Someone you can trust. A man who says what he does and does what he says. When you need someone to count on...
Give me Jimmy. Give me Jimmy.
Give me Jimmy. Because Moxie is in such short supply these days.
Jimmy McGill.
That's the same callable number from the billboard, although it currently plays a message that fits with a later season. Between the lack of wind and the size of the flag, this is definitely not the shot at the school. Here's a behind-the-scenes look at the real setup. On the DVD extras, you can see that the commercial is called You're the Greatest with the wrong "your." I think that's a bit much.
It's really good, Jimmy. You made a really good commercial.
It is a good commercial. I made one too. You are the greatest subscribers. You didn't start Better Call Saul, but you sure as heck finished it. And if that weren't enough, you found film artifacts 300 micrometers tall in Breaking Bad. Now, in your current years, you you, a shirt that says what it is and is what it says.
Cowboy.
When you need merch to count on, gimme better. Gimme watch.
Gimme TV, because good shirts are in such short supply these days.
BetterWatchTV.com.
Boys!
Code Cowboy to get 5% off. In all seriousness, I did look for high quality shirts and tested them myself. Back to Jimmy's commercial. In the last episode, Jimmy claimed
It might be the greatest 60 seconds in the history of television.
but it was only 39 seconds long, an odd length for a commercial. The weasel part of this is meant to reference Jimmy, but this garden weasel is also a real product, and it was featured in the first episode of The Larry Sanders Show.
Weasels, aren't they rodents? Why would you name something after a rodent? Why not just call it the Amazing Rat Stick?
A show that included Bob as a Saul-like agent.
If we can't make a deal with one of the networks, screw them!
Jimmy's now ashamed of his ad, and rather than anxiously waiting for the calls to come pouring in, he actually shuts off his phone.
Oh, finally. So how is he?
Physically, he's okay.
She wore the same patch in season 1, but I feel like Vince knew what he was doing with this shot.
It's basically a panic attack. However, there was a complication. We think it's a state of self-induced catatonia.
Burnator.
I think you fried his brain with that machine.
Jimmy.
More cut dialogue, and you can see that his mouth doesn't match when he says
With that machine.
because he's actually saying the "who could have seen that coming" line.
When I first treated Charles, he was in a similar state. I have to believe that it's just a matter of time
Coochie.
before he comes out of it.
I'll wait. Right here.
After
My
Mr.
man is
Chuck
going
passing,
on
he's
about
not
the
going to chance
cooch.
making Chuck snapping out of it.
Shot left. 1.5 minutes.
Why aren't you guys wearing hearing protection?
Because Pop-Pop's a grown-up, and grown-ups get to be stupid.
This is the M40 Vietnam-era rifle with A1 upgrades that these two previously discussed. Mr. Mann shared a lot of background gun info on this scene, so check out his comment on the inflatable video. He rates this a 10 out of 10 for accuracy, except for one part. There should be recoil, and the fact that there isn't reveals that they're using blanks. And the high accuracy makes sense, as Eric Steinig, a Marine sniper with 3 Purple Hearts, was the technical advisor. You might also know him as Gus's henchman Nick. Champion Target wasn't renamed to Champion Traps and Targets until 2004, 2 years in the future. At this point, we were going to see Mike pay approximately $10,000 for the gun.
How many boxes?
Just the one.
It's on the house.
That looks real, and yes, that seems generous. Maybe he's expecting the Lawson premium.
You're gonna pay me 5 times what you'd pay your neighborhood gun store. No offense. None taken.
This is the same newspaper Mike was reading when he got franned, which is probably logical story-wise.
Jimmy.
Just like his mom, Jimmy is his first word.
Jimmy.
I get some water, please.
Yeah, water. Next order of business, get you the hell out of here.
Where to next? Some insane asylum in Las Cruces?
I'm driving all the way out to Las Cruces.
Home, Chuck. You're going home.
What about the TEG?
T stands for temporary, right? You want to go to bed?
No, it's cooler down here.
It is interesting to consider that Chuck has no air conditioning, which has got to be pretty brutal in Albuquerque.
You've done your duty. You can go now. It came out a bit harsh. I want to be left alone.
If things start going south for you again, how am I even going to know?
I'm fine. See?
Can I get Ernie
What?
back here? You got to eat, right?
No, thank you though.
Feel better, Chuck.
Slippin' Chucky slips over to the garage, which still has Rebecca's belongings, such as this music stand. They were going to have a car in Chuck's garage, but it turned out there wouldn't be room for the cameras, so they left it out. What kind of car do you think he used to drive? I'm picturing a Heisenberg Chrysler. It's another magically clear surface.
You take those. You will take.
The script mentions having a body double for Jonathan, but I don't think they
Of
used any shots of the body
those.
double here. They had originally planned to use some wide shots and top-down shots, but we don't get any of those. Click with a K is military slang for kilometer, and
Click
this
with the
scene is
K.
definitely one meaning of
One
the
click.
title. Vince said it kind of looked like the cabin could be a kilometer away from Mike, although more on that in a
Pineapples.
Like always, Dave Porter composes music for scenes like this, whether or not they end up using it. Although they went with no music here, you can watch it with the originally proposed score as a DVD extra. We almost got a CGI cameo here, but instead we get a more subtle fly. This is not Hector's house from Breaking Bad, but they wanted it to be. Unfortunately, the real place fell into a state of disrepair with a collapsed roof and part of a wall missing. They considered fixing it up, but there was no good place for a sniper because it was surrounded by flat, overgrown ground. Instead, they built this cabin, although with only 2 sides and part of the roof. Behind that, the structure is supported by a shipping container. It's blurry, but Mike's bullet teleports.
Cabbage. Oh, jeez. Do I have any lymph seeds?
Jonathan
Like,
Banks is missing the tip of his index finger, which got blown off somehow. So he hated this shot, although it's hard to tell. Coincidentally, Michael McKeon lost the tip of his thumb, and we'll get a good view of that
no, I do not.
Jennifer Bryan, the costume designer, had a background actor pick up authentic Guayabera shirts from Mexico for Hector to wear. I guess she doesn't mind that they're white rather than red. After all, Hector is as pure as an angel. They shot all the scope shots through a reel.
Loophole Mark IV.
Therefore, using Mark Margolis's published height, we can use the mil.dot range formula to determine that he was really 400 meters away, less than half a click. The script called for double that distance, and the sound delay apparently makes it seem way shorter. Is Nacho doing this on purpose? Does he suspect Mike's there? The script says no, although I don't think it's obvious to first-time viewers. Vince described Hector as having the devil's luck here, which is interesting because that's how Vince used to talk about Walt. The insects get mysteriously quiet and then we hear a sustained horn. It's a bit strange, but it's scripted that way. One of the intentions of this shot is to reinforce that these guys can't hear the horn from the cabin. It's definitely far behind Mike. Although we don't yet know who wrote this note, in real life it was writer Marion.
You have yourself a wonderful day, Mr. Collins.
Yep, looking sharp.
Bingo. Sorry about the wait. Sometimes things get a little backed up. May I get anybody some coffee?
All these clients are here because of Jimmy's latest commercial.
1 second.
Howard just called. He says he's been trying to reach you all morning. It's about Chuck.
Okay. So I just need to make one quick phone call. In the meantime, who was it who wanted coffee? This young lady will get you coffee and also donuts.
I want coffee, but I do not want cream.
Before this aired, a promo for this episode used this clip to make
That's
clear
our,
that Howard suspects Jimmy's responsible for 1216.
Jimmy, I have just one question. Are you behind this?
Am I behind what?
Here's another scene we didn't get, which continued the no cream comedy and showed that they're using mismatched mugs, including a Davison Maine mug. Jimmy also explained what Chuck did to Kim and offered lifetime foot rubs to cover for him. And notably, Kim gets a bad feeling about the Chuck retiring thing, but not enough to say anything. Surprisingly, they made the mailbox fall open on purpose. It was a special effect that they rigged on site. That's the kind of extra panache we get in a Vince-directed episode.
Panache.
Jimmy, I'm kind of in the middle of something right now.
The panache.
No, come on, open the door.
Right now, I'm busy. Goodbye.
One reason he leaves and comes back is that he needs to press a certain button that goes click.
You happy now?
Chuck? So, Chuck, what's up?
Oh no. The good news is that this isn't entirely made of space blankets. The script mentions Reynolds wrap and attic foil, and we see rolls of Reflectix insulation. Based on the folds, I've counted 3 total in this scene.
You got a little project?
These walls are plaster and lath. No protection at all. I might as well be standing in the middle of a pasture. I don't know what I was thinking. I should have done this from the start.
Now's also a good time to point out that Mylar space blankets barely shield electromagnetic radiation, unlike simple aluminum foil. Based on my limited understanding, Reflectix is a way better choice.
What I really need is a proper Faraday cage.
I think we need to sit down.
Do not patronize me, Jimmy. I'm not crazy.
I'll help you with your graves, buddy. I just want the free XP, man.
Windows yet, so there'd be enough fake sunlight to light this scene.
Howard tells me.
What is this, cooking?
I retired.
That's not what it sounded like. Not just from HHM, but the law. The law needs you.
Just stop it.
And you need it. How are you going to retire before you
Mining?
disbarred? I'll be the only McGill carrying the family name. You can't have that.
Jennifer, the costume designer, has Jimmy in a gray suit to show he's still presenting himself as a respectable lawyer. But she likens its sheen and slickness to being a weasel, connecting it back to the Garden Weasel commercial.
Is this because you lost Mesa Verde? If you truly do think that I rat-fucked you on that thing, which I did not, take action. When you're 99, you can drop dead giving closing arguments to JudgeBot 3000, which will run on electricity, by the way. That's your future.
I can't do the job anymore. I made a mistake. 1216 instead of 1261. I screwed it up, and then I blamed you. There's this goddamn electricity. My brain. My mind.
Michael McKean credits Bob for giving him the acting note that he should emphasize acting like he lost his mind.
It all used to work, and now it doesn't anymore. Time to end it.
What if I told you you didn't make a mistake?
For Christ's sakes, Jimmy, stop humoring me.
I rat-fucked you. It was me. I would have made Nixon proud.
Here's Nixon again. We should have known from the double finger pointing.
I changed 1261 to 1216. It is insane how you got every detail exactly right. That brain of yours is chugging along at 1,000% efficiency.
Are you telling the truth, or are you just trying to make me feel better?
I am saying it to make you feel better. Sure shit wouldn't be telling you otherwise. But yes, it's the truth.
You'd go to such lengths to humiliate me?
I did it for Kim. She worked her butt off to get Mesa Verde while you and Howard sat around sipping scotch and chortling. Hamlin, McGill, more like Scrooge and Marley. I thought you'd just say, oh crap, I made a mistake, and go on with your life like a normal person. But oh no, wishful thinking. So can I tell Howard you're not quitting or retiring or whatever? Can we take all the shit down off the walls? I'm gonna go call Howard.
Jimmy, you do realize you just confessed to a felony?
I guess. But you feel better, right? Besides, it's your word against mine.
We saw Chuck use this RCA tape recorder and Sony microphone in a flashback. There's again a parallel between Jimmy's and Mike's stories, this time as parallel cliffhangers. The world's best con artist got conned, and the world's best stalker got stalked. What we just heard was...
Oh, those McDaddies, they're great, bro. They're so nice.
...disease to extract the truth.
They're so nice.
Jimmy is destined to become a lawyer in Breaking Bad. So
it just makes makes the ice boss like fucking so fast, bro. Just so fast. Just brain dead. I got those last night, pretty much back to back, like 3 in between, and I just like died on my neck straight, and I was like, I'm hopping off, boys. Fuck it. I'm pooched. Almost 100 KC. How many? We're at 97 KC. Yeah, that's what I plan on doing eventually. When I'm at work and shit, is just AFK with them. Ouch. Varlamore. We're coming up to Varlamore soon. We can go back. Bro, I want to get another drop today. I want to get greedy with it, you know? I want to get greedy with it. Let's see what we're at right here for the drops. 8 out of 13. 5 more is all we need. 5 more is all we need, gentlemen.
So you must find some way to get out of this. So despite the Fring's back code, we did not see Fring. Vince addressed this in an interview published the day after this aired, and I'll tell you what he said, but skip the next 10 seconds if you don't want a tiny spoiler about this in 3, 2, 1. The plan was for people to wonder who left the note, then months later Peter would tweet, "Look for a clue," and then people would discover Fring's back. But they underestimated our detail hunting abilities. Okay, we've reached the end of Season 2, so it's time to check in on all the counters, brought to you by the new one-year members. Lord Spuddington, Aztec Santina, Ben...
What are you gonna do after Moons? Maybe go get a Berserk Ring, or go get my Fire Cape. But like, I'll have to get 75 ranged.
Because I forgot this one from last time. Congratulations and thanks.
Pretty much what I'm thinking. Magic, I'm basically there, you know what I mean? Magic is no problem. I'll probably just do Slayer for Magic. I'll probably just do Slayer for Magic, for sure. I finally got 60 crafting as well, bro. I got 60 crafting so I can start doing my birdhouse runs again, which will be really nice. So I can fucking get 75 or 70, whatever it is. And then you don't have to get me moths anymore. And I'm basically just self-dependent, you know what I mean? We can get some B rings? Yeah, sick. 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 Oh shit, there's a 59. Very nice. Exchange. Take that. I also like Moon so much because it gives me so much super compost, and I can just go mine the volcanic ash and just dump it into the thing. So nice, brother. Saves so much time. Strawberries just take apples? Damn. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I know. I fucked up. What I'm gonna need here is hammer, chisel, and get rid of the rake. Oh, actually, I'll just put the rake in the leprechaun. Hammer, chisel. 5 U's. Put that. Put that away. Put that away. Put that away. Need some seedage. There we go. Yo, I've got a question, chat. I'm not 100% on this, and I don't think it does, but do you get better birdhouses, like bird's nest and stuff, depending on the seeds that you put into the birdhouse? Like, does that matter? No? Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think it did, but you know, you can never be sure, right? Any seed, I believe, is the same outcome. Yeah, that would make sense, to be honest with you. It would make total sense. I was just genuinely curious if that made like much of a difference. It'd be pretty cool if it did, though. You know what I mean? Like if they could do that and like guarantee some Ranar seeds or some shit. Put some good seeds in there. Get a couple Ranars, you know, for your early Ironman. I mean, shit. Can't tell me that wouldn't be fun. They used to not let you use certain seeds? Oh, okay. Damn. What I do all the time and I forget, man, is I run and do the birdhouse and I'll reset the birdhouse, but I don't put the seeds in it, dude. I did that like 3 times last night. Kind of kind of cringe. Kind of cringe. Maybe there's a plugin for that. Fuck. I just gotta use my brain and make sure that make sure I don't do that. Gotta use the brain. It's see, this was the one that I forgot to do, right there. Fuck, man. Go back to moons after this. We'll go get another drop today. Fingers crossed. What do I need? Diving apparatus, this, that, the other thing. Alright, let's go. All right, here we go. Give me a lot, you know, not a little, a lot. See. That's fine. Alright, that's not a lot. That wasn't a lot. Mate! Come on. Blimey. You know what someone in chat should do though? They should do exclamation point redeem space toke. Apex? Fuck man, I think I'm gonna pass tonight, buddy. I think I'm gonna pass on that one tonight, Jayski. Stream's kinda popping off, brother. No tokes for me. This dude. This fucking dude. You know what I want to try and do? I want to try and do the perfect run at Moons. That's really the combat achievement for a perfect run. That's what I really want to try and do. I guess I could have just climbed up the thing and there would have been a bank right there. Oh well. Sorry. You know what else I need to do? I need to do some mining on those in that cave so I can get some of those little moths so I can just break and go right into that that little city. That'd be nice. Alright. My trees are done, everything's done, good shit. My 5,600 buckets of sand, bro. Oh my god, cringe. Fucking cringe. Chillin', bro. Where's my Lytro? Where's the Lytro? Oh no, don't tell me I fucking got jacked from my lighter. I think my lighter got jacked, boys. Son of a bitch. They couldn't have, because they're smoking back when I go home. Probably on me. I stand up, it will fall. Yeah, it was. Check the chair. Yeah. It was just on me. Cheers, gentlemen. Wow. God damn. Alright, we go into Moons. Let's do it. I was going to take the day off of Moons because I got the dually Mackies. But I don't know. I'll just keep pumping out some Moons. I was going to do some quests today, to be honest with you. I was really going to do some quests today. Another, like, 6,600. 50 construction. Hello. What's up?
Would you mind?
Moon's still green indeed. Moon's still green indeed, brother. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I know what I wanted to do. Fuck. I wanted to go to Berthope, man. I wanted to go to Berthope. And get my little hill. Rip. Oh well. Defeat all 3 moons in one run, only attacking with a dragon scimitar. Okay, well, let's do that. Let's just do that right now. Bosses. Don't use spec. Like DDS? Yeah. I'm just putting them in the bank so I don't accidentally use them. I'm just gonna go do that real quick. And then we're gonna try and go for like just some achievements, I guess, you know what I mean? Make it a little bit more fun. Make it a little bit more fun. Cause like I'm getting pretty bored here. So we'll just liven it up a bit. Defeat all 3 moons in one run under 8 minutes. That's probably pretty easy. I could do that. Defeat all moons in one run while only taking damage from regular attacks. That's what I want to do right there. Without consuming any supplies? That's crazy. We'll be able to do that yet. Only have 77 fucking HP. Only taking damage from regular attacks. Under 8 minutes. Defeat all 3 moons under 6 minutes. Defeat 30 moons per without leaving the dungeon. That sounds extremely fucking cancer. You. By only attacking clones? So what? You just sit there and tank the whole time? I mean, that's crazy. Okay. These are some pretty bad fucking combat achievements, I'm not gonna lie. The clone ones? Yeah, the clone ones would be pretty easy. Just use the fucking Darax axe. It's so broken. I've already killed the Eclipse Moon. When you look at that. That kind of sucks, because I definitely would have been using the DDS on that fucking goober there. Unfortunate. What are you gonna do? The hand in the sand. Still recovering from being sick? Oh shit, dude. I hope you feel better. Have a good night. Stay safe out there. Feel better. At least you got the week off, you know? So. You better now? Fair. Next week? Oh, it's next week. Next week. Okay. I gotcha. Next week. Oh, this. Look at that. 108. Look at that. 74. Oh, dude. Lucky. Yeah, of course you gotta be AFK in the iron. Just do some fucking wood cutting or fishing or something. am I doing? I'm not even paying attention. Be fishing some crabwans, you know? Getting some teak planks, yeah, some mahogany planks and shit. What a dope pet, bro. Let's pick up these two. You'll be watching the recap? Oh, shit. And here we go. I can't really do it this time because I've already killed the Eclipse Moon, and I know for a fact I would use the spec, so I'm just gonna have to tough it out with just the Dragon Skimmy this time, and then go for the full run. So it'll be like practice. Oh, so cringe. I've already missed 3 times in a row. No. Good thing. I mean, I might die here. Honestly. I gotta put the phone down, just focus for a minute. Unfortunately. This is just got in a sec. Priorities, you know? No, I'm facing the wrong way again, bro. Fuck. No. Alright, my bad. But my bad, my bad. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hmm. Should be good enough, actually. Should be plenty. Let's do it. Still down bad. I love that name. I made it here. Yo, Justin, what's up, dude? What's up? How you doing? Chilling, man. I'm gonna kill this guy here, and then I gotta go Slayer task. Nice. I'm gonna kill this guy here real quick, and then I'm going to go rerun these bosses with the Dragon Skimmy, and I'm getting rinsed right now. No. No. These bosses ain't too bad. No, they're actually super easy. I'm just fucking this up really bad right now. Oh my god. No. Who the fuck does this kid think he is? What? What the fuck? That's crazy, bro. This kid's getting destroyed. See you later, buddy. I'm playing 2 games here at once. Anybody play Mob Wars? Anybody in my chat play Mob Wars? It'd be really nice to have a spec to finish him off right now. Can't rely on the guy up top. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Usually the nerds are in here and they're just geeking it and you can rely on them. Can't rely on this fucking guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. Holy shit. Come on. Die. Oh! 1 HP. Die. There we go. Later. Alright. Hit that. Might as well. Let's go open up this chest, baby. Think we get something? Come on, give me some. Give me some. A little bit of prayer XP, some rave XP. That's cool. Take it. Take it. These bosses definitely aren't bad though. Like they give good fucking gear too, bro, which is real nice. I had the dual Macalottos last night. Blue Moon Mask. Collection log's looking pretty nice. Can't wait to finish this and go do some play the game, you know. I guess you could say I'm playing the game right now, but I don't know. Alright, here we go. Let's go get this combat achievement. What? Oh, this is gonna be fucking slow. One. Not a one. Almost have 100 KC here though, which is nice. I must have gotten the level last night. Damn. I got a level in defense last night and I wasn't even paying attention. Kill the blue moon here real quick with the dragon skimmy. And then we're gonna go grab our setup. No. Damn. Rip. No, I want one tick. One slap too early, bro. No, he's 6 HP. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Later, chump. Bet to get this combat achievement. 72 defense. I guess I hit 72 defense. Like, damn. Didn't even realize it was today. It was today. God damn. That's good enough. $59. I can almost do use, bro. I can almost do use. Of like how many use seeds from this? 20. I mean, it's decent, decent bit. Oh yeah. Oops. Woo! I hit the in-betweeny. Where's my Jaguar? Oh, I fucked up. Hundred HP on him. Oh, it just heals back up to 150. Oh, cringe. Fuck. Still not as bad as when I first came in though. Boss was like impossible to kill. 49 HP. Oh my god. Stop that. Just die, motherfucker. Nah, no shot. This dude's 1 HP and is about to heal back up to 50. Get out of here. Okay, thank god. I was gonna say. There we go. Boom. Bang. Antonio, my Sunday's been fantastic. Cooked my family up some steaks earlier, you know? Did some cleaning in the house. Took my dog for a nice little scoot around the block. It's been good, man. It's been good. What you been up to? Brother, where's my steak? Yo, Brazzy, my man. The steak, I mean, come on over to Canada, bro. Oh, yeah, I gotta piece this joint. I gotta go get, gotta go get my gears. I just did the thing. Getting chilling, getting ready for another week. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's gonna be a hot one. It says temperatures rising. Let's see what the weather is gonna be like for me this week here on the side monitor. Let me see. 29 degrees Celsius, 29, 31, 31, 38, 37, 29. Not looking good, not looking good. 29. Not looking good. Celsius is cold. Nah, dude, that's hot. That's hot as a motherfucker, bro. Like, let me put it like this. Degrees. I said their hottest is gonna be 38. That's 104. Fuck that. Fuck that, dude. No, thank you, bro. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. I don't want none of that. What am I looking for here? The dual Makis, baby. Put them in the respective category they deserve to be in. My inventory. Yeah, 107. Yeah, like fuck that shit, dude. No, thank you. I gotta work in the factory, so it's even hotter. You know what I mean? It sucks. Working outside in the sun with that beating on you, it sucks. Been there, done that. Like choosing your own poison. Which one do you want? I'd rather work outside in the heat. Personally, rather than be in a factory. That's just me though. Ugh. God damn, I can see clearly now. The eye fog is gone. Hey, I just got 100 level. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Right on. Here we go, baby. Let's see if we can't do this. Little flawless run here. Oh. Ooh. Wait it. Run. Up. No. Oh my god, somehow I skipped that. Let's go. No, I hit it. Fuck. I should have just went up top right here and then went left. That would have been way better. I panicked. I'm panicked. Fat 7, let's go. Double zeros, even better. Double zeros again. Oh, no. I'm blessed. Dead skis. See you later, son. Oh, yeah? Okie dokie, mate. This will be drop 100, by the way. Once we open up these crates here, we'll be dropping numero 100. Don't make me finish you with a DDS bag, brother. Don't make me do it. Psych. We gotta go open do good clips. Kind of hope I get the full eclipse set here, bro. That way I can just stop doing eclipse, you know what I mean? Cut it down to just 2 moons. Be pretty nice. Be pretty nice. Fucking something stuck in my eye. Oh shit. Another good thing about Moons is how much prayer XP you get, man. Fucking, it's insane how much prayer XP you get here. Stupid how much prayer XP you get here. You know what I want to play that I haven't played in years is Battlefield 3. I don't know why. I just have this sudden urge to play that game. Die, motherfucker, die! Die, motherfucker, die! I'm calling a drop right here, gentlemen. No! Oh. Devastation. The devastation. Just unfortunate. Anyone in my chat smoke weed? Tokes? You guys, if you enjoy RuneScape and you want to see more of this Ironman grind, make sure to subscribe, boys. We go live every day with some progress after work around 11 p.m. 11:30 p.m. Live every day with the progress. What? What? Eh? Alright. I feel as though I was spam clicking appropriately, but apparently not. Birdhousey house after this. Blood Moon, you're mine, bud. Come here, get over here. Get the fuck over, boy. It'd be like that sometimes. Oh, I'm going to the wrong fucking tile. Be like that sometimes. Because we're using the VGS on this motherfucker. No. Cringe. No. Later, nerd. See you later, nerd. My last drop was what, 94, so I mean I'm probably not gonna get something for a while. I got Blue Moon at 91 and then Maki's at 94, so probably gonna be dry for a while, you know? I'd have to imagine. But I hope I get the Eclipse piece, man. It'd be nice to just be able to cut one moon out of my run. Just straight annihilation with these things, man. It's just so broken. I love it. Yo, Golden, what's up, big dog? Chillin', man. How you been? How you been? What's new? Here we go. This guy's dead right here. Just chilling, listening to the music at your mom's. Yeah, that's what's up. Sounds like a nice chill weekend, eh? Sounds like a nice chill weekend, my dude. Come on, fishies. Get in my pouch. My pouch, I mean inventory. Like a kangaroo. Hop up in there. Get in there, my little jacks. Let's go. Get on in there. Damn, you guys got murked on that heist. That's unfortunate, man. Sorry to see that. Just fucking annihilated, bro. Just fucking annihilated, man. Didn't stand a chance. Didn't stand a bloody chance, mate. And I just don't attack him otherwise. Do this combat achievement real quick. Just do exclamation point watch time, brother. The next ring around the rosy. Homie's dead, bro. You didn't put a number amount. You didn't put a number of points, so I don't know if it counts, you know? I'm not sure. The clone zone. 3 points. Bang. Bang! Just like that. Doesn't want to count. I have no idea what the two is. Peter Griffin, Boss Chile, what's up, man? Chilling, bro. We got some dual Makis last night. We got a blue moon helm. Fuck, man, we living life right now, bro. We live, we eatin', bro. We eatin'. Collection log looking nice. Honestly, I could go for an Eclipse Moon chest piece. So I could, you know, stop fucking... Check out who? Arrow Willie. Who is that? What's that? Hardcore Ironman streamer? Word. That was pretty dope. I don't really watch too many streamers, though. Yes, sir, new player? You're a new player? No, oh, okay, arrows. Oh, is that the guy that's from, like, World of Warcraft or whatever? I played 16 years. Yes, sir. Okay, gotcha. I've played since grade 3. This was ages ago. Feels like an eternity ago. $32 now? Jesus Christ. That's crazy. I started when I was like 6 or 7. I'm 27 now. Turned 28 October. Surely we kill him here, right? Yup. See you later, stinker. You're strictly free to play. Respectable. You've been playing games since... I've been playing games since I popped in my mom's womb. Dude, I came out my mom's womb with a fucking PlayStation remote. True story. Bro, what the hell? What's your account name? What's your account name, bro? I'll just look it up on the search bar up in the top right here. Connor, stream's popping off tonight, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Woo! Yo, let's see if we can't get those likes up on the stream. Is that your actual fucking name? That's your actual fucking name? Oh my god, dude. That's crazy. Fuck with me now. Fuck with me. It's not popping up. It's not popping up. No, bro. It's not popping up. Control. Here, let me just try and type it out, maybe. I can't even. Fuck with me now. There you go. I got you. I got you. I got you. 17 board, Casey. Yeah, I got you. I got you. 17 board, Casey. You got any Brufito? Yeah. No, you gotta go kill some Austrians, brother. You gotta go get that staff. That staff's like 12 mil. That's how I got my first bond. Sheesh. 42 rune crafting. Man said fuck rune crafting. Man said fuck rune crafting, dude. 200 million items. Damn, bro. That's crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy, bro. My main here, what used to be my main anyway, I had like almost a bill worth of shit. And then I got perma-muted. So now I just fucking play on the Ironman. Straight Hill Giants, fair. This is my main, bro. This thing was a work of beauty, brother. But alas, we were perma-muted. Never have to eat food, get XP. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's just free XP, just chilling there. You just gotta like fight off the bots. That's the only thing, you know. What's my combat on this account? 94. On my other account, I don't know. I don't even really care. Go to World 420. Look up combat on this account at 118. Go slay this boss real quick. PK solo. Nice. That's so rough, dude. I got perma-muted for talking about how Mark Carney and Jeffrey Epstein are friends. True story. It's just fucking giants. How many giant KC do you have? How many giant KC do you have? I need to know. You honestly have no idea. If you're on mobile, it stacks them. It shows you how many you've killed now. Yeah, dude, all the way to 85 prayer is fucking disgusting. I did the same shit back in the day, though. No cap. 15. I did that shit back in the day, bro, on my first ever RuneScape account. I had all free play stats above level 80. Some of them like 96 plus. My highest was wood cutting. Back in the day. Oh, the good old days. D-Bones? Superior D-Bones, bro. Oh my goodness. I did 26,000 kills at Warcraft when Dragon Bones were like 30 plus K each. I was making, dude, I made over like 700 mil there basically. And then the bones just crashed. Speaking of crashing, I wonder what this crypto market's looking like right now. I wonder. I gotta look at it after. Fuck. He killed, yeah, green dragons. Rip. Rip, bro. That's gotta be infuriating. That fucking sucks, man. Like, you're on YouTube, bro? That's hilarious. You commented on it? Yo, that's a boss move. That's a boss move. That's funny. That is funny. Fingers crossed for a drop ski. No. You'll see my name in his trades if you ever see the video. Showing players max cash. You know who it's by? You trying to 1v1 me? Trying to 1v1 me, bro? I think the challenge has been laid. I think the challenge has been laid. The 1v1 is on the table. Oh shit, here we go. Let's go. Yo, gentlemen, I'm gonna go clean out my bong real quick, and then I'll be right back. He don't play no RuneScape. This man don't play no RuneScape. I'm back, baby. Show you my. Wait, Golden, you play RuneScape? What the hell? What the hell? Go World 417 and watch this go down? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like getting edged at banks. I'm gonna keep fucking grinding here, I think. What I am gonna do is kill Eclipse here real quick, and then I'm gonna TP out to go do a birdhouse run. That is, sir, is what I'm really going to do. Redeemed Toke, already been redeemed. Cheers, boys. Tokalicious. Give me the XP. Well, gentlemen, I said I would hit a... I just died. I wasn't paying attention. Whoops. Awkward. Guess I get to do that fucking herb run now. Closing on in, indeed. Some Guams? Oh, God. Boom, bitch, we out of here. Oh, I gotta get my seaweed, too. I forgot. I don't even think he plays RuneScape, homeboy. Mr. Chile. Pretty sure homeboy don't play. Nah. No, I swear to God. I swear to God, he doesn't even play, bro. Pirates then vetoed me out. Parlay. I say parlay. What do you mean? Oh, isn't that from Pirates of the Caribbean or something? No? Damn. You have 3 heists in a row? Bro, I swear to God, Johnny Depp said something like that in the fucking Pirates of the Caribbean, though. Something about parlay, and then I'll show you a parlay, or some shit like that. I swear to God. So one supper, I already ate, buddy. We done ate, son. And it was delicious. Steak. It was simply steak, cauliflower, and rice. Very delicious rice. Yeah, some chicken nuggets and some hashers. Nothing wrong with that. The hash slinging slasher. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't play. This is the 1v1 homie's talking about. He wants to 1v1 you for some points in the chat. He wants you to accept that duel in the chat. That's the 1v1 he's talking about. I'm about to take him. This is cool. Rip. You know what I don't have? Seaweed. Where's that shit at right there? That's definitely what we need. Duel in the chat, so just put exclamation point accept. No space or anything. So watch, Sean and I will... Sean and E-Boy and I will demonstrate. This is what he's talking about, a 1v1. How do I accept? I have no idea. You did, yeah, it should have. Exclamation point accept. I don't know, this shit's buggy. Shit's buggy, man, I don't tell you. I would have a duel initiated. What the fuck? Shawnee Boy never accepted. Shawnee Boy's pussing out, eh? I never went and did the seaweed. Fuck, whatever. Shawnee Boy's pussing out, eh? I'll see you, Sean. I'll see you. I'll see you. Yeah, I do see that you actually put accept. Damn, son, look at you go, Golden. Look at those points. Let's go, my fellow pirates. Roll stream rules. What does that mean? It means it's a W. Let's go, baby. You're the W. Iceman, you're the fucking W, brother. What you mean, son? Hit one of them real quick, and then we'll run over to this rock. Redeem tug. Oh, what a mad lad, Connor, eh? Absolute mad lad over here. Trying to smoke me into a fucking kush coma. Sweet dreams there, princess. Yeah, the KC. KC, the only KC I know is Kings Canyon, baby. Cheers. Fire alarm's about to wake up the neighbor. Got the door closed. We're chilling. We're big chilling. No. I'm about to wake up the neighbor. I set the fire alarm up on around like 4 o'clock in the morning the other day. Felt like such a shitter. I was like, if that were me sleeping and I heard that, I'd be pissed. I fail every time. This fucking bitch is dumb as shit. She's failing anyway. Dumber than a sack of bricks. Yeah, I gotta be the YouTube up sleep update. I don't know how I have so many viewers. It's I only ever had this happen one other time. Someone raided me a couple weeks ago too. That's pretty cool. You remember who? Started with an I. Iroy or something like that. I looked him up and I didn't find anything. It was weird. Come on, give me the Eclipse chest piece, bro. Like, just give me that, and then I'll never have to go back to Eclipse ever again. Like, just be gentle, you know? Just be nice. Just be nice. Oh my god, this is crazy, bro. What the fuck? No, move, thank you. Boom, heal. Attack, move, attack. Yippee-ki-yay. Oh. That was bad. I need to refund the Like, wait, why? I ripped the toke. What do you mean? I'm fucking floating right now, bro. I'm floating. Yeah, we go this way. Oh, wrong way. Oh. See, look at I'm going the wrong way and shit. I'm floating right now. Yo, let's go. Huge win for the boys. Prayer XP right there. Sheesh. Long Sigma, bro. We've been up to 55 tonight, bro. It's been crazy. It's been nuts, bro. It's been fucking crazy. Any more drops? None yet. We just finished 103. How many darts? I don't know. Oh, at Laddles? Almost 10K. I thought, I thought you meant like bronze darts and shit. This man's cooked. Man's cooked. Almost 10K. Yeah. Not bad. I'll go through them quick, I'm sure. What was I gonna do? Yeah, that's right. UK scene. Well, I don't even know what the fuck that means. Fish coma? Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Can make goading potions. Can clean qualms. Let's go. Next unlock an 88 points, eh? $88 points, eh? Easy. Easy peasy. Kill Oborn or Free the World. I'd take a week off and your total is catching mine. Slowly. Nah, I'm only 1475, bro. Not that close. You got me on so many, like, not that. We're not really that close at all. Yeah, way more. Have you done any Real Titans yet? No, I haven't. I've not. I did 1KC on my main account, but I definitely would die on this one. 70 range. Yeah. Trust me, once I green log moons, brother, it's a wrap. And you guys keep going, waiting for these guys to catch up. Shit. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. My bank, let's see what my bank totals were. 37 mil plus what I'm wearing. I mean, shit. My 5,600 buckets of sand have to count for something. That's 5,600 buckets. I think I still owe you 2K buckets of sand, or brute. I think I owe one of you 2,000 buckets of sand, so I got those. The Bowfa. Yeah. Bowfa's so nice. Dude, can't wait. Oh, alright then, plan. Damn. I'd rather just get everything on rate. You know what I mean? I don't even need to get spoon. I'd rather get everything just on rate. I ain't greedy. Alright, I don't even need anything, do I? Negative, I just need to drop that shit off. Yeah. 88 points, eh? What the fuck? I want to do, what's his name? Huey. I want to get some Huey Codal going, bro. I love me some Huey, bro. The man's going for the Hearst. He's going for the Hearst. I'm doing fantastic, Caleb. How are you? What's new, bro? Done got work an hour ago. Out of boy, out of boy. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, my man. I finished work 30. I would have finished work 30 minutes ago. Right. How's RuneScape going? Pretty good, man. Got some good drops this weekend, I'm not gonna lie. Can't complain, man. Oh, shit. Here we go, baby. Straight to the blotter. Straight to the blotter. Oh. Well, I got a nice little spec off, I guess. Damn. The tickly. Hit this fucking fool. There we go. Hit this fucking fool. Eclipse Moonshow's piece. Come on. I didn't make any potions. Shit. Respectable. Huge spec. Redeem toke. Redeem toke. Crazy. You're nuts, bro. Here we go. Let's go, boys. Doubling up. Doubling up. That's what I like to see. Something? Anything? Not bad. Take all the swamp tire I can get. Golly. Fishing trawler, here I come. I think except you want swamp paste for that. But yeah. Same difference. Come on, motherfucker, come on. How about that? Rip. Fucking them up. Come on, baby. Later, nerd. We stay fucking them up, boy. Come on, motherfucker, come on. Should be good enough for me to go kill him. Indeed it is. Yeah, strength XP defense XP motherfucker. Hurry! Holy guacamole. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Whee! Well, it looks like it's time for a birdhouse run. That's all I gotta say. Oh no. Interesting. Oop. Take that, we'll take that, and we will take that. And we will take that, and that. And we will go like this. And they go like that. What else will I need? This and that. And maybe a little bit of this. What am I doing? I'm not paying attention. I'm looking at my phone. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, damn it. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Look at that. There's 3 brews right there. Holy shit. Fucking crazy. Where's my mouse? There we go. Fucking crazy, man. I'm putting something on for the boys to watch. True crime? Fuck yeah, boys. Let's go.
Gated community of early one autumn morning in 2011, a security guard in the wealthy gated community of Admiral's Cove responded to a security alarm at one of the homes in the neighborhood. The guard arrived at the residence within 3 minutes of dispatch. Inside, he found the patriarch of the family dead in the bathroom. 2 possible murder weapons were spotted nearby. Emerging from the house were 2 suspects, a mother and son, each with a motive, and each pointing the finger at the other. It seemed that one of them had to be the killer. That is, unless there was a third person who had somehow made a rapid escape from the scene. Hi there, I'm Kevin, and welcome to Just Thought Lounge. Today's case has so many of the aspects that make for a head-scratching roller coaster of a story. It has romance, scandal, resentment, ambiguous physical evidence, and the knowledge that at least one of the main figures must be lying for any of it to make sense. Let's take a look.
Take me out to see brother.
Admiral's Cove is an affluent neighborhood in Palm Beach, Florida. The waterfront promenade provides stunning views of the water, lined with multi-million-dollar homes and luxury apartments. At 7 a.m. on September 30th, 2011, Luis Garcia, a security officer, was instructed to respond to a home alarm in the gated community. It appeared to have been triggered by the system's glass.
Limbo! What's up, big
He
dog?
arrived at the house 3 minutes later. Answering the door was 38-year-old
How's it going,
Bradley
everyone? Chilling,
Horwitz,
chilling.
who appeared to be
How are you?
dazed, perhaps
What's new?
having only just awoken.
I just
From
realized it's
inside
12
the
o'clock.
house, his
I
mother,
just keep
Donna,
my voice down a
was
bit.
distraught and screaming, "I think he's dead." Further inside the house, through the master bedroom, Lewis found 66-year-old Lanny Horwitz collapsed in the bathroom in a bloody scene. The glass from the shower door.
What you
had
been up to,
shattered
buddy?
behind
Making
him,
music
leaving
still?
shards scattered across the floor. Lanny was bleeding from the head, a gun in his hand. Police and EMTs responded swiftly, though when they arrived, it was too late. Lanny was pronounced dead at the scene.
Dead at the scene. R.I.P. Lanny, dude.
Now, in retrospect, it could be something else, but I'm thinking you look like shell-shocked, awake, like you just crawled out of bed, literally just crawled out of bed. So he's not in pajamas, but he's in clothes, and he looks groggy or dazed as if he just got out of bed.
Okay.
So I said to him, "What's going on? We're here for an alarm." He goes, "I don't know." And he said, "My mom is screaming." I said, "Okay, why is your mom screaming?" He goes, "I don't know." I said, "Is there anybody else in the house?" "Who is in the house?" "Just you two?" He goes, "My father." And I said, "Are there any weapons or guns inside the house? Does he have a gun?" He said, "Yes, I think he has a gun." And I see her upset, hysterical, sobbing. And I come to her quickly. I look around, and I tell him to stay right there. And I say, "What's going on?" She said, "I think he's dead."
What sort of interaction or reaction or actions do you see from mom and from...
Yes, sir. I'm doing as good as I can, but I have my first collab song on my channel, and yes, sir, I upload the new album. I'm gonna have to check them out, baby.
Dazed, shocked, not showing a whole lot of emotion. Like, I don't know. Maybe
I'll have to check them out when I'm at work.
Now, obviously,
I'll let you know.
point in a different direction. But I clearly remember that mom was very
On
emotional.
the billow
Son was
tides.
not. Nothing about them made me think that they were involved.
What made you name it that?
Otherwise, it would have been a little different.
No injuries, nothing?
No injuries. I didn't see any blood, any injuries, nothing. Mom was pretty upset. Son appeared as if he had just woken up. And then
Lewis told police that after he entered the bathroom, he secured the gun from Lanny's hand by removing it. Then he began to render medical aid. The security officer's initial assumption was that the wounds had been self-inflicted. Indeed, because he discovered the gun in Lanny's hand, responding officers and even detectives believed this to be the case, at least at first. Initial assumptions were proven wrong when it was discovered.
Next project, you going back to the horror metal?
Once,
Yeah.
but 9 times.
That's what's up.
There was no indication of forced entry. into the
Shock
house.
rock.
That left 2 potential suspects.
Screamo
Donna
emo.
Horwitz and her and Lanny's son, Radley. At the scene, Donna refused to speak with law enforcement. She appeared to be in a state of shock. Radley, however, spoke freely. He told a detective that he awoke and heard gunshots. However, he could not be certain if he was initially jolted awake by the gunfiring or the security alarm. Regardless, from the doorway of his bedroom, he claimed to see his mother screaming and pacing.
It was like pop, pop, and the alarm was going off, and I heard screaming, and I was afraid to come out of my room. I know that sounds awful, but I was fucking scared.
Okay.
And my mom was screaming, and she was in the living room. I could see my dad through the doorway. At least I assume it was him. Nobody else would have been in the house. And obviously now it is. I saw someone on the floor.
Okay.
And blood. I don't know. I heard a couple of pops, but I don't know how many there were.
Okay.
But it was loud.
What was your mom's demeanor? How was she?
She was screaming and screaming my name, and she was like going around in the living room with her arms up.
Was she saying anything? What happened or what's going on or anything?
No.
Do you think that your mom is capable of shooting your dad?
I would have to think it up, however.
No, dogs.
So you drop by, you have to get hella
There were
early.
no arrests
Hey
made
man,
at the
hope
scene.
you have a good night.
Indeed, it took some time for investigators to
Stay
sort
safe
through
out
the
there. Don't
evidence
blow your
in the
back
house.
out lifting a box.
Entering the lavish mansion, investigators first noted the cleanliness
Also
of the
subscribe
home.
to this man. Want to
The
see my
only
10k?
notable
Respect.
indication of the
Respect.
horrific murder that had taken place further inside was a
Respect,
small
Limbo.
smear of blood on the railing of the gate on the other side of the front door. Approaching the master bathroom, a gun was found on the floor outside, the one that Lewis had removed from Lanny's hand. Another was identified in a holster on the bedroom dresser.
Good
Bullet
night, brother.
fragments
You stay
fired
out of
from
trouble.
both guns were found in the bathroom. 2 guns had been fired at Lanny as he exited the shower. These were not the only firearms
Stay safe
located
out
in
there.
the home, not even close. It seems that both Lanny and his son had a propensity for guns. Police found 24 other firearms in the house, ranging from handguns to rifles. There were masses of ammunition as well as other accessories. In a suitcase with Radley's name on the tag was ammunition matching the type fired from the 2 guns that killed his father. At the
Damn.
station, Donna was read a warrant before her DNA was collected for analysis. When the results were returned, they provided more questions than answers. The gun on the floor near the bathroom had a mixture of Lanny's DNA and one other DNA source. Radley and the security guards were excluded as the second source, but Donna could not be. The gun on the dresser was found to also contain DNA from 2 people, but these test results were inconclusive. Perhaps most curiously, the bloody finger smudge that had been left so far from the scene of the shooting, at the entrance to the house, also contained a mixture of 2 DNA profiles. One of these was Lanny's. The other was from an unidentified source. Investigators seeking to piece together the family dynamic sought out those who knew the Horwitz household. They spoke with Mary Garbo, Radley's ex-partner.
You have a good night as well. Stay safe out there, brother.
Mary had at one time also been close with Donna, though their relationship had soured in the years after she and Radley split. Mary explained that until a few years prior, Radley had operated a business called Jupiter Arms, selling guns and accessories. He had his gun-selling license revoked, however, after a run-in with law enforcement. Radley was put on the radar of the ATF after purchasing an illegal gun part online, one which could convert a Glock pistol into a fully automatic weapon. He had been encouraged to purchase it by his father. That decision turned out to be a life-changing one.
And the guy let him hang up his certificate on his wall at his business.
What certificate?
Stating that he had a FFL.
Mm-hmm.
And then his business basically was, he'd go to the bars at night where he hung out anyway, and he would try to drum up business.
Selling guns?
Yeah.
What's with all the guns in the house?
His father was
Redeem Rocky. I mean, I can't go get him right now, bro. He's downstairs sleeping.
Rad was more obsessive about it than his father was, though.
Like, I can't wake him up. He's sleeping on someone's bed.
After he agreed to sell a gun to an undercover officer with the ATF, who presented the wrong paperwork. This led to a 5-month prison sentence. Radley claimed afterwards that he had been entrapped, and that the only reason he had been targeted.
No. Yeah, it's still logged in. Eh? You talking about Willis?
Was the prior illegal purchase, prompted by his father. In this way, he blamed Lanny for the conviction. It did not help that when federal agents arrived to arrest him, he recalled that his father had laughed.
Do you know where the guns are kept in the house?
The guns used to be kept in every drawer, closet, and underneath beds and bathrooms, and they used to be everywhere once upon a time. But after Rad got in trouble, I was told all the guns were sold. There were no more guns, because he was in trouble and on probation. He wasn't allowed to be near weapons, so I was told everything was gone. That's what I was told.
Following the conviction, Radley struggled to find work. He moved back into the family home where he began working for his father's business. But things in the household had been tense ever since Donna had moved back into the house 6 months before the murder. Lanny and Donna Horowitz were first married in 1967. They had met as teenagers and quickly became inseparable. Their only son, Radley, was welcomed 6 years following their wedding. They moved to the gated community in Jupiter in 1990, where Lanny began building their family home. He had trained as a lawyer specializing in real estate, but had never formally practiced law. An early investment in hotels led to quick gains and an early retirement at the age of 39. The family was worth millions and lived a very comfortable lifestyle for many years, purchasing a second home and luxury vehicles. In the years before his death, however, Lanny's financial situation had grown more precarious. He was involved in a prospective deal in Italy involving the construction of a resort-style property, which promised to pay substantial gains if he could get it to completion. He also ran a food supplement business, which kept him afloat. If his finances had grown unstable, it was nothing compared to his personal life. In 2001, after decades of marriage, Donna and Lanny divorced. Donna had reportedly carried on an affair with a local security guard, later moving in with him for a time in a small apartment. The ink was not yet dry on the divorce papers, however, when the two reconciled. In fact, they remarried. The divorce finalized in May. They were remarried by September. But it did not last. By the spring of the following year, they had parted ways once again. But it seems not permanently. Donna had spent years fighting mental health battles, including more than one attempt on her life. By 2011, she was keen for yet another reconciliation. And her wish seemed to come true when Lanny asked her to move back into the home in Admiral's Cove. Their son, fresh out of prison and unable to find work as a convicted felon, would move in as well. They would be a family again.
How romantic.
A week before the murder, Radley, with his young daughter, went to dinner with his father. According to his recollection, over fries and hamburgers, Lanny made two significant and contradictory statements. The first was that despite the divorce, he had always seen himself growing old with Donna, his high school sweetheart and the mother of his son. The second was that he was leaving on a trip to North Carolina the next day with his business partner and the woman believed to be his longtime mistress, Francine Tice. Fran lived 10 houses down from the Horowitz family in Admiral's Cove. For roughly 5 years, she and Lanny had worked closely together and had developed a tight bond. Their affection for each other was obvious. They held hands in public, frequently embraced, and openly kissed. They spent a great deal of time in each other's company. When apart, they exchanged text messages at all times of the day and night. Investigators were keen to speak with Fran. By the time detectives arrived at her home, the news of Lanny's death had already reached her, though they told her none of the details.
He lived his life through my friends. I had an amazing amount of friends and dinner parties and...
See what we get. Nothing too bueno. 105.
My businesses and traveling. We went to Europe. The best. You always want a Lanny. Everybody wants to meet a Lanny. This should never, ever happened. Could they bring him back to life? Is there... No, seriously, he really is dead? He is dead.
Fran was first asked about her relationship with Lanny. She insisted repeatedly that their relationship had never been physical, but it had been a kind of romance nonetheless.
If you don't mind my asking,
Yes.
it's a personal question.
Yes.
Are you
Physical never.
okay? So you're
Ever.
best friends?
Beyond best friend.
Okay.
He's just a guy.
Okay.
A guy who's a best friend, just like you have a
Business
girlfriend.
partner with
And
her
my
as well.
business partner, my guy, and so many of my businesses.
Not his lack of trying. He wanted to be with you.
He did. I mean, who else comes to the airport with a dozen red roses to say I missed you away with a kiss on the cheek?
Right.
Next, Fran was asked about Lanny's relationship with Radley. A friend of hers was present at the interview to offer support and prompted her not to hold back.
Other than that, has he had any issues with Rad or?
To my knowledge, again, Lanny's a private person.
Tell him what you know, sweetie.
Lanny's
not here.
Let me just tell you. Did he shoot Lanny?
We don't know. That's what we're trying to find out.
There was a struggle, though.
We don't know.
Can I tell you what I see? Oh, but I better not. I see the whole thing. I see the whole thing.
You can tell us. Sure.
No, I'd rather not.
Okay.
I'd rather not.
All right. No real issues that you know with Rad except that he's just not.
Trust fund baby.
Yeah. No jobs or anything like that.
Had a couple.
Okay.
Didn't keep them.
Right.
On unemployment.
All right. And then he's been living with his dad as long as you've known him?
As long as I've known him.
Okay.
Finally, Fran was asked about Donna. If she and Lanny had been so happy together, why did he move his ex-wife back into the house?
Did a deal with him, and he wouldn't tell me what the deal was.
She
The ex-wife. The ex-wife.
Okay. And
Donna.
Donna. Okay. When you say deal, what do you mean?
I don't know.
Okay.
So he went to Asheville. And then when he came back from that trip, he said that Donna was moving back into the house. They were not remarrying, that she wanted to make it work. I said, all right. Hasn't she done this to you 4 times past? He goes, yep.
The deal that Fran was likely referencing was the financial arrangement that Lanny had proposed to Donna 6 months prior. They would reconcile, but she needed to lend him $200,000. He needed the money to keep the 2 family homes afloat. Donna,
What a play.
She was excited to make things work again with her ex-husband. But was she, at that time, aware of the special relationship that Lanny had with Francine and what that would mean for her potential reconciliation?
Did his ex-wife know that he loves you?
Wouldn't you think? Wouldn't you think? Wouldn't you think? And wouldn't you think she saw the text? And wouldn't you think she saw the pictures? Was sitting on my birthday blowing out candles at 3 Forks, my birthday cake. Wouldn't you think?
Well, we were told that you and he had a relationship.
By her?
By the son.
No, I never had any intimacy with
He said you were his girlfriend.
Oh, that's not funny. I was not his girlfriend. I was his business partner, business associate, best friend, or as he puts in text, my best friend, pen pal, my buddy.
Okay.
Would that be a girlfriend? Did I ever have sex with the man? Never.
Okay.
Did I kiss him? Of course I did. Do I kiss my girlfriends? Absolutely.
Right. Did his family think that you guys were having an affair? Obviously they did.
Oh, I don't know that.
Okay.
Even if Fran had no direct knowledge of Donna and Radley's view of her, she did know that tensions in the Horowitz household had been heating up and had the potential to turn deadly. She told the detective that Lanny had made prophetic statements to her shortly before his death, as though he knew that he would meet a violent end. For her part, Francine believed that she could see what had happened to him. She had dreamt about the guns.
He said to me, if anything happens to me, promise me that you will fight to the end to see that I get justice. When he told me that, it's always been on my mind. And I said, well, you moved into the house. She never cooked a meal for you, Lanny, in all the years you were married. And she's cooking you meals every night. I don't understand it. I'd be afraid what's going into the food. He laughed. He says, no, she's trying to show me she got domestic. 35 years, she couldn't show you that? And the dream with the guns. You don't understand. I see things. I know, I'm sorry, it sounds crazy. What do you see happening? What do you see happen? He was getting out of the shower, his cell phone was here, the gun was somewhere very close to him because he always brings it with him. He was coming out of the shower, she saw the suitcase being packed because I don't know if he told her he was going to Asheville. This is what I see, this is the scene. She says, you go, I'm gonna kill you. That's what I see. And he's saying, stop it, Donna. I know him because he's gentle, took the gun, and it killed him.
Lanny had not been found with his cell phone, though he had knocked a landline device from the wall during the attack. Crime scene analysts suggested he may have been reaching for the phone to call for help. In the days following the murder, Radley Horowitz voluntarily sat down with police alongside his attorney to offer further details. According to Radley, his father's suitcases were packed for his trip with Francine the next day. He assumed his mother had also spotted them. Since his mother had moved into the house, he described how her physical and mental health had been visibly deteriorating. Always an energetic and attractive woman, she had descended rapidly, losing weight, her hair turning brittle.
Under the
He
blotter.
characterized his father as a difficult man, emotionally and psychologically manipulative.
My dad said that he wanted to, work things out with my mom and stuff. And with the initial divorce, I thought, she was the worst person in the world. But then once I was living at home and I was under his thumb, I realized that he was, I guess, when you're younger and stuff, whatever. But that he, wasn't the nicest person, And she said to me that he used to, tell her that he'd put her out on the street, and I never believed it. That he'd, after the grandmother died, Anita, that because of all the legal stuff that he'd had her sign since the divorce in '01, that he'd have her out on the street. And she always said that, she thought she was kind of as a bag lady, and I'm like, not that I can,
So you're saying you believe that he brought her back into the home just to
to get that
be
money,
able to mess with her about
to get the money, to torment her, and I'll use that word again. And again, a black eye is one thing, which I never saw, but those heal and go away.
Right.
The psychological stuff is a lot worse.
Detectives had Radley close his eyes and recount the morning of the murder again, summoning as much detail as possible. He recounted that he awoke and pulled one of his earplugs out. Through the noise of the house alarm, he heard the sound of a gun clicking. The trigger was being pulled, but there was no ammunition left to fire.
Clicking sound, you were in the gun business before.
Yeah.
Okay. You hear the clicking sound as you describe it.
Yeah.
To you, what is that clicking sound?
Out. Out.
On
no
what?
No more shots in the gun, in a gun. It's a gun being dry fired or, fired empty.
Okay.
And,
when you saw your mom walking back and forth, was the gun still in her hand?
I don't know, so I'm not going to say. I don't know.
Okay.
And I know there was a lot of screaming, and I think she was screaming my name. I'm pretty sure she was saying Radley, Radley, at least a couple of times. And the other, I don't know, was like, oh, like,
Did you come out at that point?
I came out once I'd already peeked out the other side. And then, I don't know if I put my shorts on then or what, but I came out.
It's important for us to understand and know whether or not you said something. I mean, what happened here?
She was saying he was so awful, he was so awful. She said that twice. And I said, did he attack you? And I don't know if it was there, we were in the car, and I was like, did he attack you? And I'm pretty sure that all she kept saying was that he was so awful.
The interview concluded with Radley denying any involvement in his father's killing and insisting that whatever happened, his mother was not at fault.
I have to ask you before, we go, you said you got to go to the bathroom, but I just want to ask you, did you shoot your father, or were you involved in any way
Absolutely not. I did not shoot my father. I was not involved in any other way, or in any way. I was woken up to gunfire, polygraph, whatever. I mean, I think you guys know, but you still gotta ask.
What did you think? Seeing what was there,
Maybe
listening to what you said, what you're telling us you heard.
maybe he snapped. Maybe she snapped. But that, and this is going to sound absolutely stupid, but it was just going to be beyond stupid, but cliche too, but whatever happened and whatever had been happening, she was the victim. And my dad's laying in the goddamn morgue, and I'm telling you that.
I think that guy's guilty saying that. Like, that just makes him look guilty as fuck.
Investigators believed they had discovered evidence that offered unique insight into her mind and motive. They had found Donna's diary. Her entries provided a narrative of the emotional and psychological decline that Radley had described witnessing firsthand. In March of 2011, upon deciding to give Lanny the $200,000 loan as part of their reconciliation, she wrote, Lanny asked about $200,000 to keep both houses afloat and move back in and reconcile. Great day. Lanny loves me and I love him and I want to help. By July, however, her entries had taken a dark turn. She had come to believe that Lanny was having an affair with Francine, though he continued to deny it. Fran texted Lambo at midnight, woke us up. Lanny left at 1:15 to go on an errand with Fran, didn't return until 4:45 p.m. In August, she recorded, My heart is broken and he is working on my mind, playing games with me. By early September, there was less ambiguity. She wrote, Things are not good here. His comments are insulting, trying to act like he isn't with Fran all the time. Throughout these entries, Donna's affectionate nickname, Lambo, was replaced with a new name which she gave to her ex-husband, Mr. Meany. The last entry was dated September 5th, just weeks before the murder.
Mr. Weenie.
After Lanny had left to spend time with Francine, Donna wrote, Another long day of lies, of being Mr. Meany. I stayed home all day, very tired. Donna Horwitz was arrested and charged with the murder of her ex-husband. She pleaded not guilty and headed to trial in 2013. The prosecution argued that on the morning of September 30th, Donna saw Lanny's suitcases packed and ready to go for his trip with Francine, and she snapped. She shot at her ex-husband 10 times from 2 handguns. 9 of those shots hit their mark.
What you have here is a woman scorned. Love, hate, and obsession. It wasn't about money. It was about, you want to know what? You are not going to North Carolina. You are not going anywhere. And if I can't have you, no one else can. 10 times on a naked man when he's in the shower. The last one in the mouth is the shot of an angry, angry woman.
We don't really know exactly what happened here. You know, at the end of this trial, you may have more questions than answers. And that's the reasonable doubt. We may never know what happened.
The defense argued that it was not
No.
Donna that snapped that.
No, I
shot,
fucked
but
up.
her son, Radley Horwitz,
I
the
misclicked.
son, was the real killer.
Yeah, Sean, you have a great night, man. Appreciate you.
Several factors
Oh,
that
shit.
they believed proved Radley had arranged the murder. The first was the downward trajectory of the gunshots, which they argued showed that someone taller than Donna Horwitz had been the shooter.
The gun would have to be very close to the top of her forehead. Absolutely, scientifically impossible that Donna Horowitz was the shooter here.
One of the central issues
Appreciate you, brother.
Radley
You have a good night.
was the result of his GSR test. Unlike his mother, who refused to work with detectives, Radley gave consent to have this test performed at the scene that morning. His hands were swabbed to test for gunpowder. The results came back negative. The defense theory therefore relied on speculation that Radley had not fired the guns himself. He had arranged for a hitman to enter the house that morning. They pointed to the bloody finger smudge on the gate by the door, which contained Lanny and an unknown individual's DNA. They argued that the hitman left this smudge as they rapidly fled the scene. What was not properly explained was how an unknown individual managed to enter the home undetected, bypassing the security system. The system was triggered only after shots had been fired. When Radley took the stand, he recounted his version of events from that morning, including observing disturbing details of his father's final breaths, as he fearfully looked in on him, lying on the bathroom floor.
Screaming my name, and she might have said, like, your father, or something like that. He made this god-awful, inhuman, gurgling sound.
Did that frighten you?
Yes, yeah.
Upon cross-examination, Radley was confronted with his own potential motive to see his father dead. He had blamed Lanny for his arrest and conviction on the weapons charge from years earlier. After following his father's advice, he made the illegal purchase online that had placed him in the ATF's crosshairs, or so he believed. He placed the blame for the conviction that derailed his life on his father. Then there was the financial motive. Radley admitted that his father had tricked him into signing away entitlement to a $200,000 life insurance policy. That money was then earmarked for Francine. Nonetheless, Radley was still poised to receive a large sum of money upon his father's death, at least $500,000, 2 homes, and luxury cars.
And you probably got around $500,000 out of this?
Ballpark, yes, maybe even a little bit more.
The defense then grilled him about a book he purchased in 2004. It was entitled Hitman. Asked if the book could be characterized as a manual on how to kill someone and get away with it, Radley replied, as opposed to killing somebody and getting caught, yes.
Did you hire anyone to kill your father?
Absolutely not.
And did you, yourself, kill your dad?
Absolutely not.
That's all I have, thank you.
The final assertion of the defense was that if Donna had fired the shots, she would have been covered in blood. The pajamas that she wore were eventually obtained and processed, but not on the
1
body of the
HP.
murderer.
Suck my fucking
It was a
penis,
significant
bud.
oversight made by law enforcement in the initial hours at the scene as they attempted to determine if the wounds had been self-inflicted or whether they were dealing with a homicide. None of the officers who dealt with Donna at that time had noted blood on her. Indeed, that would have been a major red flag, leading them to conclude it was a likely murder scene before they even knew the number of shots that had been fired. Radley told police that he noticed blood on his mother's foot while they were seated outside of the house. He handed her a napkin to wipe it off. The prosecution, however, did not necessarily need the blood to place Donna inside the bathroom with her husband at the time the guns were fired. There was another telltale sign. At the scene, Donna was asked by a detective if she needed a bottle of water. In response, she indicated to her ears. She could not hear anything. So, Donna was asked directly if she was in the room when the gun went off. To this question and others, she did not respond. It was later determined, however, that Donna permanently lost 48% of her hearing that day.
This is a case about jumping to conclusions. A third party.
I think she's guilty, boys.
Murdered Lanny Horowitz. And he left a bloody smudge of his DNA on the gate as he made his getaway. Boom! The first shot goes off and hits him. He's in the shower. He's in absolute shock. Glass flies all over the place. He steps out and boom, boom, boom. He's shot 4 more times by one gun. And there's blood spatter all over. We have a half 500,000 reasons to have his dad dead. It's called life insurance. He was the beneficiary.
It took the jury less than 2 hours to convict the 66-year-old of first-degree murder
Yep.
with a firearm. Jurors had quickly dismissed arguments that the bullet trajectory showed someone taller than Donna Horwitz had been the shooter. They also believed testimony from a blood spatter analyst that the smudge on the gate was probably transferred from a glove or other supplies that first responders used at the crime scene. They concluded that it did not indicate that a third person had been present at the time of the murder.
It's just awful. Nobody should have to go that way. No matter what. Even the mafia doesn't kill like that. So it's unbelievable that she could do something. And I'd like
Mafia certainly does murder like that, lady. Torch you, stick ice picks in your nuts, all sorts of shit.
When she put the gun in his mouth. I guess she prefers the police wagon to her white Mercedes.
Donna's legal team quickly appealed the verdict. The basis of the appeal was the emphasis and meaning that the state attributed to her decision to stay silent from the moment responders arrived on scene. Despite testimony that at times it seemed she did not respond because she was unable to even hear the questions being posed, her silence was used by prosecutors as proof of her consciousness of guilt. Donna did not respond to queries from Luis Garcia, the security officer, or her own son at the scene, even though at that time no one except perhaps
Her losing her hearing,
knew that
period,
was
just
a
proves
murder.
that she's guilty because
When the
you
EMT
don't just
arrived
lose
and
your
pronounced
hearing
Lanny
by
dead,
40%
Donna still said nothing.
just for nothing.
This silence,
Like,
they
what the
argued,
fuck?
was a sign of her guilt. The appeals court, however, found that her silence should not have been used as evidence against her. Donna's appeal on these grounds was successful, and in 2017, she was granted a new trial. Despite its failure the first time around, the defense team's strategy had not changed. Radley Horowitz was the real killer, they said, or rather, the mystery hitman that he hired to do the deed. Initially, it seems, their argument had traction. Following closing arguments, jurors began their deliberations at 1 p.m. 3 hours later, they told the judge that they were hopelessly deadlocked. The vote was 6 to convict and 6 to acquit. Instead of declaring a mistrial, the judge ordered the jury to call it a day, go home and sleep on it, and then return in the morning to deliberate further. Surprisingly, that overnight break offered further clarity to exactly half of the jury. The next morning, they reached a unanimous verdict. They found Donna Horwitz guilty of second-degree murder.
I don't really believe I caved in. I feel that at the very end, I was convinced that it had to be her. Would I have liked to have seen more evidence? Yes.
Damn, that bitch going away for life. Alright, gentlemen, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go look for something to munch. We back, baby. Find some here to watch now. Apex, eh?
Yeah. Strength that she.
Okay, we are getting ready now, everybody. Everyone's loaded into the lobby. Thank you for your patience. Let's get this started. We're here, we're ready to go, and we're ready to start off our finals. First game. As Jamerson mentioned, we are going into E District. It's a snake draft here too, of course. So we're gonna have E District, World's Edge, Broken Moon, Storm Point, and then we go right back around here into Broken Moon.
Wow, what a waste of respect.
E District, and then World's Edge again. Make sure you guys tweet at us. Let us know which team you want to win. How many games do you expect it to go? Jamerson, I'm putting you on the spot right now. What team do you think is going to take it? How many games are going to take to go?
I'm going to go with Alliance in 5.
Ooh,
if Alliance do not do it in 5, it will be Falcons in 7, I believe. We see that teams put a lot of thought and emphasis on our map draft. Taking a look at Alliance, our first seed coming into this one. This was a 3rd pick for them, and that's kind of fortunate because this is, again, Alliance, a squad that commands respect on other maps, and so they're allowed to let their 4th pick of Storm Point and still secure themselves trident throughout that. And so because of that, they get that pick on E District in 3rd, and still a pretty decent spot.
Alliance specifically, over the few games that they have been able to play on E District, those dominating games at that, have been the team to get the most points thus far in this entire lobby on E District specifically. And that's with some teams playing even more games on E District versus Alliance, who only had to play through pools and not the last chance qualifier. That was with them securing 22 points, the highest that we have seen on E District.
Yeah, and for Alliance, coming out from Shipyard, they're going to look at history just a little bit, right? The 7 times that we ended up playing on E District, well, we've got 3 energy bank circles, 2 of them going toward that southern side.
Let's get this going, everyone. I love this stage. Huge screens as a flyby happens on E District to kick off our match point finals within our mid-season playoff of the ALGS. We going global here as we get to see Alliance Falcons, who will rise to the top. Love E District. I love the incorporation of these legend bands and what that means, because we've been seeing Alter be that legend to always be the first to go out.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a little bit tired of the legend meta, just wait a game. Just wait a game, because someone's gonna get banned out, and all of a sudden it gets open wide in terms of legend compositions, legends picked. Teams divert pretty early on, but in particular, we do need to note the crypto. We saw some hyper-accelerated ban rates coming out from him. In Group A, he did escape the bans. In Group B, he ended up getting banned around Game 5, Game number 6, but in the LCQ, it was Game number 3 where he was banned out.
And looking at this already, look at the amount of Watson.
Damn.
It's going to be Watson as the first legend gone on E District for this first game. How crazy is it that that season patch here going into the ALGS for mid-season playoffs has significantly changed the Watson pick rate?
Heading into the match point finals, Alter was leading in terms of ban priority, but now with this first ban onto Watson and the strength that she provides, it is no question why. We saw the biggest of buffs coming out to her entire kit, as we got 100 Thieves first on the move right now over here at Energy Bank. Be able to secure this ring console for us eventually. Oh, they do actually already have it, and it's going to be pulling up north to Lotus, and we were talking about a team that converts so extremely well here on E District, Vicky, and it's NIP getting that pull up toward Lotus.
Oh, they're going to be feasting out here. They're also going to get the memo once they start seeing other teams rotate, because they're not the only ones here that have to look around, because Gen G have now made their appearance. Team Liquid that exit out of Electro Dam have a ring console to that south side of Electro Dam, so they got that scan already, quickly rotated. Same thing for Rival Esports, Sentinels, and Wolf Esports too. It's getting hot here as NIP have already lost out on Vayne. That's Dexter picking up the first kill within our match point finals, game 1.
They're going to try and make their way out of Lotus here, but so many teams have already shown up. Wolves Esports, Rivals as well. NIP looking to see if they have a mobile respawn beacon, and they do in the hands of McLovin. So they will have an opportunity to get
McLovin.
without too much pressure applied. The difficulty is once that mobile respawn beacon goes down, once you plug him in, all these altars will be able to jump right on top of you.
Yeah, you want your crypto player to stay alive to then remotely get that res instead. So that's not going to be the case for them since they lost out on that.
Let's go cookies, actually. Don't even need it anymore.
Magic happen because it's already looking congested up here. We know over by Lotus that there's a lot of space to coexist, and it's like an altar playground to feast from. Phony taking a lot of damage. 100 Thieves playing off the low ground.
Yeah, one member of Gen G ends up going down here. NIP get a little bit of revenge as they plug Vayne back on in. So they trade kill for kill, but Asia might be the next one to go down. Gen G, our first place team out of that last chance, almost knocked out here in game number 1.
Served on a silver platter in the line of sight of 100 Thieves who walk in, pick that up. They were in some trouble, specifically Gen G. They were running from that team on the outskirts. We saw NIP Curve also taking some damage there on the other side of that building. 100 Thieves have been able to now find that building secured. You cast a wall in that corner. We get to see the highlight here too. What happened with Gen G before, as Ninjas of Pajamas aren't going to be moving from this spot. They do have the Fusey, they do have the crypto, they have the information. Kirov now looking behind him, he's with the bow check in hand.
The difficulty about trying to hold this level of the building is just that there are so many different walls that you have to cover, right? The angles that you have to cover might be a little bit too much to handle. So unless your team is on it at all points, maybe try to retreat into a smaller spot. E36 have worked their way on in. Rival Esports, we're looking for an opportunity to try and pepper them, but Enterforce should be able to set up with the Watson. For Rival Esports, though, just holding it all down. They've got a good setup with these Watson traps. Enterforce 36 inside this little tunnel should be relatively safe. They've got the other buildings around them that will basically play a barrier around them, and they should be a team that can convert this into a top 5 position.
55% of this lobby, by the way, is rocking the Altar, Crypto, and the Watson. So you know these EMPs are going to delete these Watson fences, since 90% of the lobby is running the Watson within those compositions, as Fnatic involved in a fight. We were talking about Fnatic earlier before. I believe they had finished Group A in 3rd place overall. Looking at Jen Burden, 100 Thieves still settled in the middle of that building, eating out a nade, trying to see if they could get that kidnapped on the altar, but it's going to be mostly a standoff here.
Yeah, one thing to note, with that
Here's Thugger.
between
How you been, buddy?
and the Watson, the simple fact that the Watson gets her nodes back so much faster
Thug Dog.
now,
The exclamation points. I wonder how many points he got. You gotta have a decent amount of points.
3 charges of your nodes up and ready. Ooh, nice little spam there from Jet Burn, but can they follow up on it?
Not the best, but not bad. Just remember, it could always be worse.
Oh, what a great first knock here for Jen just to start off this fight, but Burrow's Pony take a lot of damage. They dance around the Moby shield, and 100 Thieves with a very clean fight takeover.
Damn, bro, what the fuck, Thug? That's crazy.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about having that retreat position for yourself.
That's crazy, dude. What the hell?
Having that extra wall, so you basically create a second room to be able to play on instead of that entire.
The Rocky in my room? Nah, unfortunately not. He's sleeping downstairs.
Difficult with the prevalence of the altar right now, especially.
He dragged my dad to bed earlier. It was pretty funny. My dog went downstairs and he just started barking. And he was laying on my parents' bed. Was it storming all day? Pretty much, yeah.
Leading the way in this lobby.
A lot of the day.
Maybe put him somewhere. They gave him crazy vision, crazy mechanics, replaced his hands here while they were at it.
We can rebuild him. I'm sure he only needs his appendix removed.
Slowly entering our cyberpunk era. Actually insane, man.
Team Nemesis now on the move. Another team that was able to survive that fray in the last chance.
Must have been a pain in the ass.
So close.
Well, he's just a pussy, you know what I mean? So he's scared of his own shadow. So when the rain starts hitting the window, even he starts like just trembling from head to toe.
Just in case, it's been some time since they have hit a man scan, and they have Alliance shadowing from Energy Bank along the way. So they're just playing this one extra cautiously. They'll have
Dude is a wimp.
scan to hit to know where they can go safely inside of Lotus.
Yeah, it's important to note in an end zone like this, even with this EMP coming out here, as Falcons are looking at the team up ahead, they're trying to see if they can gatekeep the squad that's over to their south side. It's going to be Kino Truck, it looks like here.
Take him outside and he'll cock his leg for like half a second and then run back up to the door. Like, get the fuck out there, go pee.
Who takes it off angle and one clips that one teammate here onto Cannon. Walty follows up. Hal gets taken out, but it's only one player left. Can he clutch this? The EMP from afar. Walty, though, looks like he was trying to reload. Pressing square now forced to backtrack. The reset with the Alter Void Nexus.
S8UL here for that third party. And so unfortunately for Falcons, getting their drone taken out, not having the EMP in the fight, just slowed them down too much. If they could have connected with it, if that drone didn't get taken out, this should have been a clean wipe for them, especially with how well Falcon got that entry frag. Then the follow-up from Waltzy.
Last night I got the dual Maculatos, the weapons that I wanted, and I also got a face mask, that's pretty good for magic.
We're not quite sure where this next ring is going to point.
We're getting there, Thug Duck, we're getting there.
North side, towards the southern side, but there are indications that it could be coming over to the slow side that S8UL were able to take away from Falcons.
There's so much space to coexist on Lotus. It's such a big POI.
In 91 and 94 I got drops. KC 91 and 94, and right now that was just kill number.
Alright, 330 shots. We're gonna beam him. QQ.
This is kill number.
Using the shield cells instead, he had 11 of them beforehand, but we have to keep our eyes to see if Falcons will be able to reset over by Resort. There was no
108
there, so they're gonna have to go all the way down south, and then they're gonna have to take their time to rotate into that next zone. Really, the only replicator that's close on the outskirts of that zone is south of City Hall. So it's gonna be a little quiet here, and Alliance will continue to hold that south.
So it's been 14 kills since my last drop.
An inevitable fight for these teams.
Yeah, you have to be worried if you're a Falcons fan right now. Trying to go for that res over at City Hall could easily call Alliance your way. You can see right now they are on the side of the zone that has very little congestion. And so if they see that res, this is a team that will run it down. They don't need to control that that position for themselves, as Na'Vi ends up getting eliminated to VP. Alliance just continue to hit that scan, and it does show that the ring will be pulling a little bit down here to the south.
Just looking right behind them. They're going to be wrapping around here, though, but they're not going to be engaging anytime soon. They're actually just going to poke from afar, but they're not looking to try to take these fights because the majority of these teams are over to the south side. A lot of these buildings, a lot of these floors, allowing these teams to share that space. Mythic Bin will be spawning in the next 2 seconds, though, and it's closer to Rock and TSM over by the south side of Lotus.
Yeah. In the meantime, Falcons are able to hit a man scan as they go for a replicator, but we're on board with NIP. Like they were possibly looking to get aggressive onto VP, but they don't want to give up the position inside of their building quite yet. We can see on the map there from VP, the ring will be pulling towards the eastern side of Lotus. So for the teams that we saw earlier that were established there on the west, S8UL, Alliance, Rock Esports, all have to move forward with the next zone.
The team who called out the potential shift over to the east side was VKG, Ruland, and Humbert Labs, so they wrapped around the entire east side of E-District. Same team Nemesis, though, inside this building. Again, just looking ahead at that raid portal was a team that was trying to engage here originally, maybe trying to see if they could get cheeky with a kidnap. Well, it's VKG that are up that hill, too, it looks like. Wolf's Esports on the same building as they're trying to collapse. It was Alliance actually on the other side. There's now a replicator over to the south side of Alliance, and this is what I was worried about.
My boy's got 100 H pizzle.
It's been the green light. Alliance were trying to clear their backs. They heard the res, and they're now looking on to see if they could take this fight against the bludgeoned Falcons, who now have to reset.
Currently, we have the two fraggers of Alliance setting up. You can see Unlucky along with Effect setting up the crossfire at this choke. No eyes on them quite yet. Hawkus, the man, the eyes in the sky, pinged down from Unlucky, telling them that someone is coming around from the right-hand side. Alliance are on the hunt for this kill. It is Team Falcons were able to utilize that altar portal to get themselves up towards that northern choke instead, completely avoiding this fight with Alliance.
That altar Void Nexus is so insane. It can cover like 2 POIs if you space them out with one another, since you could put 2 down.
No!
Considering he was still active, Zero being on that altar early on when they were originally trying to take this fight, grabbing back their loot. 30-30 pings from afar, as Alliance had no idea that they
Fuck
had
ducks that fucking dude. Oh, it's nice and chill in here. Alright, man. That's the way I try and keep it.
together with what looks like How, who also had fallen down, so they're going to be able to regroup all together.
So the way we keep it.
Next corner, feeling that pressure, but uncontested in this choke.
Yo, bro, we had 55. Check this. We had 55 people chilling in here earlier.
Just ahead of them, though, they do have Gen G and 100 Thieves.
54, 55, 4. Like,
solo still, yeah. They are.
shit was
Never
nuts.
Really recover. Unfortunately, it's going to be their Watson player remaining. The next ring pulling far east. VK
Still nuts the amount of people I got in here.
They're kings at calling the zones, it seems.
Still
like.
crazy.
They're controlling that eastern choke. They know
It's because it's a vibe in here.
them, and so now they just need to start working on this eastern side.
Drama-free stream. Pure gameplay.
Try to alleviate some of that pressure.
RuneScape and Apex ASMR.
By the way, and the reason why that is because Rock Esports are holding the high ground with that Mythic bin in their line of sight. Wondering if they could send somebody over there, since the 2 teammates of Rock Esports holding that high ground will be able to give suppressed fire to that one member if they're looking to try to get a third party. But it's Zero opening things up with the Arc Star, getting that knock onto Verholst and following up with the bow check in hand. Great fight. They heard the fighting happening here already before. Zero trying to get the shield swap though. Can't get it here on time before jumping right in. And thankfully, at the hands of his teammates, alongside
You missed the zombies? Yeah. Alright, it goes. You know, we played one of the best custom maps I've ever played in my life. The map was so good. I'm not even joking.
Waiting on the roof for them. And I don't see a mobile respawn beacon for Jen Burton there. We'll see if Phony has one. There's plenty of time.
Not even exaggerating. In fact, that was one of the best zombie maps I've played in a long time. Better than anything they've released in the past like 10 years.
Does have that mobile respawn beacon.
He has it, and it's great here too, because looking at the blue perk that he chose for the Ultra, obviously getting that scan is a priority, but you also have that option to go for support if you may have needed it, and you already call out where these zones are going to pull instead. So at least they have that Moby here, because when you have that support perk, you could get that Moby out of the beacon, you could get that teammate banner, but Zero on fire with the bow check, takes out the TiVo. He's like, where did he go? Kieran, where did you go here? Now trying to see if he can teleport all the way up, but didn't look over to his right. He gets taken out here, get knocked by McLovin, and trying to see if Walton can try to climb up. The zone closes in behind their back, and they're eventually going to have to start moving in, as Verholst looks like he's been able to get responded.
All right, for Team Falcons, though, losing out on 2, and Barely How might be the next one to fall. It's going to be Team Falcons going down. NIP hold down their position and stay up as a full 3.
It's 5 teams in this building alone, and if E36 make their way in through that northern building door, that would make it 6. A lot of these teams collapsing on one another. On the north building of Lotus, you have NIP, 100 Thieves, S8UL. As now Curve goes down, Bane here literally one-shot, tries to turn
No, I'm not paying attention.
Seeing that crypto, tries to slide in with the Havoc. It's only up to Bane, outnumbered, can't do much. As 100 Thieves, after getting that res onto Verholst, then gets a reset and take out NIP.
Unfortunately for NIP, they don't even get placement points. We are now at the top 15. 41 players remaining, so 2, I believe, solos running around. One of them being Alliance, and the other, Gen G, still alive in this match.
TSM was only up to Duke, literally one shot gets.
Yeah, it was really good with Xeno though. Like, fuck, super fun.
Rock popping up in the feed though, finding 2 knots on the Sentinels.
Super fun.
Loader and Carter. They get another solo now, Jamerson, in this lobby.
Yeah, Rock giving up that high ground finally because they're forced out by that ring. They have the long-range weaponry to poke and pick up some kill points for themselves. For VP now, they have to deal with S8UL and 100 Thieves behind them on this walkthrough. Luckily for them, they get that first knock. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. VP lose out on Lou, and now Slayer, without any shields, it's going to be Verholst to win the 1v1.
Wait, Verholst right now looking on form right here with the R9 popping up as Alliance no longer solo is able to get the res.
That was sneaky. There was just so much action happening inside of their building. No one could check outside. They're able to get that one in. Big EMP onto S8 well, and they are getting melted. Enter Force 36 picks up 2. Legacy, the only one alive, but for how long? 100 Thieves now. Charge forward with that wall. Phony peeking out. E36 cracking one member with an armor swap. Turns around. There's the knock. Phony chases for more, and he will need
Damn.
to finish them off. No, it's not enough. 100 Thieves go down. Enter 436 still alive.
Phony, can't stress yourself out right there. 1.2k damage on the board for him alone. As Rock Esports now still find more KP. Alliance effect with the red Evo shield ready to go. Wondering if they got that mythic bit, if they got a care pack. Rock stuck in
What round did you get to? It wasn't like a map with rounds. It was like a big quest that you had to do, and it was like insane. Way better than anything Treyarch like made like that was like that. Like it was nuts, dude. You just gotta honestly go back and watch part of the stream if you want to be able to understand it. It was good though. It was fucking really good. And I'm not just saying that.
Team Nemesis playing inside for the time being. They've got Alliance ahead of them. They've got an extra pylon to throw down, but what more utility do they have?
At least Sentinels were able to steal a kill away from Alliance right there too, getting some more KP. Alliance have completely pressured out these teams from trying to take up the second
Fuck, it
floor.
was good, dude.
Off the low ground, but on the outside, but nowhere is safe. We need to worry about the altar. Hawkwater's got kidnapped, but he's able to get right back up. That's what I was about to say too. That's such a scary situation to be in. Literally just caught with your pants down here as Hockey slides in effect, gets knocked. It's Sentinels still who were looking to climb up to even third party when originally Alliance were fighting that Furia fight. Unlucky being the only teammate though alive and healthy, but there's 2 other teams down below them.
Good third party coming out here, forcing Alliance back. They're now left to 1 player remaining. Unlucky does secure himself that kill at the very least for Sentinels now as a duo. No opportunity to try and get that res.
Floater has literally no ammo on that energy weapon as Sentinels get eliminated. Team Liquid though being on the high ground in this final zone closing, the only team who is in the best spot to win this first game is VK Gaming, the least contested team, the only team on the east side of this zone. Team Nemesis, Rock, Alliance, Wolves, and Team Liquid have to now extend as Alliance get eliminated.
Alliance get knocked
down. Oh.
Look at that focus fire coming out onto Team Liquid. They try to utilize this balloon, but no, it's not going to be enough. It's starting to be VK Gaming picking up a lot of kills. Wolves find one more on the roof, excuse me, as Liquid end up going down. Final 3 squads remaining. VK Gaming controlling the outside. Wolves porting to the out, and Team Nemesis dropping down.
Only a matter of time until Buffet is feasted on by VK Gaming, trying to extend on this fight. Nemesis being one of the teams with remix powers being on Newcastle. Gashea cannot get the shields off in time as VK Gaming are able to take the first game within our match point finals.
VK Gaming. Ken, we said at the beginning of the day, they're a team that are relatively silent in their success, and we're always surprised when we see their name, but no longer taking the first win here in match point finals in their usual style as well. This time around, they didn't have the same ability, Vicky, to be as proactive in that mid game, right? We saw how many teams were stacked up in that one building, and all they could do was wait for the KP to come their way in that final zone.
Literally, they were able to get away with getting 7 KP, but they also had to make sure that no other team was either going to rotate from the north side of Lotus before that second to last circle closed up, and also with the Newcastle and Watson composition, it allowed them to bunker down and keep peppering a lot of these teams that were outside of these buildings with that damage. Take the first game here with 7 KP, even looking all the way down. Rock Esports were
Wait, you mean Lizard?
from the bottom floor side of these
I don't know, bro. They're raw moss lizards. That's just what I got. This is kind of like a raid, so all the supplies are just like inside this spot. You know what I mean? I can get some fish here.
2 kills. Wolves Esports in that top 3. There was an opportunity.
But the lizards are better because every time you cook it, you get 2, and it heals 1 more than the fish.
Let's try and get some more KP here.
Yeah, why would they even try to take fights in these buildings when they knew that their backs were cleared? They rotated from the east side of E District, and they're also
Gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, yo, Thug Duck, you're one to be talking about eating lizards, Mr. Duck.
They ran the rate instead, so you could try to put QQ up in the line of sight to get a little aggressive, steal some KP from the teams that are already weakened, while still going right back to your squad in their safe arms.
Now, at the beginning of this map, we were talking about teams that do like to prioritize E-District, but you know what? We're going to our next map right after this break. We got World's Edge for EWC mid-season playoffs.
You like that, eh?
We got a lot in the Apex family now. Rain now. Of course, his daughter about 5 months old. Yeah.
Come on.
Party.
And of course, shout out to our mamas out there too.
Spider Tip.
Spider Tip, of course. I got to meet Hal's mom at the
Would you Pride Lizard for 100? Yeah, are you fucking kidding me?
Love it. Also love to see VKG, APAC South. Gamerson, you keep highlighting the region.
I'd pick that lizard fucking clean, bud. All you have left is like a skeleton. It would look like a fucking vacuum just sucked all the meat off his bones.
Yeah, we need to make them a global name. We need everyone in Apex Legends to understand the respect that VK Gaming.
Be looking like one of those cartoon skeleton fish. Be looking like this. Here, hang on.
They have not missed the finals yet. Here, VK Gaming start things off strong with a big win over on E-District. Moving on over. They're getting their first.
It'd be looking like one of these, but a fucking lizard skeleton.
Their mentality is here, but you ended up manifesting it, Vicky. We are going to the northeast part of the map. We have parts of Climatizer in, a little bit of the Overlook rocks as well, but smack dab in the middle, it's going to be Wolves Esports moving out from their position. It does look like they had a ring console for themselves. They're moving.
Fucking right, Bug Duck, I would be, bro.
Seen a zone like this just yet, I believe it.
Fucking right, man.
That monument zone now pulling to that northeastern side. Falcons. Coincidence, we're just talking about Hal's mom now as the zone pulls up towards their POI over by Climatizer. Teams already making their rotate. Team Nemesis will have a ring console and a survey beacon over by Overlook, as well as Wolves coming out of Epi.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary if you're a team that's trying to get into early position. I think a lot of teams want to try and play the rocks or some of the train tracks. It's Team Nemesis getting into a fight with Wolves right now. That's the first knock coming out from Nemesis.
I think I was fishing that. Are you kidding me?
Are turning around for the third party. Team Nemesis, our second place squad from game number 1, already knocked out by our third place team of Wolves Esports. Well, now fourth place team of Wolves Esports.
We saw Wolves Esports fans in the crowd earlier as we get to see the side by side here, giving them their energy, already taking that early fight. 3 KP to their name. Great calculation on when they needed to go, as TSM now are engaging in a fight versus Team Falcons. See TSM having that high ground advantage after they come out of survey camp. They didn't have a ring console, but they call out that one member of Falcons who was looking to get the Evo Harvester. Zero is the first to get knocked.
Yeah, Falcons did answer quickly to this threat. They were able to get back with the port, and Waltzy answers back. We'll see if Imperial Hal can stay alive. 1 HP stuck behind the boxes for the time being, but he will get chased down. That's going to be Panic picking him up, and Waltzy will go ahead and call it on this fight. Don't know if he'll have an opportunity to try and get his players back on in, because so many teams now are rotating in to this ring.
I mean, the script writes itself. TSM now immediately engaging on Falcons, finding 2 knocks, leaving only 1 member alive for Falcons. EMP coming out. It's just Waltzy alive here in that crypto drone. But TSM understands. We were highlighting Panic. We just had the interview with his dad, who sees the success here, who sees his son popping off. Panic now, trying to find him. He runs right into Waltzy. What are the chances? I mean, he knew. He heard the drone. He had to just find him when that crypto's invincible.
Nah, be careful with the smoke detector. No, the door's closed. We're chilling.
Get distracted by the fight that took place to the south, and it took them a little bit too long to respond. Even if they had the altar portals to get them back.
We're chilling. Good comms.
You saw the positioning coming out from TSM. They had a great arc of fire set up on them, and the positional advantage.
Good comms.
As soon as they got that knock onto Zero, they chased him down. Imperial Hal to go
And
down.
second
Waltzy just not in
dude.
position to help out. A lot of teams moving into this zone, going all the way up towards Climatizer. They are expecting it to continue to pull up to the north-hand side. That remains to be seen, though. Some teams now rotating in from the zone from the south side. Enter Force 36, Rock Esports, Kinotrope, all on the path to actually meet up.
I laughed when my fire alarm went off.
For Na'Vi, they are taking their time. Again, this is a long
The
rotation.
karma.
Na'Vi coming out from Dome. Might as well pick up every last bit of loot as you can. This
Fuck me, I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Good news is I got a 4-day week this week. I get Thursday off because I'm gonna go watch my daughter play soccer.
Fnatic, 100 Thieves, S8UL, Furia, who have already found themselves on the north side of Overlook. And with the teams that are now rotating, it's important to also highlight the objectives that are on the edge of the zone, that things that these teams could try to gatekeep other squads, since the main objective in match point format is to get to 50 points. You want to be able to frag out. Aside from getting that 12 points that you get from winning the game, there is a ring console over by Monument, a survey beacon too, closer by Fragment, another one over by No Name, as we see the replay here from TSM. So they lost out on Zero originally because Zero was trying to get to the Evil Harvester north of Survey Camp, because I don't believe there was an Evil Harvester by Climatizer. Sure, they could have gotten that information. That's why they sent Zero out, being on that ultra to get right back into position with the ultra ult that you were talking about, Jamerson.
ESM going to utilize that ultra just to check their low ground, and it is clear for the time being, but they've got the Newcastle setup, so they're going to play a little bit smaller for now. It's not the same kind of defensive setup that you would have with that Watson getting banned out so early on, but you have to imagine just keeping your back clear is going to be nice for them.
I like to see that Fafa Feet.
I forgot. Words create worlds.
Catalyst and the Crypto has opted for the altar to pick up that blue perk.
Words create worlds. No, I haven't seen that guy in a long time.
Healing as well as being able to remotely loot.
Very spiritual motherfucker that guy was, eh?
Getting a Moby could come in clutch if this pulls out into the open. You could use that Moby for some extra makeshift cover. Kenotrope still on the high ground, where we saw Jen Burden get a knock from 100 Thieves with that 30-30.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, basically dead center of the zone right now.
When you like his student or something?
Be able to recover him and get him back.
Were you like his student or some shit like that?
QQ ends up going down. There was an interesting stat on the walk-in where during their pool play, VK Gaming had the most knocks, or were knocked the most, despite their performance in the group. And
that's
there was
hilarious.
one E-District game in particular where I remember QQ consistently just getting knocked down every 10 seconds or so. They were stuck in one of the stalls in E-District. Someone had sights under
That's
Josie,
funny.
and he was going down every few seconds.
Right now.
And there it is again. VK Gaming want to be able to pick up that. I don't know if I want to say it's an award.
I mean,
but
I guess that makes sense. They run
So
the
go Blue Moon real quick.
Voting
Okay.
against QQ again. McLovin wants to also put his name up on the kill feed, is able to get that knock onto IOI from E36. NIP looking behind him to make sure that no team walks up here on the next side of zone, because they have information. QQ, High Purples, now taking turns from 100 Thieves to rotate how many knocks they can at least put on the stat board.
Stat farming, liable ace. Now from Fnatic joining in, QQ will fall once more. I need to just know what's going on. What is going on?
Just annihilate this fucking goober with these.
I see them.
He's basically, he's half HP already, under half HP. 300 damage first phase. 400 damage first phase. Like,
So
that's
a
just
lot of
crazy.
utility can get in there, but also we have so many teams with the long range options. So QQ, he's on the verge of like instantly bleeding out the next time he ends up getting knocked.
I mean, they've dropped down their Evo shields out here too. They're up out here. Looking up ahead too at the teams all around them being inside this truck. QQ's gonna get knocked once again. The res once again. And it's the Newcastle res back and forth as they go.
Oh, phony once more. I think that's 8.
Lurkers, type in chat if you want to. Do your thing, Lurkers. Do your thing. Appreciate y'all for watching, honestly. God bless.
Unlucky, and in fact, we know how potent that duo.
What is fortified?
QQ! You can't just enjoy the view here on World's Edge. I get it. They cleared out the skybox. They made it nice and bright once again. But that was years ago. You've enjoyed this view plenty of times, QQ.
God damn it.
All right? It's okay. It's okay.
They have their armor shields like right there at their feet.
Easy,
here, so
oh,
it's inevitable
monster.
at this point here to get taken out. Both the Newcastle and QQ.
Consuming defeat a moon without just consuming any supplies. That's all that was.
Over by that southern building of Climatizer. The zone is not pulling towards Climatizer.
W Lurkers, yeah, man. I had 55 people watching earlier. It was insane. I was like, what the hell? This don't happen all the time.
it's the teams that are going to be by the rock
Pretty
side on
nuts.
the outskirts of
Got
Overlook
26
that
people
will be
watching right now. That's still nuts. It's still crazy as hell.
We've had a match point finals also end in a very similar position there, where Furia currently are holding with Rock Esports along with Na'Vi. Looks like a finisher onto No Name of Wolves from Fnatic. Fnatic maintaining activity.
We must be pushing up the stream more.
They've got to be a little bit careful. They've got Alliance
Must be.
that are back right now. And Alliance
Let's go.
should be on purples here, ready to push up on them. Rivals Esports in the side of Climatizer proper are sandwiched in between two teams currently. Sentinels playing on the center side, TSM controlling the south side of this building for the time being.
Oh, fish. Yeah, I got some fishies.
And so they know about the threats around them.
Other teams here, Liquid, have now moved up into that center zone to see if they can find their spot over by Pride Rock on the outskirts of Overlook. And the only team right now who's committed to try to hold that position, because you can put yourself in the line of sight of a lot of teams holding these 30-30s. They put down the Void Nexus just to allow the rest of Team Liquid to close in that gap. And Rival Esports also now make their move outside of the building of Climatizer. Alliance are staring down currently at Fnatic. 100 Thieves, as a side-by-side, are still being able to get these knocks on the QQ as we saw before. I mean, they dropped down their Evo shields. That's why it was happening.
It's Gen G versus Interforce 36 right now, and Gen G have the 1v2. Illy was down to 1 HP, and Tiki comes in for this flank. Nice win there for Gen G that clears out their path to get into the zone. But as they're resetting, as they're getting the reses and healing up,
Fucking this guy up right now. And of course I say that and hit a 0, right?
the threat of Alliance now pushing forward on to Fnatic. The Catalyst wall has been thrown down, but here are the nades from Unlucky. Effect tries to charge forward, but he's taking a lot of damage, but it's Unlucky consistently throwing down the support nades.
Oh my gosh, Unlucky. I mean, with the Fusey out here too, the Arc Stars, the nades, literally booted and evicted. Fnatic off of this high ground. It's really only Colonel Garcia with the red Evo. He's got the red helmet on. Nice triple take here too. Looks like they were able to get access to the Mythic Pins here as Fnatic in some trouble. After they felt the pressure from the nades, they left Colonel Garcia alone. They dropped down, and now Colonel Garcia was isolated. See the drop down in tier 2 with the altered portal and nothing. Fnatic
Fucking Devo gameplay. Cringe.
Way too much pressure.
Sentinels coming in for the third party though. TSM were eyeing this one, but Alliance are able to get up to the top. Hawkes in his drone. They don't know he's quite there yet. The threat of TSM coming in for the third party allows Alliance to go for the full reset. Panic stuck
110 right there.
to about 20 HP, and Hawkes is caught out. It's going to be Carter to
16 dry. Well, no, 16 without one.
Losing out on Hockey Sentinels. They're saying, don't sleep on us. Putting their name on the board here in this lobby. They are going to be able to try to get this res, but right behind them, Sentinels want to try to fully send this Carter.
16 without a drop.
It's only up to Riley. Can you clutch this out? No, you can't. But right behind him, 13 squads left as Alliance win the fight.
Team Liquid throwing a lifeline out to Alliance. We have to, of course, always mention when it comes down to Unlucky, along with the fact that 2v3 is there, but not when a third party comes in. But this is an onslaught from TSM. EFP nades out. Yanya gets a knock onto Jet. Team Liquid are keeping Alliance alive.
They're literally from afar taking shots at them with a 30-30. You know that was just one bullet when he was one shot. That is so infuriating from afar here, but even better for Alliance to clutch out this fight as just Effect and Unlucky to get this res. We've seen them do it before as this duo looks unstoppable, but can it be enough with S8UL now showing up?
S8UL Wolves, who just got knocked out. Alliance finally go down. S8UL pick up nothing off of this one, but they will stick around for the time being. TSM, Ninjas in Pajamas, all stacked up on Murder Bridge as Ninjas in Pajamas. McLovin takes a lot of damage here, but he'll be able to back off. One drops down. Sharky and Jess go down. Vayne bleeding out on the floor as they want to finish off this fight.
Oh, having to be careful, but McLovin's going to be able to call in or see if you put up that cat wall, then having to navigate over into that Void Nexus. Disengaging here, TSM looking down below before Panic with the red Evo has all these death boxes to loot out of. not engaging in any fight thus far. Team Liquid directly smack dab in the middle of these rocks. BKG, by the way, we're still able to farm those Evo shields by constantly getting the reses. That's what they were doing earlier on before.
Sure,
Yeah.
I don't think you need 9, 10
Yeah, that's why they keep doing it too, you know? Like, when you're holding a position like that, you're denying yourself the opportunity to play objectives. So they have to make do with what they got. That's why they drop those Evo shields. That's why we see those funny stats. It's to get that charge here, as it's only up to Phony, because right behind them, they were fixated on VKG, but they didn't clear their backs against S8UL.
Now S8UL charge forward with that mobile shield, finishing off 100 Thieves. VK Gaming get the ultimate laugh in the end there. S8UL, unfortunately, still stuck on blues here in round number 4 closing. VK Gaming holding that northern side up against TSM. Catalyst wall out. VK Gaming might get sandwiched here by S8UL, but they can turtle up. There's the knock onto Jesco. Once again, Team Liquid coming from afar, taking some of these kills, but it keeps VK Gaming alive for now.
Come on, baby. Fuck them up.
Down to the wire. TSM Panic continuously still picks up KP here, but getting pinged from afar by a G7. As we get the Newcastle res, we get the reset, the passive regen, but this Newcastle wall is just enough to keep VKG alive and to send TSM back to the lobby.
7 squads, 20 players left. VKG, we were talking about how good they are at securing top 5s, but can they do it here? Rival Esports charging forward with the EMP, but the Catalyst wall slowing things down. And there's the first knock, but Gupgot goes down next. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. The Newcastle res does not go off.
I don't want to see this out here. The way we've seen Apex South pop off of EKG still alive. A flow having to try to jump over the deck boss because now Team Liquid trying to capitalize on the opportunity on the 3P. Rival Esports get eliminated. 5 squads left. And luckily for Team Liquid, who have moved here early with the Alter Void Nexus, have found themselves right back where they belong.
I thought they were going to have more KP for themselves with how often they were showing up on the kill feed, but it was just a lot of knocks after knocks from range. Still, they've done a great job of whittling down that northwest side of the map, have Team Liquid. They have to deal with Na'Vi to their east, who are working on peppering them, and they've got ninjas in pajamas just below them. 2 teams to the south right now. It's going to be Gen G and Rock Esports. I believe Gen G on that height. Rock Esports will get dropped on.
I want everyone to pay attention to Navi's positioning right now, because if they clear the 2 teams that will be moving in from the south side of the zone, it would be Gen G and Rock. They would be in a prime spot as long as they can hold the high ground by that rock that you see Yanya by. Navi looking behind them though. It looks like the fight is being taken to them. Saucer in that drone. That's why you see him invisible. Gen G try to swing as it's up to Asia, the fragger of our last chance qualifier lobby. Moving up. Navi though, with Slab getting taken out. They try to take this fight against Team Liquid, but they gave up the high ground, allowing Gen G to walk up for free.
Now they're just down to Uchako here as they get eliminated. Team Liquid trying their best to reset, but they don't get that time. Ninjas in pajamas in full speed.
Oh shit.
Trying to get around this Newcastle wall. They lose out on.
If only homie had an ult there, he could have jumped up and shot it straight down on them. That would have been so cooked.
And Team Liquid still alive here. As I say that, they get taken out. That last player here, Ninjas in pajamas, playing off this low ground, looking to see if they can get the res. But Gen G have to split their attention, make sure nobody's gonna walk up behind them, because in the action that we were talking about, Navi, Rock have been taking their time with the fights happening in front of them. Rock looking to see if maybe they can wrap up on the other side of Gen G.
This is a scary proposition. While it is quote-unquote God's spot, Alter is still alive in this lobby. Rock and NIP both have it. They can get up onto this high ground instantly, so Gen G have 360-degree threats that they have to watch out for. They know where the teams are, but they can appear at anywhere. It's about trying to hold on to your utility. That Ashe needs her tether back.
And that's the one thing Gen G doesn't have. They don't have an Alter. They have the Ashe, Crypto, and Fuse instead. Meanwhile, Rock, they could play off this low ground tunnel. Why? Because they could just go all the way back up with that Alter. And you can see with Vaxilon having the red Evo, they were able to get either a Mythic Fin care pack here. Same thing as Vayne over on the other side, still playing off that low ground. Rock taking pick up on the high ground. They call them the catwall, and they're looking to try to force up the engagement. Bait that out as NIP will be looking to try to 3P this since they're on the low ground at disadvantage.
Gen.G trying to deal with NIP to their backs with that wall now, giving them some coverage. We know that Rock don't want to push out quite yet. They're waiting for the knocks. There it is, NIP! The nade onto Dexter, and they want to push for it.
That's a green light for Rock now to be in the best position amongst these last 3 teams now. Vaxon looking down at these teams. As long as they hold this spot, the calm before the storm, NIP try to mirror that of Rock. They put him in the catwall, but they can't give up the space just yet. They can't fully extend because Gen.G are still alive, even if they're bludgeoned. Kurov gets taken out.
Rock are trying to slow things down, but the Diva to the face from Asia gets the knock on to Deeds, and now Ninjas in Pajamas are trying to regroup.
Gen.G gets the res, by the way, and now they're going to try to move in late to this fight. This spells chaos for Rock, as now NIP playing Ring Around the Rosie have taken up this high ground.
Gen.G now left with Ziggy, the slide down from 2 members, try to finish him off. Gen.G, it's Sorcerer on the low ground here. It's an all-out brawl.
Rip, I was using my fucking DDS right there.
NIP get eliminated as it's a 1v1. Sorcerer with Rock take game number 2 with a huge clutch. What an intense final fight. Each of these 3 teams, they understood the assignment. Who was going to play King of the Hill on top of that Rock? Stave off all the pressure and damage to take that dub.
We throw this term around 4D chess, right? All the time, but this is literally 3D chess, because you're not just dealing with up, down, left, right. You have to deal with height as well. And I don't know if we've ever witnessed an endgame quite like that, Vicky.
1v3. Sometimes you scrim it, people are not as confident in these zones, and
No.
you need as much information as
No.
possible. My question to you, Dan Gaskin, very simple.
I was skipping forward. Fuck.
Ready. Let's get into this one. It is the continuation
Well,
of
Birdhouse run.
finals. Broken Moon is where we find ourselves. It's match number 3. As I said, 12 cryptos, 10 catalysts featuring as well. But then we've got Fuse Newcastle, Sparrow, Rampart, Valkyrie, Wraith, Ballistic, Pathfinder. There is a big legend selection here already in match 3. People starting to diversify a little bit, trying to find maybe a composition that won't get banned going into future games here. What a clutch it was from Sorcerer in that endgame as well. I think everybody who was watching in the green room backstage was just all of a sudden at the same time went, 1v1v1, he can win this. And all of a sudden, he peeks up behind the last remaining player, gets that beautiful spray with the Havoc and finishes off with the hip fire of that Scout. Those moments calm every single nerve in your body. During the moment, you find out nerves exist that you didn't know existed before. I love final circles like that as well, because it's one of those where sometimes you get, you know, the 3v3v3, where one team pushes another, and then it's an easy flow thereafter for the team that follows up. But we didn't have any idea who was going to be winning that one. Well, this is the lay of the land and where the zone is going to be heading. You can see Furia already moving very quickly from Cliffside, Fnatic moving fast as well, but they might walk in to Na'Vi, who are quite spread out, because the zone is going to be heading up to around Stasis Array, as you can now see on your screen. But I think actually Fnatic might just hold this position you currently see on your map, and then Na'Vi will join in on their rotation. We'll have to see where this zone does pull. Stasis Array usually a pretty good indication outside of that fence line, kind of in the open ground. It's usually a pretty good indication of where it's going to be going. We've got a little bit of a pause in the game at the moment. We'll get back into it. Good news for everybody, including the players, ourselves at the Sentinels as well doing the same, and actually Team Liquid. I mean, if you think back to that production yard game yesterday when the zone started to pull their way, but they really commanded space on that side of the map and didn't allow anyone to take that position off them. Going to start talking about ring consoles, but we'll leave that until we get back into the game so that nobody gets any extra information that we're privy to that maybe they won't be if we're going out in the arena. Sentinels as well, great run from them yesterday. You mentioned the production yard game. What a game that was for Sentinels yesterday. And I mentioned this about Sentinels yesterday. I was so impressed how they always felt like when they were fighting, they were in arm's reach of each other. Baiting and switching was superb in some of those fights, and when they had to death ball and all 3 players flush through one door to isolate one player who'd separated from another team, they did that almost instantaneously. It felt instinctive the way they were fighting. They really thrived in an altar environment as well. They were prepared to go through the Void Passage together. They were very clear on their communications on whether you're going to one side or the other, but we have no altar here in this Broken Moon game. Instead, it's going to be plenty of Ashe. We did see some clutch Ashe moments. Effect will remind you of the one that he had in that 1v1 that we did see, or should I say a 1v3 at one point. As we go back into match number 3 now, the game is unpaused and we get to continue what is going to be Broken Moon.
So one thing I do want to highlight, and the fact that we did get Watson banned in Game 1, means that a crypto ban in general is less likely to happen in these early stages. And there are teams who really benefit from the crypto meta. I think of the likes of Alliance, I think of the likes of Falcons, teams who have these incredible IGLs. They get even extra information provided to them. When will crypto be banned? Will he even be banned at all?
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. Crypto certainly not banned, and Na'Vi finding that out themselves at the moment. As they do get EMP'd, and it's going to be Panic once again leading the charge here, trying to be that entry fragger as TSM pressurize Na'Vi inside of this building.
TSM showing aggression at the start of the game yet again, really wanting to find one of these dominant spots from the early stages.
Duplex has gone down, that's the Newcastle down as well, and now Panic is thinking about escaping rather than engaging.
Oops.
It looks like he might have just been able to
Wrong
do so.
way.
This isn't just 2 teams.
Paul Miller, what's up, buddy?
And Rock Esports are here as well. Jacko has to jump into the void here to escape.
How you doing, sir?
That wall down, but there's a grenade just behind him. Got to be careful that frag grenade doesn't tickle him around the corners. These will be able to pop this back.
What we doing tonight? Moons.
Elsewhere, you can see the rest of TSM.
Dual Makalotls, bro. You haven't been in here in a minute. We got dual Makalotls, dual Makis, and Blue Moon Helm. And the Blue Moon Helm. We need 5 more. 5 more pieces, bud. Yes, sir. Just doing a little seaweed run right now, a little birdhouse seaweed run. I have 5,600 buckets of sand, so might as well make as much soda ash as I possibly can. Thanks for the sapphire, homeboy. I'm talking about, baby. Give me all that. Damn, 19 there. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27 off of that. Oh my god. Give me them spores, boy. Yeah, I got them last night. KC 91 and 94. Oops, I didn't mean to click on the group storage.
Fnatic were able to clean up the pieces. Now ROC using this Newcastle shield wall and will clean up the pieces of Na'Vi as well. Our #1 team now up to 30 points, 20 away from match point threshold.
And if you're wondering why there's so much action on this one particular building, well, I think a lot of teams recognize this building is going to be essentially where Godspot could well be when we get towards this end game. So everybody taking a little bit of a risk early on. Na'Vi win the race to get there first. TSM try and take it off of them, but Na'Vi stalling them for that long and other teams rotating quickly means it becomes a little bit of a ruckus, and the winners of that ruckus, the team who won the previous game, is going to be Rock.
And the fact that there were several teams there shows how important they believe this building to be in the grand scheme of things, where this zone is going to be going and where you want as your priority.
Yeah, I got them last night for sure.
Sentinels also getting involved in a scrap with Virtus Pro, but also Nemesis are on the other side of this.
Yeah, Riley's down, and you can see that Carter and Lota just decide they want to get out of here. Might be a little bit of a split of resources as Nemesis do manage to hold their ground. A great hold from them. Second place in game #1 for Nemesis. We've been talking about the EMEA region, how maybe didn't have the representation they would have wanted in this match point finals lobby. Well, Nemesis, I think, have maybe solidified themselves as one of those top 3 teams in EMEA, one of the teams to make it through to match point. And with the, I would say, relative to the rest of the lobby, low LAN experience for these players, it is such an impressive performance.
It's going to be vital experience they gain throughout this lobby, game after game after game as well. And it's about putting that into effect as you march on, because if this does go the length, like you said it might, then suddenly some of the things you learn in games 1, 2, 3 could come into effect games 8, 9, 10, as Falcons, Imperial Howl will take down Zach Mazer. Virtus Pro struggling to find their footing in this game at the moment. Seems like anywhere they go, they're being shot by someone.
Volts is trying to play up on the position of Rocket. He wants to try and find a cheeky pick. He's got the Ash to play with, so he's got the maneuverability to get in and out. And having recognized the drone went out and that he's been spotted out, he's just going to return to the safety of his teammates here. It looked like that knock from Falcons came in from a distance. So it looks like VP will be able to get Zach back to his feet. Little shield swap comes in to make sure everyone's got enough health to deal with a push should it happen. Now VP will be able to hug these tires of the big truck, get themselves healthy once again.
And I do wonder whether stats are going to play a part in this game, because as I mentioned, Eternal Gardens, the most winningest POI on this map so far.
Guardian Potion.
And they have
Alderaan.
this zone very fast. We could see another win from Eternal Gardens just from the position they currently
Iberium.
hold. They've done job 1, which is getting to one of the best positions and win that initial fight. But of course, there is a lot to follow. You're not always going to be in a 1v1v1 in the final circle. Sometimes you're going to have to take a straight 3v3.
Well, VP under a little bit of duress at the moment. You see a lot of teams are trying to focus onto them. They're now starting to find a little bit of space to play. Lou's going to jump into the drone to get a little bit of info. Sentinels did manage to get a respawn in all of this, by the way. And oh my! I mentioned how they're under duress. Well, Carter, it's a big 104 headshot onto Slayer, gets the finish, and VP now find themselves down to 2.
Gets the shot, then he is out of there as well. Again, one of the benefits of Ash having the phase breach available, so you can quickly move from point A to point B. Sadly, you won't be able to do it in the next game. And this is another reason why I'm wondering, when will a crypto ban, if at all, happen? Because people want the rotational abilities. They want the ability to get out of fights. So once Ash disappears, suddenly people start to look at, how else are we going to do it? We've already lost Alter, we've lost Ash. Do we look at the likes of Pathfinder, for example?
One thing to highlight there, VP did have a Moby down while they were holding that space, so they've been able to get Slayer back into the game. So VP back up to 3.
Well, let's go kill Blood Moon and then right over to fucking.
With the kill that they did manage to get, but doesn't really affect the long game here for VP. Slayer's going to be able to land on his box to get all of that loot back. Looking at where the zone is going, a little bit of a shift potentially to the east here, and teams who have taken up residence in Eternal Gardens might be hoping for a big pullback that side.
Yeah, and even though, I mean, the Sentinels had priority to the zone, or one of the teams that had priority, they're going to be on that western side over towards Stasis Array. So they're instead going to have to force their way through some teams here, and instead it's going to be teams like ROC who are going to be some of the better positions. But if it does continue to pull to Eternal Gardens, there's a big choke there that is going to be near impossible for any of these western teams to actually get through. So you need to either move early or be prepared to fight as you move.
VK Gaming a long way away from zone at the moment. They're trying to get somewhere near it.
Let's go, baby.
Wrapping all the way around the left-hand side of where this zone is at the moment.
We're like what, 16 dry right now.
There in the survey beacon. Liquid are going to be closest to them, but again, some way away for now. But VK Gaming,
I'm smelling a drop here within the next hour.
26 points already on the board for them, over halfway to hitting match point.
You always wonder what is going to be that game where suddenly match point comes into effect. As I mentioned last year, it was 60 points here at Esports World Cup, but this year, as it's the ALGS mid-season playoffs, we go to ALGS format. It will be 50 points. So ROC, if they were to win this game, and let's be honest, in the position they find themselves in, they have a huge chance to do so. There is a possibility they could cross it here in match 3.
We just saw Zero's dad in the audience, as well as Privacy, the analyst for Falcons. Speaking of Falcons, they're actually in a really good spot on the northern side of not just where this zone is, but where the next one will be pulling. So if Falcons can hold this choke that they're in, they will be set up for potentially a very, very strong game. VK Gaming still taking their time, though. Still a long way away from a lot of the action that's going to be going down. They'll be safe for quite some time. Speaking of action, Team Liquid trying to get underneath Nemesis.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams involved in this one. You can see SAUL are going up against team rivals as well. Team Liquid down to just Jaguares and Nizel now. Yanya has to be recovered and then potentially respawned, but they do have the mobile res.
Obi is available for them. But VP now, they sense an opportunity. Big Tether coming in from Nizel though. Plus he's got the Devo. Plus he has a problem. Slayer's turned his back, but he turns back just in time to win the fight here for VP. Question is he going to be out of rest? You would imagine not, because Nemesis hear all the ruckers. They extend out, they will clean out the bottom of this building, and in the meantime, as VP fall, the Killer Truck will fall as well.
Yeah, falling to Alliance, but that's a great 3-player swing there from Team Nemesis. You spoke about Sentinels playing arm to arm. Well, Nemesis were basically holding hands at that point, because you just ensure you don't want to allow anything to happen, any sort of weird 1v3 to go down if you push one after the other. As a care package or a mythic bin, I think it is a care package is going to be looted by Zero, so Falcons are going to have some goodies to play with. Speaking of mythic bin, looks like it spawned over towards 100 Thieves. So maybe they'll be able to get some.
Yeah, bro, they just melt this guy. Watch, I'll kill him this round probably, more than likely.
Now, if they can get that mythic bin, it'll be fantastic for them. They've got Furia.
They just melt this dude, dude. It's so it's crazy.
Plus, they've got Sentinels and SAUL, or the leftovers of SAUL, who could potentially pinch in.
Just melting them.
Getting that extra little bit of goodies and extra bit of loot is going to be very.
Boom! It's 1 HP. There's no way.
Newcastle Sparrow. That is not a composition that's really going to see much effect on bans, as SAUL down to just Legacy, by the way. Sentinel's looking to close this one up.
They try and do what he can, but the swing's now going to come in, and even though he manages to dash it away, he doesn't escape the devotion. Not many people can. And SAUL will be eliminated here as we find ourselves now with 14 squads.
Just to go back to my previous point, 100 Thieves might be able to avoid bans for a couple of games here. And there is something to be said about playing the same composition for a consistent few games to put points on the board. As in terms of zone, it does shift back towards ROC again, who are still...
They like don't miss against this guy though.
They took the aggression that also TSM
They just don't miss.
As well, all these teams realized where this zone was going to be pulling. They hedged their bets, but it's ROC who have come out on top so far.
Mythic bin is going to be picked up by the looks of things by 100 Thieves. We did see them on blue armors last time with them, and now there's purples and reds to play with. So we mentioned how they're going to need everything from that Mythic bin if they want to be able to fight their way in towards this zone. Well, they've completed stage 1 of that plan, but Furious still in front of them. This is the position of Falcons, though. At the moment, you can see Imperial How is holding forward. He is controlling and relaying the information back to his teammates on what is in front of them for the next zone. But they have to hold their back. They have the drone in the air from Waltzy, Zero alongside him. If they can hold their back as this zone closes, Falcons are in a great spot.
Falcons need to see how important this game is and their chances of finding points, because the first 2 matches, they didn't really get a chance to play the game. But now perhaps we'll see them with their best opportunity as VK Gaming will walk in, thankfully, because Rival Esports had decided to fly away there. But VK now, with the zone to their back, have to approach the southern side. And I think Alliance are going to be in front of them when they do move in.
Well, Rival Esports have just pushed Rival Esports down to that low ground, to the golden building, which is still owned by ROC. So Rock still hold that building.
Bud means so easy, it's insane.
And Alliance's presence on the edge of this zone has made it very uncomfortable. Speaking of which, Jen is on his own. 100 Thieves versus Furia.
Just melt this fucking goober now.
Sprays, plays in and around that mobile shield. We'll keep our eyes on the kill feed here to see where that 1v1 goes, but a big moment in the game for both teams.
Yeah, a huge 1v1. Elsewhere, Rival Esports trying to survive against ROC. And you can see Furia did lose out there. 100 Thieves will survive. Genji also going down. Now we're on 12 squads. But Rival Esports have managed to find themselves in a pretty central position here. They avoided the gunfire of ROC because, of course, they're within that building. And the zone is going to force ROC outside of it. But now they have to turn their attention to behind them, where Alliance currently reside. Oh, this is aggressive.
They're trying to get aggressive off the EMP damage that just came in. But getting aggressive is tough, especially when you've got ROC still looking at you from that golden building. They will get that knock initially. Damage continuing to come in here. Unlucky, 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. He still outputs damage.
Yeah, a lot faster.
He'll pop that med kit after the shield swap, and Rival Esports
It's nuts.
will be dispatched by a combination of Alliance and ROC.
Trying to get a few defense levels here so I can get 75 defense. Kind of hope I get 75 defense before I green log. But I mean, I also kind of wish I get this shit over with as fast as possible. So. Good. Nice. So I can't complain.
Everyone's kind of been forced together. There are still 3 teams
Cook.
on that eastern side that have to come from Eternal Gardens, by the way. But Alliance were just checking in on that building. They quickly turn back as they say maybe this one isn't worth pushing because ROC have a full 3, but now Alliance back up to a full 3 themselves, and this is when they usually like to get aggressive, when they feel like a team is weak, when they feel like they have maybe an advantage, when a team is pinned. Sometimes they do really force their way in.
Let's see what we got, baby. 111 ain't so special to me. Maple seed though.
They want to try and take this building. They don't have an... Excuse me, they might have an EMP or be waiting for an EMP. As Wolves Esports will be eliminated. It'll be Ninjas in Pajamas who win that fight. But this fight we need to stay with here, or this potential fight, is Alliance are looking to bully. And Deeds has got to hold.
Here comes the utility, here comes the EMP, and here comes the snares.
Counter wall is available though. Ninjas in Pajamas have just gone down. Effect gets slammed back and will be slammed down onto his back. It's an amazing hold, not for the first time, of this building from ROC, and we would see Deeds on the Newcastle be able to get his teammates back up as well.
Again, this is the benefit of the composition that they're playing. I believe Hackis was out of there though, decided to go into his drone, go invisible, and just hold position for now, as there is still good potential placement points, but actually no, he gets caught out. He tries to go for the res. ROC Esports say we are not going to allow you to get away.
Yeah, absolutely love that from ROC. They know they've got the 2 knocks, right? They want to make sure those players not only turn into KP, but at the worst situation, they have to deal with just Hackis on the outside of that building. 41 points now on the board for ROC, 9 points away from match point.
Yeah, suddenly a top 3 might find them a chance to actually cross the match point threshold here. They've been incredible so far. Let's jump into a quick listening with ROC Esports.
All right, okay? Yeah. Grabbing all 6 cells. Gonna find nades. There's 1 nade on the body I just left. I got a nade, I have 6 bats. Okay, I'm gonna get a drone here.
That rock, right, Deets? Yes, we have to fight for that rock. We need to push Falcons down, and that team bottom left. EB, go off, get a drone.
You got pink Falcons over here. Zero's just fucking hard angling over here, and they're 2 on heights.
We just don't give them entry, guys.
Yeah. They're crossing, you shoot his teammates. On our left. They're walking up on our left on the rock. Yeah.
Okay, I'm batting.
We have to focus left. Focus left. I have to pop an ulti cell. They're on the heady over here.
On this rock.
On the rock and the heady. I'm nading. I popped an ulti cell. I'm just burning them so I can keep pressure on them.
You can hear the intensity. They know how close they are at this point. Something to note though, Falcons very much in this game and very much have a chance to influence how it goes. Zero has a Kraber and he has been hitting shots recently.
I mean, look at the team names that are left in this lobby right now. ROC, 100 Thieves, Falcons, Nemesis, Sentinels, and VK.
My only problem is like Eclipse. Eclipse is a pain in the ass. I just want the Eclipse chest plate so I just don't have to even fucking bother with this goober anymore. I just do not enjoy fighting this fucking guy.
But it's not going to be enough as Nemesis will now fall. Falcons take the Ashport and now slide down. But oh, how? That's a horrible surprise. He might have just slid down right into the clutches of VKG.
And suddenly ROC are pushing onto 100 Thieves as well. But VK will just take this.
Yo, J-Ski, what's up, dude?
Just 0 left. Maybe he can escape for some placement. But VKG still showing their strength here in this lobby.
5 squads remain. 100 Thieves are going to lose Jen. Over peeking through the catwalk.
What's up, Jayski? Redeem Toke, I got you.
Momentarily though, Deez now has to escape on the Newcastle, but I mentioned that Kraber, and there is Zero again as a solo here for Falcons.
ROC will not be finding match point here, but Falcons maybe can do something still with Zero.
I got you. How was your Apex games, buddy?
Gonna remove that head. He will stay on his feet. No more Kraber bullets to work with though for Zero. That makes it a little bit more difficult for him to control the space around as that solo player.
I mean, I bet Zero would love a final circle like we just saw previously, ending up in a 1v1v1. But right now, there is 4 squads still remaining. I still want to point out the fact that 100 Thieves also have a Newcastle here, which could be very beneficial for them.
VK trying to hold at the moment, but Sentinels are pressurizing them. Sentinels are stifling them. And Casa is now the last player alive. VKG have been picked apart here. 100 Thieves still on that high ground, waiting for their opportunity to pounce.
Casa doing some good damage, but does get snared. Zero playing a part in this fight as well, but has now been spotted out. VK eliminated though. Falcons get top 3, but that's going to be short-lived. It's a 3v3, 100 Thieves versus Sen.
Has not had the chance to pop a shield barrier or get a shield swap though, and 100 Thieves will march forward. 100 Thieves from the high ground after the clutch will surely move in to win this game here. Game number 3 belongs to 100T, and Jen pops off.
Their worst map out of the 4. On the flip side, this is a chance for a team like Fnatic, who found 60% of their points on Stormpoint. Now they get it back to back. Could we see the APAC North Giants here come back into the equation?
Really good fight to play with from as well over at Sito Station, so they've got a great opportunity here to put those points on the board.
Diablo's alright though. I like Diablo 2 the best.
And this team here, 8 points is a interesting position to be looking for, if you kind of get what I'm going at here, because it's not a huge amount of points. It's a couple of team fights that go your way, and then some decent placements. Get a sneak into that top 10, top 9, and then you find yourselves on match point. But that could put some interesting thoughts in your head, how you approach this game. Speaking of which, a lot of teams are going to be approaching Barometer, and whenever I think of that, I usually think of Team Liquid, but it's ninjas in pajamas who will claim that POI in the draft.
I usually think of Barometer when I see that POI, has to be said.
But to this day, still
haunts me. ROC Esports, look at how far they have to go to get to Barometer as well from Lightning Rod. Of course, Elrod being one of the most picked POIs when it comes to this map. In fact, it was ROC's first pick in the draft. They picked his 6th, so they clearly thought that this is where they could find points over these 2 games when it is played back to back. But again, they have to go a long way. But with this position, they might be able to get points.
Well, one thing we need to keep our eyes on here on Stormpoint. You saw yesterday a tweet from Hackis listing the POIs that they had drafted, and he said, hey, we've got to contest against VP over at Northpad, because Alliance took Trident, as they like to do. They take Rari. VP decided, you know what, we're not gonna let you get Northpad. We're gonna try and fight you. So Alliance versus VP over at Northpad is something surely we have to keep our eyes on here.
Yeah, definitely. If there is gunfire over towards Northpad, it's likely that the fight will happen. But it looks like at the moment, Virtus Pro are backing off away from that fight. When we briefly checked in with them, Alliance are trying to chase them down though. They very clearly said, we want to take this away from them. There is a survey beacon here that they can use as well. And they have changed composition. Interestingly, no crypto being used here by Alliance. They are going to favor Pathfinder instead alongside the Sparrow. So we'll see how this one plays out. I think that is a decision being made because of the potential fight as well.
I would agree with you, and I also think there's a little bit of Stormpoint in that as well. We know that Alliance were very, very good at making those micro rotates late game, getting point A to point B using that Pathfinder zip. So Alliance may be thinking the contest potential, like you quite rightly highlight, but also something they're comfortable with if we find ourselves in a situation like we do now, with a potential fight against VP. But VP have backed down. They've gone over to Down Beast. It doesn't look like this game we're going to see it.
No, not this game, but potentially the next one, and maybe it'll happen on rotation as well.
What kind of character are you in Diablo, Jay, if you're still watching?
From point A to point B in the same area of this map. Speaking of going down to Barometer, a lot of squads have already found themselves in that area. We check in with 100 Thieves who are currently on the northeast side, being followed by VK Gaming, may I add. So another potential for a fight to happen here as well.
Another quick rotate coming in from 100T as well. You saw attachments being shared between them, and when you're dropping a 1x2 for someone, usually gives a good indication that maybe you don't have the loot that you would have wanted. Another good example of that is Casa doesn't have a single attachment on his longbow right now.
And when we speak about teams within touching distance of match point, VK Gaming are one of them. 17 points away. A victory plus kills is going to get you there. And I mean, imagine that. Imagine VK Gaming were the first team to hit match point. We've always known them as a squad that can play aggressive, can find those kills. A great fighting team, but it would definitely be a dark horse moment if they were one of the first to cross match point threshold.
Yeah, certainly a criminally underrated team, I think, in the ALGS. And the only way that you can stop being criminally underrated is continuing to perform at the level that they have been in recent events. ROC, 42 points on the board. We're going to keep highlighting that. Only the 8 needed as they hit the survey beacon here. They're going to get a little bit of an indication of where teams are going to be laying in front of them.
Sometimes when you're on this position, you might be using that survey beacon to find teams. I feel like ROC could also be considering how do we avoid teams and instead think about getting our Evos up for potential fights. But by scanning, they did give their position away to TSM, who are a little bit ahead of them on this rotation through Cascade Falls, because I think ROC want to go down and hit that ring console so they can get more Evo and get more information.
A lot of teams inside the zone playing deep into zone as well, right down on that southern side. So the general feeling from the majority of teams is that they're going to be expecting that end game to pull towards those buildings right down on the southern side. TSM going to take a lot longer to get there, as you can see with the POI that they dropped at. So going to get the scan here from the survey beacon on what teams are going to be in front of them. The first one in front of them is going to be Sentinels. This is Barometer though. This is a lot of where we expect endgame action to be taking place.
Rival esports against
Jam and toast. Gotta throw some peanut butter on there.
In our kill feed, or at least there was a knock, but it looks like maybe that fight has subsided and it was just some damage from distance. Speaking of damage from distance, SAUL also taking down a member of Wolves Esports, so they are really...
Yeah, bro, that sounds actually pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams inside of
I
Barometer.
don't think we have any bread in my house right now, though.
In and around Barometer, you have to wonder if there's going to be a little bit of res farming potentially going on with these teams that have rotated, looking for those extra...
It sounds actually fucking bomb.
At the moment, Legacy looks like he's a little bit worried that there's a lot of angles that he's not going to be able to avoid all of.
I wonder if SAUL can find their way back into the conversation as well. Of course, we know that Sharky's been very successful throughout Apex South. The real question is, are they going to be able to actually get some points here in this lobby to consider themselves...
There you go, get seconds.
Winning, because at the moment they're a little bit of a way off, and as teams get closer towards match
I don't
point,
blame you,
start to
man.
wonder if you'll even get a chance to be on match point
That
yourself.
sounds delish.
Nemesis having a little bit of a scuffle. You see that in the feed as well. Fnatic are going to lose one. Again, all of these fights at the moment seem to be fairly inconsequential, apart from, like you say, that one we've just seen, because Avalanche will be finished, and that will be him out of the game. That's going to force Fnatic to go into a position where they have to look for that res. So elsewhere, VK Gaming, they're going to be safe down on the bottom here. They've got the Newcastle to play with. They've got the wall they can use. Also a Catalyst as well. So if anyone tries to siege them, it'll be very, very difficult without taking damage.
ROC Esports, I can see it, just ballooned into the north and have just found a building for free. So they've done their job on their rotation all the way from Lightning Rod. Now are within the next 2 zones. So a chance really to play from here and pick up 8 points that they need as Fnatic will respawn, I believe, back on
probably...
There's a lot of expectation
probably Raspberry.
for Fnatic from me, in particular, with the amount of points they found on Storm Point. I'm wanting to see something special here.
Good Raspberry Jam.
One of my favorite zones, I would say, and POI is to see an endgame at Barometer. Skyhook's always up there for me when we get those crazy stacked up finishes with teams sharing buildings, sharing floors. Almost guaranteed to have 20 squads alive in those situations. Barometer, I feel like, gives it enough of a home for a lot of those teams to exist in a similar way. Especially on Storm Point, which usually POI doesn't allow most teams to get in there, but there's a lot of playable spots.
Bro, how? I'm fucking spam clicking that spot. That's crazy shit, bro. That's the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life.
But down here on the southeast, you've got Na'Vi, Furia, and TSM.
That's
all
fucking
in the same
cringe.
area, trying to move from this eastern side. TSM are going to be the last to arrive, and I don't know if Furia know that TSM are there. They were looking towards Na'Vi previously, as VP get eliminated in the kill feed.
They die to Alliance as well. Nowhere near the contest, but certainly happening over at Mill. So I'm counting that as a 1-0 to Alliance.
So all these teams, all three of them, hesitant to actually get involved in this fight because
Blueberry sleeper. I mean, if it's fresh, I don't like the sugary blueberry jam from like stores. If it's fresh and it's tart, yeah.
Shako going to get the first knock here as well. This will be finished as well. R301, probably one of the first kills we've seen from that so far here in Riyadh.
TSM taking a balloon to try and get over the top of both teams now. And all three teams have done pretty well to stay alive, even if it's with one player or less.
Where did TSM go, though? We'll find out in a few moments' time. Alliance, though, having won that fight against VP. Singable comes in, which just forces them to just vacate the space in front of them. It's going to give Canon here a chance to jump up onto the height, but a beautiful Q coming in there will just force him down from effect. Stinger being a real problem, and now the damage has been done. Hackers is going to swing past. Doesn't make it past, though, and now Unlucky finds himself on his own. Alliance take down VP, but won't make it any further.
I mean, we have to give credit to Kinotrope Gaming there for taking down Alliance, because we know that is no easy feat. With how Alliance have been fighting throughout this tournament, Kinotrope defends successfully, rewarded now with the entirety of the western side of this circle, may I add. A real opportunity for Kinotrope to gain some points here, but depending on where this zone does shift, if it goes a little bit further southeast, they could be in a difficult spot.
Well, Navi still chasing down Furia at the moment. Madness. It's a bullet to the back of his head.
Furia did get the respawn back to 3, but then Noct got taken down.
And Madness now has to pop a battery. You can see they pop the Tempest to try and close this gap. But now that's run out. EMP's going to go down, which might slow progress a little bit. But Madness is going to feel the brunt of that as well. Now the swing is going to come in from Slab. You have to imagine that Madness is not going to make it out of this. Slab will be credited with the kill. Furia still running in zone here. Keon, looking at the med situation for him, not looking great. Just the 3 syringes, and he has to go towards zone here.
Yeah, because Keon was the one who was just respawned, I believe. So he just doesn't really have the meds, but he's going to try and go the long way around. As Barometer is where we are heading, and one of the teams that did have priority to it was Wolves Esports. So of course,
No, I never went to Vita's stream at all.
I would also say that Ninjas in Pajamas dropping down at Barometer had a lot of priority to this zone. But many a team move very fast to find themselves, and the zone is going to shift east. So, you know, I mentioned Kinotrope winning that fight against Alliance, having the western side. They're going to have to move across the water here if they want to find themselves in zone.
Gen.G look like they're backing off initially, as 100 Thieves do at least make their presence felt here. It's not going to be a comfortable rotate for them. And 100 Thieves are going to have to think about moving forward in about 20 seconds time as well. There's a team on the island, that's going to be Sentinels, who are aware that 100 Thieves will have to move in very soon. They do have the cat wall available here. Jen Burton have that available to make that cross. But outside of that, the rotate options pretty slim here for 100 Thieves, unless they just bully them away with bullets.
Did you, JC?
Like Sentinels have backed up from this position now, and the opportunity has been seized by 100 Thieves. It's really good timing for them.
Yeah, what's going to be awkward is the teams arriving from the north now. Speaking of awkward, Na'Vi also losing one out here to enter Force 36.
This is going to fly in himself, try and do a little bit more damage. Slab drops a frag grenade, but that's not going to hit. Tina, though, is going to have his toes and calves and ankles singed as this fight just
Asleep till last night. Is dope. I streamed till fucking so late. 4 o'clock in the morning. Unbelievable. The disrespect.
Not even able to stabilize would be my question.
The disrespect.
In the meantime, last player alive, Keon was not going to make anything happen as a solo. Navi still was a 2 though. Important there for Liquid that the one player that went down wasn't the Newcastle, able to quickly reset here. And speaking of resets, Hiaka
Oh shit.
to his feet, so they have the crypto back now.
What the fuck? That's crazy. I don't know how the fuck you can do that and wake up and go to work on Monday and shit like that, bro. My sleep schedule would be so chalk. I can do it. I actually like working afternoons. That's the fucked up part, because like I just get to stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning, which I normally do like doing anyway.
Loads up, flies in. Boney back on his feet now, but it's ROC who are moving into third. All of this going on. Sentinels eliminated. Boney will go down as well. Hunt Thieves, they are out.
Points for ROC though, up to 45 now, and 5 points away from that match point threshold. Could we be seeing our first team cross it here as we see Storm Point for the first time? They are going to control like the entirety of the northeast side of this circle. A real opportunity for just getting placement points here. I mean, top 10 should be good for them, which would be one more placement point to 46. I mean, after that, you just need to win one more team fight.
No more time in
and
months,
you get a
sure.
placement point. It's looking good for ROC.
Looking really, really good for ROC. That pulled back to the northern side of Barometer.
Fair.
You mentioned earlier on how it felt like a lot of teams were backing on it, pulling down to the southern side. Well, now making that rotate, everyone has to go through each other. Like you say, ROC have all of this bridge, all of this space in front of them, with nobody closing in to contest it.
And you know, as a player, when you are like 5 points away from being that first squad to cross the match point threshold, and to think ROC are the only team out of all the regional final winners to actually do well at this tournament, they are still backing themselves up from their online performance.
Well, Nemesis are in trouble here, though. They've got to take this port. You can see damage has been done. Rival Esports trying to pressurize them at the end of this portal as well. Nemesis do make it out, but are they healthy enough to reset here? That's
Okay, sleep when you control my stream. Fair.
Looks like the Newcastle wall has gone down, so Nemesis somehow
Fair,
able to go
bro.
5 HP on both players. Reset for long enough to pop some shield batteries here. They will be, I think, close enough to zone to be a problem, but Rival just keep peppering them.
The ability to stabilize is incredible with Newcastle, but Rival Esports now need to push it.
But look at the fight here from Nemesis. They won't go down easily, and now they're turning this.
Who's winning? I have no idea.
He's actually going to be credited with 2, and the Flow is now the last alive.
Last alive will be able to get at least a shield, but doesn't matter. Nemesis somehow stabilize and win the fight. But now it's just going to be down to 1. No shield swap available. But maybe a back can be popped.
Gets behind the knockdown shields. Gen G in the meantime respawning both Dexter and Asia while all of this fight takes place. Speaking of fights, you can see TSM and Falcons. They're throwing some fists at each other at the moment, and it looks like Falcons are in a position to potentially win this one, but no! No, it's Gen who clutches up.
TSM again finding big points here when they needed to. How many times have we seen that throughout this tournament? But can they stabilize just as they have done over and over and over again through pools? It looks like the answer is going to be no, as 2 teams manage to get their eyes on them.
And Nemesis take a page out of the TSM book. They clutch, they stay alive, they reset, and now Zuni has a Kraber. Nemesis have fought their way from a horrible looking position into one now where they are in a position of power.
12 squads now remain. Remember, 1 placement point looming as soon as you get into top 10. ROC on 46
Peace, nerd.
points right now. They did just get a knock onto Nemesis, but I don't think it was converted.
VK Gaming, by the way. Bang center zone. Liquid also in this zone. Na'Vi pressuring them. This fight has been written in chapters so far inside of this building, and this is the second one. There is VK Gaming, though. Isolated on their own in that corner with the Newcastle wall down, away from all of this gunfire.
I mean, I can already tell you this is going to be an incredible final circle, because we've got like 6 teams within that next zone and still 6 other squads who have to force their way into the zone. Guaranteed fights to happen in the next 30 seconds.
Jaguar is going to use that ultimate accelerant to get that Newcastle wall back very soon. But VK Gaming, all of a sudden they're under duress. All of a sudden they're under pressure, and Caster's last alive as it's been
113.
just firing down on them.
Next one will be what? 20.
Really, it's only ROC
Since I
who are
draw.
likely to pass the match point threshold here at this point. They're on
Cringe.
47 points right now, and they're in the kill feed.
They're
and they're taking a fight.
They are making a play for match point here. Enderforce 36 eliminated, and match point is hit. The Americas regional champions will be the team to hit 51st.
ROC carry on their form from online, but now they'll want more. Now they want to take points away from other teams here.
Now they want to get comfortable winning games. Thaxalon looks so cool and calm under pressure in this situation. Reloads that Devo. VK Gaming have been eliminated. They won't pick up any more points on their journey towards 50.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else is really close enough to cross match point now. It is just going to be ROC.
Rock Deed's team is winning right now. Vaxlon and them.
The sole match point cross team.
Nemesis still holding on. Still surviving. Rock still outputting damage. They know Gen G are in this corner. They just can't quite get the angles for those headshots. One day to do it. But I don't think they've got any in the backpack.
I mean, really good position here for ROC and a really good composition.
Bound to drop one eventually. Yeah.
Nemesis still have one player alive, but Team Liquid taking a fight against Gen G right now. You can also see Wolves.
I mean, yesterday I got 2 drops within 3 KCs, so I can't really expect much right now. That was pretty good RNG. I'd just be happy with another one. 3 pieces in 1 weekend. That'd be pretty good.
Such good ideas and such good positioning, using both ultimates now to secure a spot. But you need to be making sure you're looking at this building, because Na'Vi, we're going to try and do this.
Only get like 5 KC after work, you know what I mean? Usually. After I'm doing herb run and this and that. I don't really have any good herbs right now. So.
This would be massive for ROC to steal points away from other teams, to make sure they have an even
No point even doing them really. Just to see read and farm British runs.
Vaxelon wants some KP, uses that grapple to get in, influence a fight. Fnatic will go out. Na'Vi will fall next as well as Team Nemesis, and the solo will fall. Vaxelon outputting damage, putting up numbers of Wolves. They might be next as ROC start to go crazy in this game.
This is a masterclass from Deeds with Newcastle play as well. The shield wall comes out to give them protection. Liquid now go down, and ROC versus NIP.
NIP, welcome to Vaxelon. The man with this Devo on the Pathfinder has been electric in this game. Match point hit, champions now, huge performance. ROC are on fire.
All they have to do is win one more match, and they would be the champions here in the mid-season playoffs at Esports World Cup 2025. They are within touching distance now of that EWC trophy. And may I add, the only team on match point, and no one else is really like guaranteed to get it going into the next match as well.
It's the free hit. But we have to talk about, for all the good, the curse of hitting match point first. No one has managed to really do it in the LAN environment. Even though they had that free hit, even though they're playing so well, can they write new records here? By closing it out as the first team to hit match point. But what a masterful performance that was from ROC. The fighting, the way they navigated, and Vax is playing out of his skin right now.
Everyone played their part, whether it was just going with supporting abilities, the IGL calls, or of course, as you mentioned, the sheer amount of damage that was being output. 25-point game for ROC to cross the match point threshold. And the best news, we go back to Stormpoint for match 5. They get the chance to run it back here on the map that they took priority with their POI draft. They're at Lightning Rod, one of the most successful POIs you can have on this map. There is a real chance for ROC here in match 5.
And I'm sure after regional finals,
let's go,
a
baby.
lot of people maybe had a raised eyebrow or two. Wouldn't have been the team that was picked probably first, second, third, maybe even fourth to be the regional champions. Well, they won it on match point, and they are showing the match point speciality maybe is their forte here. They are the first team to hit it. They are winning game after game, and not just hitting match point, the way they close out as well, they are looking absolutely fantastic at this stage.
I mean, me and Jayhawk bumped into Deeds earlier, and he said he was watching Jayhawk's videos. They get him pumped up and ready for today. And Jayhawk said, hey, if you go and win the thing, I'll create a whole video about you. Well, you are not far off from achieving that. 67 points, cross the match point threshold, and there is still a bit of a gap there between teams to reach it themselves.
I'm going to say, that's not a gap, that's a chasm between ROC and the points they've put up so far. But you're right, when it's talking about 50 points, which is the one that really matters here, Ninjas in Pajamas have moved up into second place. They are now within a striking distance, as are a few teams in behind them. But wow, what a performance this has been from Rock. They have looked absolutely incredible so far.
And you speak about people raising eyebrows, the haters, the doubters. The best way to silence them would to be winning it in 5. We never see something like that. It happens so rarely. I think once in APAC we saw something so dominant. But ROC are looking like they could maybe become champions. All they need is one more match. We're going for a break.
POIs of Storm Point?
We have a lot of options, right? We can see, of course, teams defaulting back to more aggressive compositions, but with that Newcastle, like you had mentioned, still being in play, can make it difficult. A lot of that open ground, a lot of that open water to be in for this one, so it is going to play out a little bit differently. But we're seeing now VK Gaming already making their move, 100 Thieves as well, and Fnatic looking to control a power position.
Yeah, we've seen zones like this end up pulling towards that northern building of Barometer, so I'm actually expecting a Barometer zone specifically here too. It's about the early rotates and where you want to find yourself. NIP have that POI advantage. This is a team that you were talking to, Jamerson, in the break, where they stand after they were able to get second place in that previous game.
This is our opportunity, right? NIP currently sitting with 38 points. They just need the plus 12. They were able to secure that second place finish with some kill points to, at the very least, get to match point.
No, what am I doing?
We'll see if they can play off the priority well. We talked about their draft on E District. They did extremely
Wasting valuable DPS, that's what I'm doing.
Zone pulling right on top of them. They've already shown us in game number 4 they can do it, but hold on just a moment. Furia versus Sentinels right now. Madness already getting the knock.
Being able to walk away with that KP before going right back up though. Madness angry with the rest of Furia. They've only been able to secure 6 points over the course of these last 4 games.
Dion, try and chase after this kill. Sentinels have already split up for this one, so Furia at best will only secure 1 more kill point here. But again, in this marathon run, that is match point finals, every single point counts. It's going to be Riley Mechanac on the other sides of the sights of Furia. Alliance taking the fight to VP here at North Pad.
Oh, but losing out on Slayer before sliding in with the grapple. Missing out on some of these shots. Effect gets the back-to-back knock with the double Mozams here, finishing things off. VP get eliminated.
Alliance, they are one of the teams swapping off over towards that ballistic, and they are claiming their stake. Alliance is a squad that's already claimed the stake here at North Pad and Trident. So many teams avoid them on the draft. VP came in last pick, I believe. Their final pick to take.
That's ignorant.
A few options were available, but of course, things like Lift, East Trail, not things teams typically take. But VP learning the hard way why you stay out of Alliance's way here on Stormpoint.
Genji being another one of those teams already making their rotate here.
Yo, you have a good night, my man. Stay out of trouble, Paul. Appreciate you, brother. Have a good day. Have a good Monday. Stay safe out there.
Understanding the team that's going to be coming out of Lightning Rock being Rock specifically here, but now they find themselves in the north side of that Jurassic Park.
Yeah, VK Gaming decided, you know, we didn't get here with priority. We were not here in time. We saw them take a similar approach in game number 1 when we were on E District, coming all the way from Humber Labs, going all the way up north.
It was a pleasure having you in the stream, my man.
They were so late. It's better to control a choke. Instead, try to play slow side of zone. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to make it all the way over to slow side, and particularly here on Stormpoint, it's difficult to control it when the ring doesn't pull to the extreme edges of the zone, right? You have so many teams that can come in, quickly rotate behind you with the Trident, so it's not something that you can really do. So VK Gaming back off. For Rock Esports, our only team currently set on match point. They are making their way on in. They've got a lot of options available to them. As I'm trying to see if we got a scan anywhere nearby, they do have a few recon scans that they can hit to try and figure out where they want to play here.
Waiting to get that scan here before they start zooming back around. 8 enemies scanned. You see where everybody is settled here after getting that scan in Cascade. They also noted that TSM were waiting for them on the north side of Cedo. Rock will be planning out this pathing, Evo Harvester right next to them here, just so that way knowing that they're going to be a little late on this rotate compared to the majority part of this lobby. We get to see the replay here. It's Furia fight versus Sentinels from early on. I saw that here before here too. Well, they were able to finish that off, though. See Rock making that rotate before finding themselves at the mouth of Jurassic. VK Gaming have not moved from here because they're trying to prevent other teams from getting information on the ring console that's in Jurassic.
Well, there's really nowhere for them to play.
Appreciate you, Paul.
Now they hit that scan,
Appreciate you, brother.
The large majority of the lobby, about 15 teams, are already inside of Barometer proper. For now, you just gotta kind of have to hope that you get an awkward ring pull that they can really capitalize off of. And so they're going to play things out. They've got that ring console over at Jurassic on lockdown. Rock, we're eyeing it as well. Inside of Barometer proper, you can see Fnatic holding position here on the northern edge. And it's VK Gaming that will secure that ring console for themselves.
Thank you very much for that net set of information, and they'll get the word that this zone is pulling towards that northern side of Barometer, where we saw NIP off of their POI advantage, finding that building. They're going to be looking at Rival Esports on the other side of that zipline bridge. I'll guide you right there on the corners of Barometer. VK Gaming, though, as they find themselves going through the tunnel, it's Rock that are still waiting for them on the other side. VK Gaming then will be able to wrap around, go towards the Eagle Harvester that we saw Rock go through earlier, and then approach probably through Cedo Station, where there's also another ring console, since they have to play objective, considering that they're still on blue Evos.
Yeah, VK has to have like a decent understanding of who that team is probably going to be. Understanding that it's Rock Esports, they want to try to delay that ring console scan as much as possible, but unfortunately, they have to make their move
That's
fast.
rough, poor guy.
Make their move now, so they give it up. Rock Esports are going to be able to hit that tag, and as soon as they know, they will have, of course, all the information they need to close this one out. Rock Esports, 67 points after 4 games, averaging 16 points per game in a match point final.
That's why I never turned on.
Fast and Furious.
That's how fucking
They're rocking
funny.
out. See the zip lines put up here too. And it was the Newcastle, by the way. 11 picks on the Newcastle. Understandable here. We see what Newcastle could do out in the open ground for the teams that have not been able to find their own building, especially in a zone like this where there's so many different angles in Barometer. 100 Thieves, though. Looking down at Na'Vi as they hold this high ground, though. So many cryptos still reside in the lobby. Rock running one of those competitions with the Crypto, Newcastle, and the Pathfinder. One of the 3, I actually believe. Nice highlight here, playing into that comfort on the Newcastle wall. Just going to be able to zap those knuckle clusters away.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, they're just biting
That's
their
funny, Jay.
practices, of course. What happens when you early rotate into Barometer for the time being? We have a lot of rotates coming out just to keep teams abreast. Rock Esports are moving their way south now through Jurassic, almost met up with Furia. As Furia give up their position at that choke to work their way on in. I think Furia took that as an indicator. They weren't able to get the ring scan for themselves. And noting that Rock, who did, they use that as the context clue for where they need to go. So they start working their way into the eastern edge. That gives Rock all the space to play off of here. Furia now underneath the bridge. They're going to have to worry about their back. You can see Vaxlon looking for some damage here. Gets tagged himself. Stays alive. Rock Esports, though, still have to be careful. Teams are behind them. They have not been able to hit a survey scan in just a while. So they are not playing with perfect information, but they do have the crypto to keep an eye on their back.
Saw Duke getting knocked to look like in the feed right there. Rival showing an appearance, one of the teams with the Caustic. I think the only team with a Caustic. A little brave move out here when you see so many cryptos, honestly, as panicking and just trying to grapple away, getting that information.
Bowfa Fifth is on the chase, though. We'll see how much longer CSM can survive for. Bowfa Fifth is forced to fall back. It's going to be Enter for 36 to secure that last kill. TSM.
Most kids that play video games and shit like that are.
18 squads. Rival Esports pick up some much necessary econ for themselves. Again, another team that ran in here.
And they overcompensate with massive ego.
That's kind of interesting. Game number 5. We saw that one come out a little bit later. Game number 7, game number 8. But looks like it was a good call here in Barometer.
That's Gobgaps. Brave with the crypto EMPs. Completely annihilating those barrels if you find your safe inside of that building here. But Vaxlon moving right back over to the choke. EMP now coming out here, going back though with the grapple, has his teammates right there to give him cover fire. We see this constantly with this team. Great communication, great guidance guidance from Saucer.
Alliance getting a nice team fight win, knocking out Wolves there in 18th place. It was a big fight over the Mythic bin. Kinotro Gaming looking to come in for the third party on that one, but it is Alliance. They're being slowed down just a bit as Rock Esports are looking for a fight up against Sentinel. EMP connects, and Vaxlon is ready to work his way in.
But they have to do this quickly because Genji are looking at this fight, and I believe Genji is also one of the teams with the crypto themselves, so they'll have that information. As having the high ground here, Saucer gets the next crack, trying to follow up though, nice and patient, while Riley tries to swing to the side. Saucer in a different angle though, dropping down with the Newcastle wall is Deeds, but Saucer gets taken out before he can get into cover from the rock.
Genji full sending onto this one. Vaxlon still up with Deeds for now. They will have that Newcastle res as Genji secure the thirst onto Lauder. Genji on the roof, spot out Furia, who actually turned their heads onto this fight. This might be Rock getting knocked out. Deeds down to 1 HP.
Oh, wait a minute. This is Cinema. Rock Esports get eliminated in 16th. We keep the game going. We see more Apex. Good call from Madness right there from Furia. They were playing underneath the bridge, close to jungle, and being right here on the Pathfinder allowed them to zipline to get involved in that fight.
Throughout all that, Kinotrope Gaming, that fight over the Mythic bin, they actually come out ahead, knocking out Alliance. We're now down to 15 squads here. Furia move back into that same position that they were in just before for that third party. The third round now is closing in. Kinotrope Gaming, they've got VKG just ahead of them. S8UL set up with their walls.
32, very nice.
With that rampart, excuse me, as VK Gaming have been able to work their way on in Genji Esports. Now just getting eliminated. Libel Lace with some nice shots from that Kraber to finish that one off.
Lace is so scary. Every time I see a Kraber in this guy's hands, it's just magic happens right now. Wait a minute. Oh, I wanted to see if he was going to land that right there.
Yeah, literally on the edge of our seat for that shot. But he was holding on to it. VKG, it looks like they will be able to finish off Kinotrope maybe in just a moment here. Yeah, with the help of Nemesis, that's another team gone. Ooh. Sentinels getting bombarded right now. It's all Riley Mechanac.
And with a great nade from Madness, they're looking to see if they could at least pick up some KP, but they're not going to extend on this. It's a team that wants to hold the low ground positioning of the bridge. Also noting that Rival Esports were right next door to Sentinels, so they didn't want to try to fully send that. Literally Sentinels stuck in that corner at the moment. Furia trying to ping at them from afar, while VKG moving underneath the other side, the other bridge here. Sentinels get eliminated. It's a very tough cable cart to hold specifically, especially when you find yourself pinched.
Now, VKG work their way up towards one of the shuttles. Looks like they were able to secure some of the loot off of the Kinotrope players there. You see the gold helm now. The res from the Newcastle coming out to keep them topped off. BKG, one of the teams on the verge of hitting match point. They need 11 more points here, but Yanya is not going to allow them to do that. Here's a charge forward for Nizel with Sheila out.
Get down, Presidente. Nizel tries to follow up with that Sheila, but VKG having the Newcastle get the res. Patient play, but Yanya not expecting QQ to appear on the other side of the door. VKG have the advantage.
Oh my goodness. The plays coming out from VKG, biding enough time for QQ to come in for that flank. Flake calling out the Pathfinder the entire time. BKG are able to turtle up extremely well with that Newcastle, and now they clear out that northwest side for a free walk-in with this zone.
Newcastle clutches. That's been the theme, honestly, here in the mid-season playoffs. Aside from the nice highlight of the R9, Fnatic managed to make their way into that next zone, taking a good amount of damage before finding that landing. VKG, though, aren't looking at them because they got all the loot to themselves right at their feet with the graveyard that they left behind. Team Nemesis now up on the high ground. This is a great spot to hold here. Least contested, and you can try to steal some KP from the teams playing on the low ground.
Yeah, and they need him. They're at currently 30 points, I believe. VKG only 8 points off. Libel Ace tries to charge forward, but QQ once again playing the bouncer will keep them far back. Might be forced to Q. No, he ends up going down. They still have LD up. Re-knock, there it is. Fnatic get eliminated, and QQ is going to be brought back up to his feet.
VK Gaming at 46 points right now.
I think VK Gaming may win.
The match Point Club.
To be honest with you, Jay.
8 KP total for this team, while NIP are trailing right behind them. Top 3 for that team too, as they're at 44 points.
Enter Force 36 will be the next team eliminated here, bringing us down to 8 squads remaining. 8 full squads at that. VK Gaming just need 1 team fight win, 3 KP, and then they will be on match points. So much on the line here. And unfortunately for Rock, they have to watch on as their competitors start catching up to them.
You called it, Javerson. You said the teams that were right there on the bubble to also hit 50 points, to be at match points. Now NIP, another one of those teams here, as we see 100 Thieves just drop down. Arc Stars hurtled in their direction, but look at this little house that they've set up. Newcastle walls, Rampart walls, but in the next 20 seconds, they got to start moving. See how it looks like as McLovin on
Oops, wrong thing.
He's over to the right side. Great angles, though, forcing them to hold back.
100 Thieves, another squad. It's a little bit further, but they are on the cusp of hitting match point. We are on the verge of possibly 3 teams making it onto match point here in game number 5. But they have a lot of work ahead of them here for 100 Thieves, getting caught out. It's going to be Falcons poking out. Quality taking a lot of damage, but that's Phony getting knocked down from Imperial Howl.
That's Falcons wrapping up on the other side. Now looking at 100 Thieves. Verholst staring down his former teammate of Howl here as Zero drops off with the Ballistic, with the Tempest, revving up the Rampage, but Verholst turns around and gets the clip with the car. He can't clutch it up. He's outnumbered. Was one shot. You saw him in the cam, raising his eyebrows as 100 Thieves get eliminated.
NIP and VKG both sitting at 48 points. 2 more kill points, and that will put them over the hill, putting them on match point. NIP, they have to sense it. It's VKG on the other side. They've done so much damage, but Rivals goes down. Both teams have made it onto match point, but it's going to be NIP now looking to knock out VKG.
The deed is done. That's what matters here. Match point finals. VKG, NIP have now hit 50 points. That leaves us at 3 teams here with the possibility of taking us home in the next game. But focusing here at what's at stake, NIP are looking at the teams right alongside them.
VKG not able to reset quite yet. Now here in our final 4 for this zone, we've got Na'Vi, NIP, Team Falcons. We're now sitting at 27 points, and of course, VKG, 2 of them have been thirsted. It's just QQ left as a rat.
If he hasn't already hit that replicator before, by the way, Kuriv lacking on the energy ammo department here with that Devo. Vayne spotting out QQ, though. Gonna be able to keep rushing him out. He's forced to go into the zone, phasing out on the right. I mean, I love seeing something like that here. You got the feud swap, but I mean, come on. You're getting Barrow shoved here. Barrow looked down, rather, on the PK, and we know the PK's got some range. EMP, though, Curve backs away here, needs some suppressed fire as Na'Vi looks to try to take this fight.
The final 3v3v3, Na'Vi push forward, Gurav gets the knock. Now, with 2 gone, they're going to charge forward. Falcons coming in for the third party.
Falcons are looking to be on form right now. A little late to the party, but they're picking up KP. Na'Vi get eliminated. Our final 1v1 here. Our last 2 teams. McLovin sliding in, has to split his attention as Howl gets 2v1. They get the next knock, and it's only up to 0 as NIP. Off of getting match point, they get the dub on top of it all for game number 5.
Some might call it lucky. Others call it skill. You have to put yourself into the position to capitalize on that kind of luck. NIP get the zone, pull towards them 2 times here at Barometer. Second place, Thieves also checking the northern choke. So they've got the ring, they've got the cliffside to their back, but they have 2 chokes that they have to worry about. They don't like the position, they move out of there.
Yeah, Trope would be approaching from the choke right next to 100 Thieves. As NIP, still white Evos. They had gone for a very quick rotate from the spaceport side, it looks like, considering that they land in Dry Gulch. Spaceport, though, is where we saw the ring, we saw the survey beacon. But with Gen G holding that northern side too, they felt some pressure here. So they're just going to be able to settle in because remember, they're already at match point. Their angle is to get the dub, but you still have to be able to boost up those Evo shields so you're not vulnerable to get pushed in.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for NIP because the position they're holding right now, they don't have the same kind of sight lines unless you do something like this where you don't play as safe inside of a building. Karev looking for any kind of damage to do. He's only 60 off from his next Evo. Try and get that blue perk for himself. Nemesis have worked their way in to the southwest side here of Core. Nearly half the lobby now inside of Core proper. Some still on the outer edges as Team Nemesis are looking to get further in.
Duty being on the raid. I'm gonna put down that portal. Lacking in some ammo here. Havoc with the 99 bullets in the reserve. Wondering what that R9 looks like instead here, but at least with the full blue Evo and the cryptos flying around. But at least the teams around them will have that information. Looking at Na'Vi on the other side of Nemesis, Furia holding the other angle from the middle side of Core. Other squads, though, within the vicinity that are looking to gatekeep teams before they start engaging rival esports. Kinotrope still holding that southern choke. TSM have moved up into that building right alongside Rock, who have now moved up away from Cliffside where there is a ring console, where there is a survey beacon. And seeing the team still over on that northern choke originally with NIP, it's also Team Liquid alongside Genji.
Right now, all of our teams are being tested as here in match number 6 it becomes so much more difficult to really be able to identify which team is where, and I feel like that's where a lot of the caution is coming from in our fights. But this is not cautious whatsoever. EMP down onto 100 Thieves. Panic is looking for the entry. Phony caught on the cross. Only the crack there for Panic. Doesn't have the backup quite yet of the rest of his squad. He will just go ahead and back away with that damage off. Burl's keeping an eye on the outside. So it was just a scouting effort there from Panic. You can see that he is all set up. Notes, the rampart walls are down on all the doors. It's going to be a difficult fight for TSM to take. So they shouldn't really try and force this without knowing, especially what teams could be pushing in from these chokes right now.
Panic being that fragger.
Let's go this way.
Setting him out like a Pokemon before he's forced to come right back. As Izul makes the next move though. Portal play in hand. Where do you go here when basically the whole lobby's already found themselves into this next zone minus 4 other teams that are still rotating right now, but finding themselves on the high ground over by the cliffside at least allows them to see if any team may want to take a much more roundabout rotate through Dry Gulch. There's a survey beacon there, and you have those accelerated zip lines that allow you to take your time as VK Gaming. Taking some shots here too, but I love the Nemesis setup here. He's got the gold extended energy mag. The R9 is a secondary here. Zone prediction, yeah. Seeing that core, of course, here too. Probably pulling slightly more so to the north side, in between Ferrier or VP. We've seen that before, but holding a position there early on by the fence line, even by a truck, could be very risky, since a lot of these teams will slowly start making their way into the next zone once they have that information.
Yeah, this is always a dangerous proposition for a team like Sentinels, who have decided to play with off the map to their back. Right, they are holding that very far northern side, but you're seeing that a lot of teams do like to try and rotate into the slow side of the zone. One of them we might have been able to catch on the map there is Team Falcons edging their way on in from that northern side. Or Enter Force 36 though, as they try to make their way into the core. Looks like they were gate kept. It was a combination of VK Gaming and Rock Esports. Rock Esports taking out a long distance there by LD. Not gonna be, never mind, it's the Thirst. They're not able to recover him. We'll see if Vax and Sauce have an opportunity to get there. They do have the crypto to try and plug him back on in.
That was a call out from BKG. They do. They knew right there too. I wish we could hear those comms, understand these players out here calling that out. Rock Esports are in Shambolic Town as Fnatic now appear trying to pressure them out. It looked like maybe calling in 2 instead from Fnatic, while still leaving that one member of Fnatic over to the north side behind these rampart walls. Now gonna be able to see this Level Ace holding that angle. Fnatic's getting information with the crypto drone, and Rock trying to run for their lives, but guess who they met up on the other side? Team Falcons are rotating out of Alpha Base, looking at that one member of Rock.
Rock Esports about to get knocked out here, and watch on as NIP and VKG might have now the opportunity steal victory away from them. Falcons on the hunt. This is a squad that needs the kill points. They need the win to catch up, and that will be Rock getting eliminated early on here in game number 6.
Huge! Our first match point team out from this game. Their fate is out of their hands. NIP, VKG, still alive in this lobby, while VKG still playing on the edge of zone. Actually about to meet up with Alliance, by the way, over by the choke on Cliff's side, trying to deny that ring console away from Alliance. That's why VKG have been holding this position for so long. We saw that original fight between that one member of VKG and Rock.
Ring console along with the survey beacon. Alliance tagged by that EMP. They are forced back. VKG trying to regroup right now. And I think they might have made the call. I think they know that it's Alliance. They back away with that port, despite utilizing that EMP to slow down the fight, and then have the opportunity to try and find better angles onto Alliance. They are not taking that fight whatsoever. This is extreme cautious play coming out from VKG.
Yeah, they got the ring console. They want to just wait here to get that ring console before making that next move to wrap around, and then they saw Alliance moving in. It's not worth taking that fight if they see where that next zone is going to be pulling here. So before they get to wrap around while this round 2 closes up behind them, the Mythic Bin will be spawning after it closes right next to Liquid.
And now out for Alliance. They'll note the slightly northeast pull coming out. VKG coming in for the third party. Kinotrope versus S8UL. Casa making his presence known as he does tag him from long range with that Nemesis. DK Gaming, they don't need the kill points, but they need the position here. The zone is closing in behind them. Casa on the off angle on the right, brings Jesco down low, but he is caught out, has to back off as his teammate gives him covering fire.
I mean, talk about timing. Kinotrope and S8UL were engaging on a fight. Now Kinotrope is down to a duo and S8UL down to a solo. BK Gaming, with that pressure, still hold on to this choke, but you know what they don't know? Because there's no beacon here, they don't know that Alliance are wrapping up behind them after Alliance just got that ring console scan like we saw earlier on before. Seeing what that next move is going to be with them wrapping up behind VKG, and Kinotrope as a duo are trying to run up ahead of them.
Alliance know they need to chase after these mid-game kills. They haven't been able to find it.
If I could get 30.
Playing this one extremely safe.
30k, yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be like a third of the way there to 70. Prayer.
Hockeys are sending out his troops right now. Alliance, unlucky. But coming out on the other side, they see VK Gaming right ahead of them. They find that one member of Kinotrope as there's now just a solo down for that squad. Having to look behind him though, the Devo, just in case it does back away. No happy feet action here. For being able to pop the shield back, may need suppressed fire though, just to wrap around the rock.
Tempest is popped for Alliance. They are full sending it onto this fight right now. Costa's the one slowed down. Effect on top of him, but he's able to get out with that Wraith portal. But Effect, it doesn't matter. Close range, long range, you are gonna go down.
All the time, with Hockeys giving them this information, being on the crypto. This is Alliance leaning into that win condition, their strengths, as VKG down to a duo. One of the other teams on match point, the only team up alive and healthy are NIP. VKG trying to get this respawn, rather get this res now, and as you could see, they're getting fully set. It's Navi Slab on the other side.
QQ holding the angle, nades in with the EMP. He's forced out of position, forced to kill. QQ on the verge of getting knocked out here. He is able to use that Wraith Q to get out and stay alive as LD gets dropped back into the game. It doesn't seem like they were able to chase for more here, and so LD might be able to get the res, and Casa gets pulled back onto his feet.
And while they try to reset, there's an engagement over to the north side.
Can I get 30? 30,000?
And it's going to be Sentinels, Team Falcons, CSM, but looking at another fight happening down here to the south. Even more important here too with S8UL trying to get the respawn right next to Alliance and TSM.
Alliance now charging.
Nah, I won't get it.
S8UL caught out. Legacy has nowhere to go, especially with all 3 members of Alliance on top of you. S8UL are still alive for the time being, and now this is Alliance's turn to try and farm up these kills, but it does look like because they're forced to heal up, they will not be able to chase after it. The Alliance regroup as they run through the western side of the map.
Close though. Almost a third of the way there.
Here, and S8UL are on their last legs.
Imagine being S8UL, you finally get the respawn, but it's TSM and Alliance fighting right next to you getting res, just for you to run around like a chicken with its head cut off. Rival Esports get eliminated, 13 squads left. Team Nemesis have been holding down to the middle console here for so long, and now VKG, only the Crypto alive, at risk. Alliance get eliminated, and so does VKG. This only leaves NIP alive, but as a duel right now, if they can get this res on Ballistic.
Team Nemesis out here on the south side. We do have a pretty clear path to get forward. If we're not able to recover the banner quite yet, Gen G will fight currently. Trying to slow down TSM here on the western side. Gonna back away as TSM continue to charge forward.
Amidst all this chaos, NIP get eliminated. You see that with TSM and Gen G. Hand in hand help, and TSM, Panic having a triple take. What a better combination. Name a better combo here with Panic playing the way that he has been. The fragger for TSM, Gen with a huge nade knock, gets the next knock. Gen G down to a solo, and TSM is on the hunt.
TSM will not find more here, as I believe the last player of Gen G was able to make it out. For TSM though, they have a lot of this western side free. Take a look at how many teams have now moved into the buildings inside this final zone. We've got 100 Thieves, 42 points right now. They need 8 more. Honestly, if they can survive the top 5 with a few kills, might just be enough for them. We got Fnatic off to the eastern edge. VP in the building to their south right now. Excuse me, in the building to their north. You're looking to gatekeep Nemesis on the walk-in.
100 Thieves looking at Nemesis here. Sheila ready to go. Furia is going to have to forcibly try to take that fight versus Team Nemesis. Not going to be isolated, even if they're on the other side of that fence line, though. 100 Thieves know that their win con relies on them clearing this side of the zone, but this could be a third-party opportunity. Fnatic also looking at this fight.
I love how quickly Furia respond. After winning that 3v3, someone is instantly on this angle, forcing 100 Thieves back. Furia. Understand they need to catch up on the leaderboard. Currently in 17th place with 16 points. They want this kill point. Now it looks like with the armor checks, they back away for the time of being. It's 45 seconds before all hell breaks loose. Only full teams, excuse me, are inside of the zone. The lone straggler of Gen G is in there. Fnatic was able to port their way on in.
Firefox.
Habituate with Virtus Pro. Now it's going to be 100 Thieves having to worry about 2 teams looking on as they rotate up north.
How is the Crypto? I mean, Gentio, we know Crypto could go invisible, but the fact that he managed to get directly in the middle of the zone, it's crazy. Look at Ziki. He's literally looking at Falcons. Falcons are hungry. They're thirsty. This is free KP for them to pick up. Gen G, they finally get eliminated. Falcons are not giving up that building. This is what we had called early on, Jamerson, with Sentinels holding the fence line, staring down at TSM, Team Liquid, inside their own safe building, neighboring that of Falcons. Having these rampart walls, though, will go the distance before the inevitable collapse with 100 Thieves, Fnatic, and I believe another team here, VP, are still in that building. Furia could easily third-party this, though, if they time it right.
Falcons with the opportunity here to hit match points. They need kill points. They need placement points, as well as 100 Thieves. But 100 Thieves have an easier path to secure that for themselves, especially with that walk-in. You can see now 3 teams stacked on top of this building. You got Fnatic up top. 100 Thieves inside the building right now with Virtus Pro just above them. A lot of nades, a lot of utility coming out. Wall is gone that they were able to utilize. Jen Burton is getting tagged down. Lou goes for the peek. Jen is ready with Sheila.
This is so scary, especially with the Sparrow ult here as they let the Sheila ring. Looking right behind them. Pearl's holding the other angle, trying to help them out. Literally one-shot both these players, but with some help. This is the third party that we were talking about. Fnatic now walk up to clean up what is left of VP.
2 members of VP gone, and Fnatic are just cowering in that corner. Colonel Garcia will secure that thirst onto Slayer. Might even be able to get
one deathfall at a time.
down here. Providing them cover, EMP.
I'll chop the tree again.
Does not want to check that Sheila by himself. Lou able to get one back on up. So VP are still up as a duo, and they're turning the tides of this fight. And now 100 Thieves have the opportunity to get Phony back up.
This is literally a match point fight for 100 Thieves if they win. The reset For all these three teams, the respect is crazy. But UCAF comes in, he finds Zach, Jen gets the next knock, and BP get eliminated. 5 more points before 100 Thieves find themselves at match point themselves.
Have Fnatic reset though. You can see now they have taken that rooftop back up. 100 Thieves have fully healed. Now we are left with 5 squads remaining, 5 full squads. So the res did come through. Team Falcons, Team Liquid, TSM, Fnatic, and 100 Thieves. Colonel Garcia does need a top off there, has that med kit, and it's gonna be 100, Fnatic, one of the best positions here on that high ground.
100 Thieves looking down the amp barrier. Jen looking right behind them. Portal play, in play, TSM. Now move up, Panic. The scout ahead here being on that Wraith. Jet takes it next. The EMP comes in afterwards. Walty loses out on his shield. Burhos gets being forced to pop the shield back. Jen trying to give him suppress fire as they're now making their next Wraith play. There is 4 Wraiths in this lobby. The only team without a Wraith is Falcons.
Falcons though, nearly has that Tempest ready to go. They'll have the move speed. They'll have the increased attack speed. Now they charge forward. Libel Ace gets 1 knock with a thermite though. Team Falcons full sends it and knocks out Liquid.
They get the reset, they have enough time. While the teams fight each other, Falcons could actually get a match point right here. 100 Thieves though, they're so close, but they don't clutch it. They get taken out, and the mother load from Falcons. This is gonna be the Falcons versus TSM fight. As Falcons move up, the Walty has taken so much damage. The nades are too much. It is TSM that take the dub. Falcons go well, but they hit match point. That's what matters. They hit match point. Welcoming 4 teams.
What a chaotic end there. TSM survived with just enough HP to turn that.
Difficult for certain teams, but for Falcons it's not. There's a zip rail all.
Something we can think about if, big if, capital letters, bold, Falcons were to win this tournament. That will be both LAN events, one this year, and they would be on for an ALGS Grand Slam. How about that one?
How about a Grand Slam? I mean, it's entirely possible. Again, that's why this team was built, but they've only just got to match point. Can they manage to do it in the first match? They have an opportunity to win it. That's the real question. One key factor I will mention, crypto is banned. And the reason I want to mention that, we know how good Falcons are when you have Zero with the ability to get info from the crypto of Waltzy. How does that change now going into World's Edge?
Well, that means Waltzy's out of jail. Maybe Waltzy's going to have a little bit of fun in this next game and drag Falcons towards a match point win. But we are heading to World's Edge once again. We say goodbye to Broken Moon. We've got 2 E-Districts back-to-back coming up after this. But match 7, I don't think we're ending here. I got a feeling there's going to be a few more teams who are going to be focusing on those.
As to what map that might be, Mark.
Oh, was it World's Edge by any chance?
It is indeed.
Oh, what a
World's
surprise that
Edge.
is.
Can Team Falcons find that victory again here in match 7?
Well, here we go then. Match number 7. 4 teams with a chance to end it right here, right now. Rock, NIP, VKG, and Falcons. If you see that banner above their heads and calling themselves champion in game number 7, the tournament ends and they will be champs.
Tell you what, looking at the zone initially, this could be a very good one for NIP. And if we consider how NIP have played when zones have come towards them so far this finals, barometer zones have been excellent for them. They're playing the caustic. It's a very defensive composition, and it is moving down to staging by the looks of it.
This is really interesting. There's a race already for that building on the hilltop where the respawn beacon is between Harvester and, like you say, staging that POI. Everybody is beelining at the moment for that building because I believe that's where the end game is going to be, and there's barely any other playable buildings in the vicinity. If you get there, it's great. If not, you're gonna struggle. Kinotrope there, Ninjas in Pajamas, like you mentioned. SAUL had a look at it. Look how quickly Rock are moving. Everybody wants that building.
Yeah, everyone trying to force their way in, but then it's about actually trying to find a secondary position if you did not take it. Or are you brave enough to take that fight? We briefly had TSM on our screens. Remember what TSM did last time on this map? They beelined for Falcons. They took that fight acclimatizer instantly because the zone was going that way. But again, we might see TSM try and do something similar and block off Falcons in their rotation.
Ninjas in Pajamas, we talked about this building. They are bang inside of it, and composition-wise, have a Caustic alongside them, which means sieging this building will not be easy. NIP win what could be the most important race of their careers.
It could be a very smelly building indeed, but this is a real, genuine opportunity for Ninjas in Pajamas to win this whole tournament. Of course, nothing is going to be easy here, but at least they have won that initial race and they're going to give themselves a chance. Of course, there will be teams to try and take that building away from them, but with the lack of altar, for example, no way to just phase through the building wall. You're going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way.
Well, Caustic, famous for his smelly gas. There's nothing sweeter than the smell of victory, Dan Gaskin, and maybe that's going to be the smell NIP will be breathing in as this game progresses towards the end. They've got to be so happy, though. Seeing that zone, and not only seeing it, getting that building, it's massive for them. Inside a Harvester, though. Couple of kills already going down. VK Gaming, one of those teams on match point and dealing with members of Fnatic.
It is worth noting, I know I mentioned that Falcons have only had one victory and it has been on World's Edge. Rock have also found a win on World's Edge as well this tournament, but NIP and VKG have not found a victory on this map so far this tournament long. So they're going to have to try and go against the statistics here if they want to be called champions.
Under Thieves and Rock so close to each other as well. Under Thieves still 4 points away, of course, from hitting match point. Very, very close in that previous game. You could say a team fight away, and it was. When you look at the points that could have been tallied up from the KP plus the extra placement they would have got, but alas, still not quite there, but certainly peeking through the curtain, so to speak, at match point.
It is something worth to be considered here going into match 7. You look at the teams who are still on not match point, the teams that can still find a victory here to keep it going to match 8, the likes of Alliance, who of course we know how good they can play, Team Liquid, Sentinels, Na'Vi, well, I mean I can name any teams. One team I won't name,
Rival.
Furia, just eliminated in 20th spot, E36 catching them out.
Furia eliminated. VK looking for a play themselves. I mentioned Rival. Well, they're on 32 points as it stands. They might have a few more to their name very soon as they're picking up the last pieces, or what looks like the last pieces, and certainly maybe a few pieces of Fnatic here. So Fnatic struggling a little bit in this game. Rival do have zone information of the hit ring console. You can see that on top left-hand side of your screen with the green illumination of that ring. So they're going to know what has to be done here.
I feel like Rival Esports just basically pounced on a res from Fnatic, I think. So we'd already seen that in the kill feed. Dropping at Monument, Fnatic had to make a long journey. I think they were bullied out of Harvester, and then they just had to try to get back up to 3, and Rival Esports capitalized on that dropship arriving, and now Fnatic will have to try and go again as we check in with Alliance. It has been a somewhat quieter day than what we saw in the group stages. Similar to the Alliance of old, perhaps dominating group stages, but a little bit quieter in finals. But, as I said, all it takes is one victory from Alliance here. Suddenly, they're on match point. Suddenly, they're right back into the conversation. And suddenly, everyone else will be shaking in their boots.
Alliance never like to do it the easy way, do they? Historically, been a bit slow to start in finals. And sometimes they hit match point, and just as they do, historically, teams have closed out match point. A lot of discussion about doing it quickly, showing you're a dominant force, but I think this lobby is just so talented that it's a lot to ask of any team to be able to do so. But Alliance, like I mentioned, one thing I want to highlight, leaving Skyhook, leaving Trials, 2 gold armors already in this game. Hackett's on the blue, but you would imagine with the Evo available en route, should be up to purple as well.
Well, this next zone shift could be a big one. We think it's going to be heading down towards the staging area. It does shift back towards Harvester. Now, interestingly, remember, we saw the building that NIP played for. Of course, they are the priority team here, having the staging drop. They moved very quickly. They got it gassed up with Caustic, and now they are going to be a spot. But the zone probably does continue to shift a little bit further east.
Yeah, interesting now, because it could be pulling down towards the snake outside of Harvester, or in Harvester, I should say, on the northern side. Teams like Rock, great news for them. You saw the position they were in. Also good news for 100 Thieves, who are right next to them down on the low ground. If they get the extra KP that they require to cross match point, then they can focus on taking the teams out around them. Alliance now in the Vault Tunnel, trying to force their way a little bit closer to this endgame, but Sentinels are in front of them.
It is going to be against potential Caustic as well, or at least there's Caustic barrels here, but Alliance want to force this because they have to.
They also have the armor advantage. They would have got some armor checks in this. Nox gas goes down, effect could not care less. He cues straight through. spots out Riley, who does not expect Effect to be there. But in the meantime, Unlucky has gone down. It's got a little bit ugly, this fight, on both sides.
Yeah, Hack is unable to get through the gas
Okay.
initially. Can't really help out Effect, so instead it's Unlucky's knockdown shield that's helping right now.
100 damage, but only to the knockdown shield. Now the nades are returned. Effect flies in. Q's back out. But look at the ramp now coming in. VP have just appeared like a ghost in the night. Alliance are out, and VP pinched them in the tunnel. Alliance fans mortified, and Sentinels still alive.
That's the frustration of going up against a defensive legend like Caustic. It can stall it out and allows for a third party as now VP starts to pummel Sentinels, but now here comes Falcons.
Falcons try and repeat the dosage. You wonder if VP are healthy enough, though, to hold this off themselves. May also give Sentinels a chance to reset and escape from this tunnel. And I think Falcons have decided that it's a little bit too busy here for them to get involved with. KP, not a priority. Survival and being first place, the only thing they care about.
I mean, Falcons just making sure no one's coming behind them as well. I mean, good news for them is there is no one further north. Probably seeing Alliance being eliminated in the kill feed, they're going to be thinking, all right, well, that's the one Skyhook team we don't have to worry about now, so we should be the last to this fight. They can play on the northern side, they can wait for this ring console if they want, and get that information.
Back to where we believe center zone was going to be. It's going to shift a bit away from Ninjas in Pajamas. Potentially, of course, it could shift back as well. But they're going to be safe inside of that building. And Rock now are playing the canyon between NIP and 100 Thieves in Harvester. They've left that high ground position, and they're playing for the late game here.
Now, I've seen teams survive here for a long time, but usually that's when Watson's involved. Obviously, Rampart could do a similar thing, quite defensive, but it's the lack of the interception pylon. You are going to find yourself in a difficult position when those grenades start to arrive.
NIP also, if the fight does go down, and like you say, without an interception pylon from a Watson, who isn't available, that knocks gas becomes a real problem. If they throw that down,
Butterfly.
and the Caustic ultimate impacts that fight. You can see a few players on Rock struggling to catch their breath. TSM 34 points overall, a win in the previous game as well. As Falcons decide they want to continue on this route through this tunnel, the zone is closing behind them.
Falcons, they return again to the vault, but again they're going to be met by ultimates, grenades, gas. They're going to have to quite literally go through the fire and flames if they want to get there.
VP are on the other side of this still, by the way. Sentinels only still with 2 players alive. Well, Lota doing such a good job at the moment, just stalling things out, still firing blind through that gas. Maybe just got a little bit of an outline.
Storable row.
Have the opportunity still with a little bit of time left on this zone close to wrap.
Nah, keep the row close.
Slide and go all the way around towards staging, but I think they're pretty committed to this at the moment.
Hunter head, blah blah blah.
Sentinels have to move at some point. Zone's going to push them in.
Yeah. But sadly, they know Virtus Pro is on the other side, so Sentinels are just reluctant to do anything and maybe just thinking about potentially getting some KP here. Falcons really have to try and force this, and I think they're starting to realize that time is going away. But again, more defensive abilities coming in.
Now you see Falcons give this one.
This opens up some storage in my bank, like fucking A.
I think Falcons recognize with 35 seconds left in the game that they have to leave this position. They have to think about getting to zone. They're going to wrap towards landslide. They're actually not going to wrap round. They're going to go straight over the top here with an evac tower. Now, Imperial Hal. Many a team we have seen either a Valcol or an opportunity to hit the ground. Let's see in a listen-in how it goes for them.
Len, Dorito, look at this team in front of us. Okay, okay.
Okay, I don't really see them.
Where?
Yeah, Rampart team in the truck, in the truck. It's a Sparrow team I'm batting. No ult though, no ult.
He's here! He's here to here! They're crossing back! Okay, game fuck, batting.
Trying to walk forward.
There's someone main stage, we have to kill bridge now.
It's a raping, it's a rape team, okay?
They're portaling past me! They're going low ground or something!
Okay, I'm walking forward.
Oh, on the lane! I'm watching the Rampart!
Is it a different team? Yeah, it's a different team.
They're going low ground! I ported. Can't get any ramp, I'm pushing forward. He's down here! Bridge forces! Okay,
Red armor. They just took port, behind. One. I don't see anyone here, Ben. Oh, it's one guy. There was a race. There was a race.
One guy. 100, 100, go, go, go.
Yeah, I'm looking for him.
He's literally one.
Let's chill. He's going back building. On the right, on the right. Cobra. That's the team. That's his team. That's his team.
Okay,
it's a Sparrow. Sparrow with Cobra, okay?
Yeah. Okay, getting Cobra, guys. Yeah, I'm growing, my bad.
Yeah, I like don't know how much I want to pick this.
Care package over there. Another Cobra
Web
down.
zone.
We've got spot. They have to push us. Yeah, we cannot get
boxes
Cobra.
are in.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you can play back there.
Listen, team C is wrong.
The evac works, the Oracle for Team Falcons. You heard it from the listening there. We think we've got Godspot, but the zone has pulled back towards Ninjas in Pajamas. That house still as valuable as ever.
Not only Ninjas in Pajamas, but also Rock Esports down in that little crevice that they find themselves between NIP and 100 Thieves. So Team Falcons, NIP, and Rock all within the final circle right now. This could be a very exciting ending. The real question is there anyone not on match point to maybe disrupt things? SAUL perhaps pushing it onto Rock.
Word, they're dropping down onto them. They want to call the crevice their own, but these alongside Sheila, making sure that this lane is very much closed.
However, it has drawn attention to other teams. Wolves are taking a little
gas. SAUL eliminated, but Rocket having to survive right now as Ultimates are raining in above them. Wolves, like you say, wanted to take this fight, wanted to get these kills. Deeds is down.
Deeds down, but two more still alive, and Wolves have yet to press. But now Crazy Con, you see him fly. Wolves are full sending, and it looks like Rock. This could be the end of their run here in match 7.
What was going to be taken, it only gets him out of trouble for a second. Sorcerer in another clutch situation, but the thermite is enough, and Wolves will win it. Rocker gone. One of our match point teams is out.
1 down, 3 still to go. Remember, VKG also a part of our match point teams. They're on the northeast though. They have to move out of the snake as Team Falcons are currently holding out Kinotrope Gaming from this runway. You can see they're trying to push through at the moment.
Edge got a kill and finished it as well. Imperial Howl finds 1. That makes this much, much more comfortable for Falcons. And if Falcons win this fight, no one, absolutely no one, is on their side of zone. VP have moved to the high ground. VK Gaming try and jump into the ravine once again, but a lot of pressure's coming their way.
And a lot of teams. I mean, it's pressure, it's teams, it's damage, it's ult, it's everything to try and take down VK right now.
QQ into the void, using the Q104 from Zach Mazer. The bow check is singing, as VK Gaming will be eliminated as well.
Down to just 2 match point teams now. Team Falcons and Ninjas in Pajamas, as we see Na'Vi, Rival Esports, and Kinotrope Gaming all wiped off of
NIP
World's
are
Edge.
moving! NIP are moving up onto the position of Falcons.
They're moving under them at the moment.
The portal away. Maybe they thought there was a third-party opportunity. Maybe just during the ultimate, they recognize now is not that time. Both teams will survive, both teams disengage.
A team to remember here is Wolves Esports. They've now taken that chasm down between NIP and 100 Thieves. And they will be able to play that, and that is the closest to where the zone will eventually finish. But as this next zone closes, Team Falcons do have to push in. Is this an attempt to try and reposition and maybe take an angle on the drop?
I also wonder if there were some death boxes down there potentially. They're looking for loot. Maybe they've been there for such a long time. NIP, they're desperate for meds. All of these are possibilities.
1 in 75 drop. Fuck, man.
Falcons just got to be careful. Actually, Falcons have to get a res
I have a
here,
bunch of these.
because
Once I'm done.
GG from distance get that knock. I don't know if that was a Kraber or not, but it certainly did a huge amount of damage to Zero.
They are being naded as well. Gen G having a look, but it looks like Falcons should be able to reset comfortably. Of course, there was a crate that dropped from the sky that's given Falcons a red armor as well, which could be very valuable towards the end of this game.
See a little bit of concern now. Oh, it does sound like it is a Kraber. Gen G with a chance to upset Falcons fans here, but Gen G have got to worry about getting into zone. But the same thing now could be said about Team Falcons. Nades at the ready. E36 will drop, and Falcons will follow suit once he takes damage, but Zero keeps his compatriot alive.
It's NIP versus Falcons at the moment. And Kurek's run a hold, it's a lot of damage. And now he gets the Stinger Ball out!
The Stinger Ball should do so much damage. Kurek as well. We'll find another. But do they want to commit to this here, NIP?
They don't.
Nemesis in the meantime, they will fall.
They cannot afford to commit and give this building up. They have to let Zero survive for now.
Falcon's down to just Zero, but he does have a Kraber. Look, Karev trying to sneak up, but you don't want to go too far away from the rest of the team. 100 Thieves now eliminated. We still have Wolves, VP, Genji alive. As Zero still plays his part.
100 Thieves did hit match point though. They got 52 points, so they will be on match point should this continue. How is out? Zero will collect the banner though. Whilst he's still on his back, trying to crawl towards his teammates.
Any Moby?
He'll be finished. 2 banners picked up here. Zero will have to go Superman mode.
Ninjas in Pajamas with the chance to win the ALGS mid-season playoffs here at Esports World Cup 2025.
Ain't no way.
Back to the start of this game as we have just a moment of quiet. The race for this building. NIP win it. They hold it, they control it, and they have Caustic in their lineup, in their composition, that could hold the space and deny teams from approaching. But can they convert? Now it's a test of steel.
And whilst none of these 3 players on Ninjas in Pajamas
Oh, that kid's toast.
wanna land, think about
Lucky.
who has won a land stood behind them.
VP and Genji, they're fighting, and VP will go down. The only thing that is hurting NIP in this position is the armors that they have. Falcons are eliminated. It's NIP, or we go one more.
They are on blues though. There are some blues here. Wolves Esports still with a big chance because actually Wolves are backing off, and suddenly Genji are right next to Ninjas in Pajamas.
Genji are climbing above them. Genji are above them. Zeki with a Kraber. Zeki with a Kraber, but Genji go down. Vayne is lost alive. He can't do it. We go again here in Riyadh.
Wolves Esports, they found the little position right between all the teams. They got aggressive onto Rock, and they keep us going.
Absolutely. The heavy ammo inserted into the 30-30 repeater.
And look, Wolves Esports, so they're making a rotation, trying to get to this ring console on their way down south. And if they do catch it quick enough before E36 catch them, they can continue to move to the southeast down to Humber.
Yeah, interesting to see that ring console and survey beacon in the position they are, just slightly away from some of the main POIs that we do have here. Fnatic also very close. This could be very, very interesting here. A lot of teams going for this ring console, and if Wolves aren't aware, they jump on it without any cover. Fnatic might be going 3, 2, 1.
All aboard the jump tower there,
and be able to take him off. Is the timing that good for them?
Enemy over there.
They get the survey beacon. I think they'll see him by the time they've hit it.
Yeah, they'll know they're going to be there because of the survey beacon, but I think Wolves have already got it. It's going to be in and out. It's a heist for the ring console. But Fnatic maybe have gained enough information purely from that survey beacon alone as they continue now to transition to the southeast here.
And that's how quickly a game can change on either side there. If Fnatic have a little peek at that ring console a few seconds earlier, Wolves Esports might not be running across towards Humber Labs with 3 players, but maybe with 2 or less. We're checking the hands of No Name here. R9 in the back pocket.
Interestingly, Humbert Labs is the 2nd best POI this tournament on this map for gaining points.
Hostile right here.
There has been 1 victory so far throughout this tournament from Humbert Labs as well. It is very busy already, as expected. As you can also see, Panic has just got a knock onto Kinnetrope's Gaming's player.
The goals goes down. I want to kind of
Come on, motherfucker, give me the wing.
I think there's still some teams who are probably thinking, are we going to see that weird pullback that sometimes we have seen from Humble Labs, where it goes to the other side, like the main fence line that kind of divides it off from the rest of the map? Looking at where ring consoles are that you could play for late, Shipyard Arcade, right down on that southern side. Stadium, just outside of where that zone is as well, are accessible. And then that kind of middle of nowhere one that we just saw 3 teams converting on. Speaking of converting, Kinnetrope, TSM all in a fight at the moment. And I think there's another team in the vicinity as TSM will dispatch of Kinnetrope and send them back to the lobby. Panic, though, has gone down.
Catch him.
Gonna be Rock. They're gonna be above them here, but suddenly all of the commotion just ceases to exist, and Rock don't really want to commit to anything, because again, you don't need to be third party in kills unnecessarily, as we will get a pause here, just to make sure everything is okay. It looks like Falcons with an issue, actually. I did see one of the players kind of halt, so
headset issue.
Perhaps just a headset issue for one of those guys. Looks like Zero just having a word with the admins, but I didn't get to discuss Legend Bans and who is going to be featuring the most here. Ballistic actually was picked 16 times, so he's going to be gone if we do get to match 9. Again, Ballistic often gets banned at this point because when we start to lose some of the legends that provide a little bit of oomph, his ultimate is unbelievable. And especially, one thing to consider in match point finals, the bans go a little bit different because people are looking for ways to catch up. And Ballistic is certainly one of those.
More than one way.
He is excellent to help your team get that little bit of speed boost. Also, the ability to just absolutely run through teams with the Devo.
We're hearing from the floor now, the issue was indeed headset of Falcon Zero due to the fullness of his hair. Turned itself into the speakers inside of the... it's all made up.
It's not an issue you've had recently.
No, it isn't.
All right, that was mean. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, because I choose to shave my head to avoid those kind of issues when I'm entering the competitive gaming sphere. Speaking of spheres, yeah, my head's round.
Yeah, that was just revenge for the Stonehenge comment yesterday, by the way.
Just fair, he deserved it.
We're even now, but this is going to be quite a nerve-wracking time. I mean, pauses always can be a little bit frustrating for players, but at the same time, they're always welcoming of them, because if they were in that situation where they needed help, they would prefer a pause happen as well. But when you are this deep into the series, and there are 6 teams on match point, is it a chance to kind of have a little chat with each other and think about really what are you going to do to try and push yourself maybe closer to match point yourself?
I mean, I keep thinking about what happened in that previous game because it was just such a crazy situation for NIP to find themselves in. They're probably looking at that like, we've got this one. Like, they have so many good angles. They're holding down so many, you know, great positions that they can fire down onto Wolves Esports. They forced one player down into the ravine as well. But then as we take a look back now at that endgame and how it developed, we mentioned Ziki from Gen G. It is just insane to think the impact that one player can have. Like we mentioned, not just the Kraber shot, but somehow taking 2 of NIP to the grave with him. That is just brilliant from Ziki. Kind of, he has no choice. But you've got to look at NIP and think, did we just lose track of how many players were alive from Gen G?
This was one of the biggest moments of the game when originally it was SAUL who got involved with Rock, wanting to take this position off of them. But then Wolves capitalized. They saw what was going down, they seized the moment, and they decided...
Alright, gentlemen, I'm going to bed. I appreciate the insane support tonight. Crazy, crazy numbers. Au revoir. If you haven't done so already, make sure to subscribe. It's absolutely free. We will be live tomorrow. Help a brother out. Catch you later. Peace.